What do you mean? Oh, right, this guy exists. What do you mean? Hey, come on. Hello, everyone. Hi, everyone. Good to see you. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. What's going on, Cobalt? Sure it. Hello, Mazur. Hello. Why is Neo's up there? Why is he kicked up like that? True. Hey, beautiful. Hey, talking to yourself. What's going on? It's been a little bit. I know it's been close to 10 days since we last streamed, since we last saw each other. Where's my chat? Oop. Hello. Whoa. Why does it look like that? Pants check? You know, okay, here, you know the really funny part about that is, no joke, I legitimately was debating on whether or not to put pants on. I just got to work out, and I was like, I don't necessarily think I need to do pants, but I have to go pick up food here in a second. Not like leave, but you know, I'll be back. But I don't have pants on. See, that's what I should have done. And I'm checking out the Luminaries bandless video. I didn't actually end up doing. Okay, I really am behind on my watching content. Were you cheating on the? I missed you, Swell. I was worried you were cheating on another TCG. I would never. See, that's the crazy part. Is that like I'm loyal to a fault. One, but two, the big thing is I actually haven't really been. Okay, not to spoil too much, but I'm finalizing the last little bits on a much larger project I've been working on in terms of my like brain for the past like 8 to 10 months, and it's not complete yet, but it's there. Speaking of other TCGs, but as far as Elestrals goes, it's kind of in this weird state, right? Because we got the ban list. It took 10 days for the ban list to be in effect, but also in addition to that, I feel like there is this overwhelming sense of what to do in the game. Not only with the ban list, but with decks. I think we've been in live stream format for since October. So October, November, December, January. Now we're almost in 4 months into live stream format, which is kind of cool. There's been some innovations in terms of just, again, ban list upon cooks, upon decks. But I think that one thing that's been kind of holding back a little bit of, let's say, streaming or content-wise is an efficient way to do something with the game that's not necessarily just yapping about it, right? Actually play testing, actually playing, which takes a little bit of coordination and doing with people. Shout out to PK, I'm sure would be down to test sometime. In addition to regionals and things have been happening, which I'm glad to see people have been going to. RIP, just first and foremost to rip Bozo to our good friend Like a Void. And no, I didn't actually end up going. I had this really dumb idea to do this like road trip across Texas. Shocker, I'm in Texas, by the way, where I would go and do every single regional within Texas. I know some people did it in Florida. Shout out to Jay, by the way, get on Chronodile, I think getting like 4th or 3rd. Really cool. Tornagen, that's actually what I am sad about. True. Then our best decks, yo, what's going on, Ghoul? Hello, good to see you. Yo, what's going on? Hello, Like a Volt, let's go, Like a Volt, best deck. And Ninja, hello. You make it really efficient to make content. Clash had all the cards that worked. Yeah, the Clash is a whole other beast. Again, they're working on that. 10 billion%. Let me get some music up in this joint. Will I get DMCA'd for not this one, not that one, not that one, not that one. Wait, hold on, hold. Nah, that's probably fine. Mic is cracking. Yeah, that happens. It's been a while since it's happened, and it's really funny actually that it's happened today and more often than not. I don't know what's like flares it up. Truthfully, truth be told, but I probably at some point in time just need to be like, yeah, I'll figure it out. All right. Let's do this one. Imagine being able to. Whoa, not that. It's an ad. Oh, I see what I need to do. Yo, what's going on, Justin? My goat playing this weekend? I wish I was playing this weekend. All right. Recording expanded draw the other night and Sunny crashed out on Tornagen. I think that Ivory Champ best deck, also true. I think that there is a possibility that there is a Tornagen makes sense. I'll say that, right? Tornagen makes sense to do. I like the consistent thing about this ban list saying like, if the card hits the board, what is the actual play pattern and actual play experience that we do get to see from players and from the game? I think it would be disingenuous to say that if there was a banning of certain cards that were disproportionately affected game states, but not something like Tornagen, I think that would be a little bit skewed. I liked the card a lot, and don't get me wrong, that does make Winjin bad right now. I think that like it does open up, of course, the design space for Elestrals to make more Tornadgens and more Winjins. This does, the weird part is to me though, this does scream a little bit like Werepup, where you have to kind of then police the Tornadgen, right? If future Tornadgens or future Winjins are that good, I think that it's still a little bit hairy, because you're gonna be like, well, at what point can Tornadgen come back? Is it just kind of like the idea in terms of power scaling? I don't know. The big stat line also didn't help too. So it's like, we might have to have a stream one day, like a Professor Swolax. This was like an idea that I had ruminating, where it's like 2 drops that do our laundry, right? And then and kind of like some 3 drops that aren't necessarily worth it. There's a lot of 2 drops in the game that are just like, whoa, this is game ending. But it does leave a little bit of stuff like the 3 drops to be underexplored, because it's just more worth it spirit investment wise right now to go into the 2 drops versus the 3 drops. Sometimes solar was like a weird exception for a little while. They banned the wind MIDI, which is a buy ratio for search. True. Yeah, I don't know. I think by the way, my hair is like doing something fierce. Y'all are gonna have to just like deal with it for a second. I got done with the gym today. I showered, and it's not messing with me. Not messing with me a lot. From a side profile, it's fine. It's like, oh, this is normal hair, and then it's like poof, evil. So I don't really know what's happening. It's also part of like this midsection of the hair. I'll say that. Like if anyone has ever had long hair before and it starts to like grow out, like I got it cut real short a while back. If y'all saw me at Kissimmee, I was looking real nice. But then it's just been growing out ever since, and it hasn't quite dropped yet. There's a point where it'll go big, and then it'll just back down to like old school Swolax style, which I think is fine, but we'll get there. Tornadgen did nothing wrong besides searching Gorgon's gaze. True, the gaze. And that is still by erasure. Me banning a card that hasn't won an event since Moonrise, barely gets top 16 an event, has all his representation and dies to Cryoblast. I think that's the weird part, is that it's more or less on the topic of like balance for the game. It makes a lot more sense for it to be like in line with future bannings and in line with just like the power level of everything. Solar has a lot of like nothing to do now. Like that's one thing we'll talk about today, is where does each element go from here? How does each element play into itself, and what can each element do to like to come back from certain cards being hit. We'll talk about Lockagon, we'll talk about Tornadgen, we'll talk about Lunar, we'll talk about Earth, we'll talk about Fire a little bit, because Fire doesn't really change much. Fire actually gets really strong, I think. But yo, what's going on, Sorn? Hello. I got 3rd place at the regionals. The hand rip is awesome. Let's go. That's sick. Relatable hair content. True. My hair is a little like kind of crazy, by the way. Yo, Words, hello. What's going on, Words? More like Lock is gone. True. You should play on the Australian deck for February 7th premiere. What's the Australian deck? Like, or are you saying the Australian deck? Like, is there a specific deck that the Australians are coming with? Or is it more like, this is an Australian deck? You got the Lumaroos. You got, well, I guess the Spiders. You got like, the Sharks, I guess, right? We're cooking something. Let's go. I'm exposed on this account. True. I see you. Solar has nothing proactive to do. Totally AO's Dale. Don't tell Josh, but AO's Dale is legitimately a strategy that Solar can pivot to. And this is the real weird thing. Okay, so the Solar theory on this, and I need to just put out some slides on this. The Solar theory that I think is really funny is that there is a large contingency of decks that just say like the 2-card combos that ultimately gain you value are potentially a game ender, right? It's more about when to fire them, and I think that's the difference between like really good players and players who are just kind of messing around with some strategies. Is there is like, once you fire off your thing, will it win you the game? Horse, unfortunately, it's a 2-card combo that might actually do that. Before you were playing Tornadgen as the back end, as far as the other high end of the deck, And that's what Solar is kind of missing. And we'll talk about that too with deck building today, kind of where Elestrals decks are at currently, with having to either one, forego a top end and a low end, a top and a bottom, if you will. They didn't quite get by Erasure Gone, but they didn't quite erase the buys. But or alternatively, do you have double top ends? That's been kind of this thing as I'm doing this motion. Definitely not good. Is that there is a reasonable argument to be made that most decks should or can put in double top end, or are going for top end, low end, or low end. That's been kind of the kind of through line with certain decks, is how do those decks play around with that, and is that enough? The balance that Elestrals has been kind of dealing with is, since Wirtz really early on showcased off like the Camel Reincarnation deck, is it just worth it to explore top end, high end stuff? That's also part of the like Australian deck building theory, is that yeah, you'll just see it, right? I remember to Cobalt's like list that last premiere, playing copies of Dense Fog and some Lunar for Rise, right? For Rise from the Shadows, which was super cool. I love seeing that. And I remember some people being like, that's kind of ridiculous. I'm like, hey, like it works. What do you want? Rhino Sect being an 8 body that comes back for free? That sounds awesome. That sounds super sick. Like what do you mean? It's almost like my season 2 of Lestrade was stick big guy counterplay. True. See, here's the thing though. I remember we talked about this really early on, that Elestrals like deck builders, and it's gotten better over the couple years, right? Is that Elestrals deck builders as a whole are much better now at exploring some of these options. Like you talked about it really early on. I think we were talking about it on a ban list whenever Jotaya got banned, but it's like the hot take was that Elestrals deck builders are a little bit uncreative. and it's like I'm boiling down the argument a little bit. Yo, what's going on, Cthulhu? Hello, good to see you, by the way. Hello. But the point is that like there are a lot of underexplored strategies that I feel like like deck builders and Elestrals like players were getting their heads about fives, or getting their heads about things where it's like, no, there's a lot of really great stuff that you can do. You just kind of have to like get creative with it. And I think right now, I'll argue at the time that may have been a little bit like less, like the number of creative decks that you could feasibly play was a little bit low. But now I feel like in Livestream specifically, we have both a really good mix of low end and low to the ground strategies, while also having like a really creative section of game plan decks and like really cool stuff. Again, I pointed out to the fact that we have almost 2 big contingencies and schools of thought when it comes to deck building. We have like almost in a way globally, the like American centric deck building of some low to the ground stuff, right? Alternatively, the Australians come in here and just say, I'm going to play to the game plan and clean house. That's super sick. And that's been consistent for a while. And I think both deck building choices are valid. So I don't know. Who knows? -6 cards in Solar to get hit. You also want to, she's another way. Hello. Now we race and true. +2 Solar Charge, Exaltus Champ, and Tsunami make the send basically. I really like Solar Charge. Solar Charged will be good one day. It's a banger card. I don't know if it's gonna be soon, but man, that card is good. I love that card so much. They had to ban Tornado before Din Champ could come out, so he didn't have Jin Yaoi. Have I showed y'all the Tornado chest thing before? Have I showed y'all that? Yeah, I'm ready to put 15 Zaptor in a deck. That's what I'm talking about. The difference between T1 and T2 decks is that isn't usually so far off that you can totally go off the wall. Or the really sneaky deck that people don't know how to play against. Yeah, that's like the rogue thing, right? And that's, I think, definitely more true now than it is before. I think before the question was always going to be like, those decks are effectively spirit inefficient for how slow the format is. But what I've loved about Livestream kind of speeding up the game just a smidge is that the motorboating Jin, you see that? You're welcome. But the thing that like gets really like finicky there is I think the spirit investment for the payoff has always been the question. And you can see it in decks like Julian's list for the Lockagon, where the whole concept was like you could just like body a bunch of damage, and at that point you can then fire off your big Lockagon combo, you know? Big fan of it. We need some Rock and a Hard Place decks back in the meta. Rock and a Hard Place, I think, actually works. Not to feed like the Searcher, right? The Poseidon Searcher that A Drive confirmed on stream a little bit ago. But I think there is, similar to Cockray First Light, there is legitimately there is legitimately an argument to say that powerful 2-card combos like that are viable. I was looking at Kerberos the other day, partially because it's on my desk. And other part of it is because I think that Rock and a Hard Place is good enough for the Spirit Investment to get you far ahead. Eddie is still a really strong card, and there's a lot of like decks that can slot in really nice and easy. Water as a whole, the Fish engine is probably the most strongest engine that we have right now. The most strongest engine. That sentence was completely illiterate, that despite the fact that I've been reading. And so I think Rock and a Hard Place is cooking. Now, whether that be with Kerberos or Drakkeen, I think that's up for a debate. But I don't know. I think the top end stuff like Chronodile have potential in this ban list. I've heard Chronodile is really good. I've heard Drops of Leaf are crazy. I've heard Chronodile is the meta slayer. What do y'all think about that one, to be fair? It was testing Thunder against Hermes. It does cook, and it seems like it's a little less bricky. The thing is, you can comfortably mulligan with Aviolith. Yeah, to Ninja's point, I think that Hermes is looking kind of snasty, for sure. For sure, right? Like, King and Curry? Wait. Octopus Curry? Squid Curry? Squid flavored curry? What are we gonna call that deck? It's gotta be like Cocoa Curry or something like that, right? King Curry, but it's with the C. We're cooking there. Literally. I think that Hermes is looking really nice. Takoyaki! Yo! Banger! Wait a minute. That's actually a credible name. Holy. I like that. Takoyaki Udon. I'm down. So I think that Hermes legitimately gets really good with this ban list. It's got a lot of great tools. It's got a lot of great things that not a lot of other decks can do. It was already on the fringe in terms of like decks that were performing. Shoutouts to Wire Rebellion, of course. And I think on that level, I think there is a world where Hermes, arguably the perfect deck for Elestrals, by the way. I want to point that out. That I think there is a world where Hermes performs. It's a very hard deck to still play, but I think we have room now for a deck like that. So, agreed. But yeah. Yo, what's going on, Helen? Hello, everyone say hi, Helen. Hello, good to see you. My fiance, hey lads, I'm saying congratulations, y'all. Listen, I don't know what we gotta do in Vegas to celebrate. Karaoke, anyone? I don't know. How's it going, by the way? Hello. We were just talking about how Centarbor is the best deck. No, well, Centarbor might be... PK's been trying to cook with Centarbor for a little bit, and I think there is something there, but we'll see. I'll leave it to you guys. Let's go. Karaoke's, let's go. White Boy speaks some karaoke's. I want to see someone roll up with Cracking, block 2 zones, Afro Search, Special Champ, recover any water card. So I've heard the Cracking card is good. I've heard the new Cracking is also good. And I don't know. That sounds really funny, right? Boss is good, I promise. Yo, what's going on, Pepper? Hello, good to see you. Yes. Phosphocell, I think, will be good. Again, Solar Charge is crazy. Phosphocell, man, I just need to... The amount of times that I say I need to get off my butt and my non-pants wearing butt and go make some of these slides, because what ends up happening is I had this thought the other day. I'm like, why aren't people playing Phosphocell? And there's 2 reasons for this here, right? Number 1, Phosphus, like it's like there's two reasons to play a deck. One, because it's good, and two, because you like the cards. There is like a philosophical reasoning that I have in my soul, I feel like, for Elestrals decks, and why some people are like, well, I would love to play Phosphocell and experiment with that. Right? It's like the meta is whatever we bring kind of concept. I'm like spitballing here, and it's kind of stream of consciousness, so this doesn't make a lot of sense. But the idea here is that Phosphocell is a good card, but it's so disproportionately affected by, like, of course, ban list, of course, the card pool that it's involved with, that it's ultimately not going to be as competitively viable. Whereas the, like, some of the other cards that we've gotten do supersede it in terms of power level. And so it's hard to justify other than the fact that you just kind of like the deck. I love Phosphocell. Hit me up with some Anacell, Phosphocell, Larvacell stuff. The new Larvacell was leaked. Seems crazy. What's the new Larvacell? Actually, I thought I saw it. I could be wrong. I've been MIA for a couple of days. Almost it's been a long one, but I've had a lot of fun. I'll say that. I've had a great time. It adds solar charge. We're so back. Let's go. Did someone have a picture of it? Hold, I have to open up Discord, I guess. That sounds awesome. It casts a special Larvacell from deck or add solar charge. We're so back. Let's go. I love that. That's sick. That's sick as heck. That's awesome. Yeah, Cards I Own Turbo is the highest placing Foss deck. That's so I love Cards I Own Turbo. Also, MG1, hello, good to see you. Hermes is love, Hermes is life. Hermes, I think, is legitimately a power player at this format. Absolutely. So to that note too, I think Hermes is really funny because Hermes as a deck, I think, is like I'll read you this comment that actually we got on the Elestronauts page if I can, and it was on our ban list discussion. It was actually a really good point that I have some thoughts on, and I wanted to kind of get y'all's opinions on this. Right, ready? It's Ari, a response to the discussion about splashability around 36 minutes into our ban list discussion. Cards are super splashable because you can put any card in any deck at the low cost of slotting just one or two spirits of that color. I think this is an issue that Elestrals is going to encounter again and again in the future anytime a card is slightly overtuned or undercoded. It really shrinks the margin of error for future designs. This is something I saw that baked into the rules of Elestrals from the start and has kept me away from the game. Not to go into full viewer mail with Elestrals here. It'd be kind of fun to do at some point in time. But it's interesting because I think that comment to me, I think is very much like old school Elestrals thinking. One, the card pool of Elestrals has expanded quite greatly, and so it does make some deck spirit concessions like a little bit harder than just like splashing a couple spirits. But I think that's also part of the charm and kind of part of the love of Elestrals in a lot of ways, is getting in some of these like I'm playing one spirit for the eruption counter, right? RIP eruption, RIP Bozo. I'm also playing like two spirits for dense fog, kind of thing, right? I think that's fine. I think that's okay. You're playing one spirit for your tech of card there. And to that point, I think that's why I think something like Hermes is the quick pause on that. As my ADHD brain is going off, I definitely need to pick up this food here in a second. But the every time that I'm saying Hermes, to me, my voice and mouth goes like Miss Piggy mode, where I'm like Hermes, like. So, anyways, Hermes is a deck that I think is really funny because it is the perfect like example of how you can make a splashable spirit sort of deck work within the constraints of like a dedicated engine, right? You do need Earth Spirits for both Synectar Champ and also for your Spy Nymphs. And so with that being said, like even though it's a predominantly wind-based strategy, you also might have to play some Lunars in there for your carry-off champs. I think that's pretty important. And I think that's kind of a neat thing unique to Elestrals in a lot of ways, is that it's okay that you have some splashability. It's okay that you have some decks that are a little bit easier on spirit management. And that's part of the, I think, neat part is how do you manage your spirits effectively, and how does the spirit math work out for the cards and the times you need it? And that's going to depend also on player. We see it all the time where players are just like, yeah, you only need this once. You only need this once. Or are you playing Ambrosia to spirit management and kind of like, you know, get that spirit count in there, right? Are you playing 20 Thunder Spirits because you're like, you know, I don't really need the rest. Are you playing your 2 chains, your 2 fire cards or 2 fire spirits for chains and previous Lavalith, RIP, and going nuts? I don't know. So that I think enters this sort of design realm that I personally really enjoy. Spirit management will always be the difference between the tiers of how players cook and how players play. Spirit management will ultimately be a big factor in that. So I don't know. I liked this idea, and I liked this sort of like comment because I thought it was very poignant in how I think Elestrals differs itself from other card games. I don't know. Speaking of that, I was cheating other card games. Meanwhile, they do have cool ways of making cards harder to splash, like Solar Burst. Yeah. See, I think that's kind of the thing too, is that they are clearly exploring with design space in that way. It's still really like a Void is still kind of one example of like maybe a miss where it's like, yeah, you can kind of underestimate how players will shove things in there and just be like, yep, make it work. But, you know, who knows? What's going on, Big Kahuna, by the way? Hello, hello. And also Novacore. Hello, hello. Hello, everyone. Good to see you. Okay. Boss losing a champ whale is the biggest thing. 1 spirit efficient spiders, by the way. Okay, we've been yapping for about 30 minutes now. I don't know if the food's here or not. I have to, oh, okay, it's almost here. So I guess what we can do is we can cook in the meantime while we are doing stuff. Welcoming everyone to our 30-minute preamble. We actually didn't even talk about some things that we normally do, our readings, what we've been doing, workouts, etc. But today, we're actually going to be doing one thing and one thing predominantly for this entire stream, and that is going to be cooking decks on element. Now, I'm going to be predominantly focusing on 1 deck per element in this one. We have 8 elements to go through, because I think there's a lot of decks that can do it, and this is my thought process behind how I would build decks for this upcoming premiere. The 23rd here or 24th here in a couple days. There's still time with the casuals tomorrow, as well as plenty of time to cook and to refine. I think that there's a lot of decks that will pop up. I think a lot of players that will be in that top cut that we aren't surprised by. And I think there will be a lot of engines that we will see going forward inside of this tournament that will effectively be the meta forever. Crabs is the best deck. True. It says Smeltsong time. No joke. I think Fire's got a premium. And Smeltsong might be it. I think it might be time to return to Smeltsong. Crabs is probably the best Earth deck, if not the second best Earth deck. Some key themes from the meta and for the upcoming meta. Number 1, there is combat. Combat will be a big focus because a lot of the cards that we've seen in terms of, I guess, main phase destruction or kind of main phase interruptions, that will be important, but they are tuned down in a way that we are so back on combat. Does this mean Fives is back? Yes, asterisk. Wasp Ivy or Crabs or both? Wasp Ivy, also a contender. Earth's got a lot of really great tools, and we'll go into kind of the 3 areas of deck building that I think we can take the game and kind of take to build a deck, right? So this session, this sort of cook session, is supposed to serve as both a primer for potentially how to build a deck inside of the current meta, 2, what to look for in effectively the new speed of Elestrals. How does that work for building top ends, low ends, middle ends, etc. And as well, maybe seeing what we can do with each element, even though not all elements are created equal. I'm so sorry to wind. Despite the fact that Hermes is gonna be good, Hermes is a little bit different. Hermes is like a weird wind variant. I'll say that. I'll say that. Oop. Get a little bit of echo. Keeping us off topics by giving me my last chronology meme. Absolutely. Combat means Argo and Champ Volt. You're on my wavelength in terms of Argo. Champ Volt, I think, is actually also really good too, by the way. Canberra regional was Crab versus Wasp Ivy. Incredible. I think Wasp is really good. So let's do what I think we're all meant to do here. By the way, Hermes isn't really a wind deck. Yo, it's gonna Ari. Good to see you, by the way. Hello. Hello, Ari. All right, everyone. Let's go ahead and build. Pantera is the real wind deck, which, hey, some people might say Pantera is the GOAT, by the way. Okay, I just saw your Aphrodite champ meme. This is edited really well, by the way. This is really good. Banger. Hold. Hermes plays more Earth the cards than Wind cards. Also true. Who's gonna reset? Hello, good to see you. Give Wind 22 spirits. Also true. And the best deck, the best cards to play. True. It's Morfrost, right? Is Bo back with Morfrost? Also, Bo came in here earlier. I forgot to say hi to Bo. Hi, Bo. Good to see you. How was your vacation? I know it's been a little while. But hello. All right, how's the music, by the way? Is the music too quiet? It might be. Oh, well, I was gonna cook a little bit, but the food is here, which is actually a perfect time. Let's go ahead and swap over to what we're gonna be doing today, and that is our Elestrals. Our Elestrals things, RIP Lycovoid. Also, we got a wheel. Let's go. Big wheel up top, everyone. Big wheel up top. I'm gonna go grab this food real quick, so you guys are gonna get the keys real fast. And from there, I'll be right back to cook for a little bit. Might take a little bit of a dinner break and then cook some more. So in the meantime, we'll keys. I'll spin, that way when we come back, we know exactly what's going on here. So without further ado, ready, spin that wheel. Woo! All right, be back. No, no, 6, no. No, Frost is still good. Trust. True. Any truers? All right. So I think that this is really funny. Frost is not quite dead. And this is, I keep on going back and forth on this a little bit because I think that there are two ways to build Frost. One, Cryo Rhino is really there, right? Rhinosect Geist is psychotic, but also was really great to see. Non-Morphrost Keone deck for my friends who play Elestrals. I think that it's like, the Keone Champ stuff can be good, but we definitely need a little more pieces here and there. I'll say that. First things first, though. Where do we, excuse me, by the way, Frost. Let's talk about Frost. What did Frost lose? 1, it lost Lycan. 2, Blizztrix kind of got nerfed a little bit with the Cedar Sores. Iwooly also completely gone. It's good, I think, to we're exploring more options. I think that there are still a lot of great stuff within Frost to do. And so we'll talk about that here in a second. All right, so first things first, let's go ahead and hide our wheel. Thank you, wheel. Everyone say thank you, wheel, as we're talking to our Mickey Mouse board. So let's talk about this here. Let's go ahead and filter by Frost, RIP Bozo. And what is there to do? Well, there is still Nixamera in terms of destruction. There's still Brummelix Champ that we still have as far as an option goes. Catarant can still go into old school Iwooly, which is cool. We do, so this is the old ban list, by the way. We definitely have 3 bat on this. Unlimited, there we go. Boop. And we have Chimera, which is still really good. Shout out to Spiders too, a Frostmite baby. Cryoling and Cryovern did get a little bit more nerf. Of course, we got Pulsar, baby. Kind of silly. The Whales are also really solid. I think both Waylance and Waylance Champ, both pretty good. And Spider's so back, that's what I'm saying. Risen Form and Fallen Form, I think, are very weird, right? I think it's 3 Trish, 3 Brow, 3 gets true. It's called Mace of Hearts. Good to see you. Moralith Keone Champ is a very funny one. This card I think is underexplored too. Polar Ranch is also a really funny one. Gotta shout out to Permafrog, of course. Fallen and Fallen Off. I think this was this the Australians that did this? That it was like just search a 7 to ascend with? Right, I think that's like a weird, I think that kind of works, oddly enough. That's kind of all you need on some level. One crazy person. It's kind of good though. It's kind of good though. Like, shouts to Perky on this one too. But I think with Frost, I think the idea here is that you can go Cryo Rhino. This is a very good one. I think Nixamera has got some legs. No joke. I think you can still play a low to the ground Frost option. I think that's still very much there. And of course, I think you have more Frost. Those are my immediate thoughts as far as like what deck to play. Here's what we are going to try and think about. Or alternatively, I'll say Waylance. No, Shivaror is not an option. Shivaror is not an option. Cryo Rhino has at least 6 legs. True. Bug time, baby. It looks like it only has 4 legs. Gotta get on that. So I'll let y'all pick. I think Cryo Rhino is probably one that's a little more straightforward. The Nixamera Risen Form one, I think, is like maybe a little bit wonky. But for the most part, if I was playing in this premiere and I said I'm looking at Frost, it's gotta build Pure Morphrost, right? Yeah, Pure Morphrost kind of boring. I think it's so we'll build Pure Morphrost real quick here. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 1. Thank you, Bo. 1, 1, maybe 2 of this one because now we have the space for it. Slots in super well, which is kind of nice. I think we go for Blizzard Whiteout. We go for Keone, maybe 2 to 3 of that one. Cryoblast. Frost might be in the meta, might not be. We can go Ice Age if we want to. This is our flex spot. I'll say that. Go with our Boreas, which is kind of neato. Got 3 of this, or maybe 2 of this. I don't mind that. We also have to consider Narpoon, because Narpoon, where are we? Is a little bit, like it's effectively now our better way of getting into our engine a little bit faster. The problem with this is like, it slows down the deck just a little bit, right? Slows down the deck just a little bit. Indus to 3. I think Indus to 3 is also not a bad idea. I do like an Indus package in here. Let's go ahead and get our Mirepoix up in this joint. I think now we have room for RIP. We have probably 2. I don't know if we need to play 2 of these. Probably 2 of these is perfectly fine. I think we're on Shield. I think we're on Gorgons. I would love to play Argo in this too. And that seems real nice. P-Box, you got room for it. What else are we missing here? If you want to put, we have enough for the Cryovern package. Leith is the new Nog. I think Leith could work here for Nog, right? It's still kind of just good. What I missed? Nothing much. We just started building. We spun a wheel, and our first one is Frost. We're trying to build what effectively would be a couple different versions of what I think Frost can do in the current meta with the new ban list that we saw 10 days ago, which is now in effect today. Unironically good in Frost. I think it is, right? Because it kind of fixes your hand, which is super nice. Like might as well. I think this is solid. We have 1 extra flex spot for something, which would be our Argo target, right? Like I don't think we need this here. Why only 1 whiteout? We probably can run more. I don't think whiteout's necessarily that impactful in a deck like this. It sounds really weird, but it is good for that one time you need it. But in the, when it comes up, it's insane. But whiteout, I feel like, is not great in multiples if you're playing a low to the ground option. I think if you're playing a higher end version of Frost, where your combo piece / combo Elestral / big Elestral has to go off, I think that's much more impactful. Otherwise, you need it for the one time that you like need to skirt a Gorgons for a Scorpio, or you need it the one time where you need to skirt like a PTA or something. Why is Drops in this deck? Trevor said Drops is good. Is there any card you think isn't good? Helios Slumbers, but we gotta ban this card. Never mind. We gotta ban this card. Never mind. We gotta ban this card. We gotta ban this card. No, absolutely not. Wait a minute. We gotta ban this card. If we're cutting drops, let's say we cut drops, right? And we're playing more of a Frost engine, like a Frost low to the ground, we probably can grab some more Frost shenanigans, maybe, in the form of maybe Brumchamp, maybe 2 Ice Age, maybe. Like this looks fine, right? Like it also pairs well with Necklace of Harmonia and the way that you could board clear with the 2 Frost that you disenchant from the necklace on the Argo target. So I think there's that. Play 2 Upstart, also true. Hot take on this meta too. I think Shield is back. I think Shield is back in a way. Like, and this is a very rudimentary Frost list in terms of like normal Morfrost. You might want to play 2 Indus. You might want to play 2 Terror. I think that's probably fine. This is sleeping on boy Rabbit. I think Rabbit's also really solid, right? Like Rabbit is back in the way that I think Fives and the Fish Engine is back for sure. But it is just really funny that it becomes this really, I think Rabbit is a little risky. I'm sleeping on Rabbit a little bit, and here's what I'll say about Rabbit. I think because Synectar Champ is going to be a very prominent card throughout the decks, both in the Earth contingency and the Hermes Persuasion, I think it gets a little bit funky going into those decks. Now, does Rabbit wall out the Hermes deck? Yes. But that's why you just have to hold the PTA for a big defense booty and you're fine. maybe I'm overthinking this a little bit, because Rabbit will be a determining factor in a lot of games. Like, you just go Rabbit on a fish, what are they going to do? Right? Rabbit was bad into Elechick's meta, though. Yeah, absolutely. No, I think that the Elechick meta is, like, different. I think Rabbit, it was just one of the best generic cards to do. But we have so many ways, I think, to get around Rabbit and to out Rabbit in ways that is kind of like a little bit like harder to justify Rabbit into everything. My one exception with that is that I think that in decks like Morfrost, in decks like Fish, and there's a lot of 4 breakers in the meta, a la the Cyprong and the Cynectors and like Brumelink's Champ, Narpoon even, right? There's a lot of cards that are just 4s, whereas in, I guess that can buy you a turn in sort of this meta. I think back in the day, you were playing Rabbit because it was just kind of one of the best generic cards on top of its strengths. I don't know. Maybe that's like a hot take, but if you're not on Thunder, I don't know if Rabbit's worth it. Also true. The Spirit Math, I think, could work here because you have plenty of room for Rabbit. You could just run 1 Ambrosia and cut like a Brumchamp and have this be like a Rabbit deck. Like, why not, right? Play 2 Thunder Spirits and you can. You absolutely can. I don't think it's a bad option as well. Everyone should be on Thunder because every deck should be on Thunderstorm. Oh, we'll get to Thunderstorm. I think Brontoglow. It's time to Bronto. Yeah, Frost Rabbit's coming though. I think we gotta get Frost Rabbit though. Speaking of Frost, well, this is like more of a Chimera, oddly enough. Shoutouts to the ants, by the way. Never trust a Chimera. I think that if we're thinking about decks that are like cool or decks that are interesting in terms of Frost, this is probably the most straightforward version of it. I think Argo is going to be good because I think Battle is back. I think that we have, like, this deck has everything needed to out almost every single thing in the game. I don't know if you play 3-bat. You might play 2-bat, right? And this is where Rabbit slots in. I think Kione plays a bigger role in this because of its limitations. And hey, we're back to Terraform being pretty solid too. Indus also is really strong, and you can't start Indus as consistently with the Lichen form, so it does give your first turns a little bit of a strange setup. Shoutouts to Bo, by the way, on the classic Indus form drop. I love that. So I think that this is potentially there. Well, I don't know. It's had to be judging on the 24th because it seems like Funglow's format. I don't know if it's Funglow's format yet, but it is very close. I'll say that. All right, let's say this as Frost for now. And I'm gonna clear this deck real quick because we're gonna go into the second Frost deck that I think is actually still very solid and very viable in terms of strategy here. And it gets a little finicky because I think it's positioned well, but I don't know how well it is positioned, if that makes any sense. So this is maybe not a Frost deck per se. But this is going to be what I would say what we probably could be doing with a Frost engine. I'm gonna build it out real quick and you guys are gonna see exactly what I'm talking about. Because I think that this deck is a big sleeper. It is a big sleeper deck for this format. Bears, hey, listen, Pandora's Box, and that's something that's less effective, but it's definitely real. It's definitely real. It's definitely there. And I think it's kind of killer. Where's our baby boy? For sure. This honestly could play a spot in terms of the grabbing Kione for the bat forms. I'm gonna put it in there as a one of and experiment a little bit with this. So we'll just kind of have it off there. I don't know if we need Cryoblast. We might, but I'll say for now, maybe not. Who knows? Bear Frost. Let's go. We might not need Cryo Blast. I think we'll probably wait for a different engine. Speaking of that, we do need our bears list. I am tempted to run the artifact bears. Is probably something that we can look at in terms of like shenanigans. I think Smeltung mixed with a where are we at? Up in Flames is a way to go. A chance to your Ursa Den gets you to your big game plan. Feels nice and solid. You have your backup plan, which is going to be your Morphrost Chimera forms, which I think is really sick. I like Don't Poke, by the way. I really like Don't Poke because it's just Argo, but cheaper and it's searchable. Turns your bear into a 5, which will be really nice. But does Blast deal with fish? No, Cryo Blast doesn't deal with fish, not entirely, which kind of sucks. I think you play Chains in this list. We're not even considering our Mirepoix, aka like Tsunami, aka Gorgons, aka Shield. And now we have 2 flex spots left for what would probably be it kills the Champfish. It does kill the Champfish, that's right. I guess not the Magneris, what I'm thinking of, or the Aphoros, if you're playing that. P-Box. It might be P-Box. We are kind of low on dudes. So it might just be Narpoon. I think it's Narpoon. I also don't know if I love this Ursicle champ, to be honest. It maybe sets up for the fact that you go Ursicle champ, search the Kione into, then the next turn go Ursicle. Now you have 2 bears and potential chance to go into like something else. Smeltung maybe is a little bit copium. I don't know if I love Smeltung at this. We also don't have enough Fire Elestrals to realistically say to do this. We could play Ursir as a way to go with the Don't Poke and also an Argo target, which would help. Comagma. I think Comagma also could be nice. I think Comagma into maybe like the Smeltung Hellmelt deck. The Hellmelt side of it, just to put on some extra damage and have some extra lives in there would be nice. Sometimes you also just need like Earthquake for 1, which is good. This is now kind of conflicting with the Bat form and the Morphrost engine just a little bit. But I think that's where we can cut the Ursicle champ. Maybe even cutting the Kione and going for Comagma. And do we even need Hellmelt is now the question. Maybe not. This is I think the other variant / another Frost Fire deck that could be okay. I like this idea of this deck so far. I don't know how I feel about a Majursa champ at 2, but I think it's worth exploring. I like Don't Poke in terms of what it can do for Ursicle as a save. I don't love it in terms of what it represents for like if we let's say get our Majursa off, which is nice. I think Chains is necessary for that reason, for keeping the combo safe from P-boxes, etc. We are low on counter runes, except for the Don't Poke, so we also have the Up in Flames, so maybe Up in Flames here is solid for our destruction. A little expensive though, but I guess we have the Hibernation to get that online. And I can see this being there. It seems a little bit like it seems a half-baked so far. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? It would be worth exploring, I think now. Missing some spices? A little bit. It feels like it's missing, it's missing its top end. You made like 5 minutes? Yeah, right. I think this is like a good starting point for this deck. I don't know if I love Hellmelt, because like what are we trying to do with like Ascension lines? Maybe nothing. Cryovern and the Cryoling deck and the Cryoling like side, I think is maybe where it could go, but yeah, I don't know. Up in Flames plus Magistra destroys any Elestral. Also true, right? I think this is really funny to say. I think there was a world where you can go Up in Flames, discard Magistra Champ, and just rise back Magistra Champ, and that's like a deck that was real. By the way. The Frostbear, we can check the Frostbears. Chains! What's going on? Hello, good to see you. Hello. We're definitely on Chains in this one. We gotta be on Chains. I think in terms of like Frostbear deck, this is probably gonna be the best version of a bear deck for Frost, though I think Glacier Champ's got some sauce to it that we can work with on the Ursical Kione front. But it's going to need the more Frost to do some heavy lifting. For sure, I think. Maybe one in this form? No. Because this is, again, the problem. The idea here, I think, with some Elestrals decks and with the decks that we've seen like succeed and perform are like, one, the decks are either they have two top ends that are pretty solid to deal with. They have one top end that's really scary. This is something like this. Or they have all low end. And that is, I think what I'm missing here is what's our low end that gets into that. Because before, the previous strength of the Bears deck was that you had the ability to go into both the Cryoburn stuff as a big body game ender and the Bears list, which the Bears list is also a big body game ender. So maybe that's why I'm having trouble with maybe what to put in this deck outside of just having general cycling, the decent amount of stuff for it. There's a possibility you go into one copy of a bomb because you're discarding cards with Comagma, so that does load up your underworld for things like the Morfrost cards. I don't hate that. That maybe puts an argument then to be made that you should be playing, I don't know, like the Kione then at that point. Maybe that's part of it. Rhino Bear would be a cook, but a possibility. Ooh, that would be a... Rhino Bears would be, I think, an insane cook. I think Rhino Bears would be an insane level cook. How well it could work? Well, I guess we can find out. Let's see. Yeah, right now I'm retooling my lock deck, and I think it looks okay. I keep on trying to make Posthumous work, but it feels... I fear Lunar relies too much on face down runes to work. There's too much rune destruction. I think the problem with Lunar is legitimately just pace, and well-timed PTAs. I'll say that. It's definitely well-timed PTAs, and it's definitely lack of pace. More doomed than Frost? Yeah. Yeah, we can't build a pure Frost deck. I'll say that. Or pure Lunar deck. I'll say that. We can build a pure Frost deck, but it's going to take some time. But yeah, this is definitely something. All right, so I'm gonna leave Bears here for like a first cook, a first draft. Maybe we can come back to it. Maybe after some testing, I can report back onto it. But I think this is kind of one of those things where it's like Frost in itself has pure versions of more Frost. I think you do have some cards in the element like Waylance that could be pretty okay. But I think overall, your low to the ground options here are still gonna be very strong and offer you the most advantage total. I think for a high end, I think that if you're playing Frost in general, the Magistra cards are pretty decent in terms of, or the Magistra Champ top end is a pretty decent way to look at this. I don't know how strong this is realistically, because we also have Fire Bears to contend with, and I think Fire Bears is pretty slept on, all things considered. But maybe that's just me. Yeah, I think the best way to make Lunar work is to pair it with water. I feel like water Lunar control is the way to go. This is kind of the thing with let's put this as beers. I think that's the thing with water though. Or with water. The water is so splashable. And it does fit into legitimately everything. you get P-Box and then Den, then you lose the game. That's I think why maybe that's why we need to run a third chains, because like we are so reliant on the Ursa combo. But one of the things that was helpful about the P-Box last time was that we had Cryo Vern to back up. So even if you got P-Box, your backup option was go Cryo Vern, and then you're like, okay, I'm still good. But you're right, P-Box we are much more susceptible to. But I don't know. Sometimes P-Box is like the best card in the game. Other times P-Box is like the absolute worst card in the game. But definitely it's a big choke point for the deck. That is absolutely true. All right. Let's move on to Wheel. Let's move on to the Wheel. Let's y'all ready to spin another element to see what we get? Let's go ahead and see another element to get. Wheel. Oh, hey, speaking of water. Oh, we were so close to getting fire there. So close to getting fire there. So close to fire and so close to thunder. All right. Water is still the best deck in the meta. Water has a lot of tools it has at its disposal. I think that things like Caprigal is really strong. I think that the fish engine alone is something that sets apart effectively splashing in the fish into any single deck that you would want. If we're looking at Water's tools it has available to us, it is like everything in the game. We have things like Foamy Champ, we have Eddie, we have Foamy OG, we have Aphros, we have the Jurtagua in the new Jurtagua, we have Galaxy Whale, we have regular Galaxy. We've got a lot, Galaxy Champ, excuse me. Frost and Water really just will not leave H2O as metagame. I'm saying, Water Wind, baby, let's go Pelquarius. I think you have like a myriad of different options. Personally, I've been liking on the fun end of the strategies. I've been liking Caprigal Champ. Caprigal Champ is pretty cool. I like this as a repeatable Equilinx. It's a neat little card. It's not super strong in terms of like super viability, but Chronodile is also an option. Chronodile is a cool card. I saw a Zephyrog list. Shout out to Cinder on this one. Zephyrog is kind of cooking, and I love the fact that you can play it. Locagon is still alive. I think that you can just play a 1/1 high end of Locagon like you could before. Is Terrasail real? No. I wish it was though. I fish it was. Starbit, RIP for now. We'll catch you later in the next one. Globby Champ is kind of funny and kind of interesting, but Fish Terror is a real deck. I think Fish Anything is a real deck. That's the crazy part, right? Is that like we have to consider the fact that the fish deck is legitimately a problem. Now, to the point of Wirtz, I think there is a world where you can legitimately play something like Curibus, Rockin' Hard Place, Eddie, and do pretty well. Now, why is that? This goes back into the theory of 2 drops that do our laundry for us. The first is that I think 2 drops in this game are really incredibly strong in terms of general value, and also just what they can do overall. If you look at the card pool of 2s, they are either big stat bodies that are hard to deal with, or they are do your laundry and big stat bodies, decent enough stat bodies, things like Spinosect, for example. So I think there is a world where you can play Rockin' Hard Place, and this deck does go crazy. Similarly to the First Light Cockray deck, you are just using this as a means to an end to bait out Gorgon's interactions and win combat and trade 1-for-1s until you can then drop your big Curibus with your Rockin' Hard Place, which is kind of how the deck wanted to play in the first place. But now we actually have some reason to play. Locagon is still real, Fish is still real, Caprigal is kind of cool. I don't know if it's real, but it's cool. And Chronodile is still very scary and still very real. I also think too, I've been liking on the more casual sense of this, I've been liking Rise in the Depths. I must do my Ivory Champ posting because we're in water. Let's go, Ivory Champ, let's go. I think Ivory Champ gets really good. Locktober is over. Locktober still exists. It's maybe a little bit less good, but it still very much exists. And it's always Locktober somewhere. Locktoberfest, in fact. Anyways, Rise from the Depths I think is a really cool little strategy. I personally think that Atlantis Rise from the Depths stadium runes are good, especially in a format where combat is more prominent. So I think there's a world in which you can play like fish 5s or fish 6s, fish 6s Manishas, and play stuff like Rise from the Depths to just have a consistent swarm of fish. Now, you cannot do like special cast Aepharos, cast this, and special cast this Aepharos. That doesn't quite work. But you can have, for example, if you sequence it correctly, you can Rise from the Depths back and have a full fish field of like 6s, easy peasy. Eddie also slots into that really well. And like we said, we still have options like our Galaxy Champ, which is, I think, really nice. There is, this is just a good general removal card, along with things like Galaxy. I don't know if Galaxy will be strong with it, but maybe Galaxy will help the fish meta. We're playing against the anti-5s because we're back on 5s. The start of the format, it's always good. So I think there's a world that we can build a bunch of different decks and a bunch of different strategies in a bunch of really cool ways. Let's talk about how we're going to do that. Let me go ahead and turn off the wheel. Boop. And let's build. Poison Elite. You can just Rise to 7. True. I think it's not that bad. Personally, if I'm building water this format, we gotta do 3 Aepharos. We gotta do our 3 Magneros. We might even be playing our copies of Aphrodite's Soulmate. Just a one of. Sounds pretty good to me. We got 3 Shield, 3 Gorgons. Might even play Argo. Because we got, guess what? The fish are in there. I might cut Argo here, because I don't know if I like Argo. We got Aepharos. Fish on fish on fish. 3 Foamy Champ. Absolutely, because what are we getting with Foamy Champ? We gotta be getting ourselves Aphrodite, baby. Easy peasy. Shoutouts to the penthouse fish list. And legitimately, this is just a big chillin'. Is it 3 shield? I think 3 shield is not that bad. Argo's only good with base Aepharos, but this is quite good. Legitimately, yeah. Yeah, it's true. It is only really that good base Aepharos, but it's like, I think there's a world because there's a lack of destruction top end that Argo is just gonna be solid into most combats, right? Plus, unless, again, this is going to the theory, if Argo is good, then maybe Eddie is good, and that's the way we play our rock in a hard place and go nuts from there. I don't really know. This is, I think, Water's low end. When I was playing the Locagon deck for the last premiere, the thing I found was like even just playing a 1/1 high, like top end of this, shoutouts to the Bow list and the Penthouse list, was still just good enough. Good enough. Yeah, if you give a mouse a cookie, right? And this is kind of the hilarious part, is that this is still a very powerful combo. I think it's very viable. I think you can do a lot with this strategy at just playing Lock-On 1/1. And the fish were carrying. The fish were the deck that was putting things over the edge. You would go Magneros into Aepharos, get Aphrodite, get another Aepharos. Or this Aepharos start, draw 2 cards, set 4 counter runes, and big chillin', good to go. It's still lock. Thank you. Yeah, Lizard Wizard gets it. It's like, you don't need much here. You just need this, and this looks strong as it is. We don't even have a target for Argo yet, and we don't even have Ambrosias, which would be pretty solid. But this deck becomes, I think, a lot better still. It's still just kind of good, still solid. You slap on any of the any sort of random 2-drop list on here, and you're good to go, I think. With that being said, like, are we looking at a deck that's going to be good for the premiere? You could play Chronodile. Are we looking at a deck that's going to be like fun to play? You could play you could play like, where are we going here? You could play a deck like the Rise From list, the Gone Fishing list. I think is really solid. I don't know. I saw Zephyrog earlier. Zephyrog's cool as hell, and I like it a lot. Yeah, it's just Bear Bomb. If that doesn't deal with it, they can, yeah, they can just do it every turn. Like, let's be real, right? I think that's kind of the other idea. We haven't even included cards like Ambrosia in here, which this deck can easily slot into. We could play Earth Spirits because we have an Earthquake, right? This deck is this deck in a lot of ways really does build itself. Fish as a low-end engine, super, super strong. Super, super strong. You play 2 champ. I think you can play 2 champ. You really only need 1. But yeah, you can definitely play 2. I think the fish will bait out enough interactions where you're fine. This is such a risky play still, I think, because of how many cards counter the general Locagon, like aesthetic general Locagon field. But I do think that you could play 2 and maybe need to play 2 just on a larger level, but there's oh well. Sleeping on Gloombat, the new Tadpuff. Gloombat, new Tadpuff, and a Drakkeen was a thing. Gloombat for me came up almost never. I'll say that. It came up so infrequently, but it was still really good. It was still really, really strong. I think even with that being said. But yeah, we could probably play 2 Lock. We can probably play 2 Champ Lock. We got to play 2 Galaxy in there too. Maybe even 3. Maybe even 3. Boom. There we are. Gotta play P-Box. We can play P-Box. We have the room for it. Can play Chains. Go nuts with that. Like, look at this deck. Look at this. Look at this deck. This is a solid looking strategy, and we have 4 flex spots. If we're playing the Argo targets, we could play Necklace to search everything. Could be kind of good. Alternatively, play Necklace. We're not playing Distant Kodak. You can play Trident. I don't know. Who cares? It's definitely Necklace though, in terms of what we need to do. Because this also would allow us to open up and search the entirety of our deck, which again, shout outs to Bo and the Fish List. 3 cards. Any 3 cards in the game we can play. This could be more low end. This could be more high end. This could even be, shout out to Justin on this one, 3 copies of Rabbit, baby. Let's go. We're so back. Drops of Leith drip. We could play Leith. We probably could play Leith. That's the crazy part, right? Titanostock. We could play Titanostock. This list, fish plus high end plus whatever is legitimately, I think, one like a formidable strategy. And it's all gonna be about the sauce in between all of it, right? Is that strategy good with the assumption that the game is slowed down? Yes, a little bit, right? I think the idea with this is that because there's so many 5 and 4 breakers in the meta, Ash Rabbit can definitely wall a bunch of them. And the only real thing that gets around Rabbit in terms of pace is a bigger body, which has been slowed down just a little bit, and also removal, a la PTA, a la Earthquake, that kind of thing. It's still, I think in a deck like this, we're splashing the Thunder Spirits, still definitely very good. I think maybe 2 is maybe fine, but it's hilarious, right? Atlantis to turn into 6s. Thank you for pointing that out. So this is effectively what I would build on a like low end if I'm just playing something super safe. If I'm playing the safest of safest water decks, it's probably gonna look something like this. It's gonna be a deck that's like, yeah, this looks like water. This looks like water. It's wet. But here's what we're gonna do. 2 Rabbit is the correct ratio. I'm saying put Rabbit to 1. That way we can only play our champ cards. You know what I'm saying? I don't see any Drakkeens. We could play Drakkeen. We could definitely play Drakkeen. Drakkeen Gloombat's in here. Let's go on to Tractor. Everyone say hi, Tractor. Hello. Good to see you. Hello. But this is kind of the thing with this strategy, right? Is I think that water is good on a level that water is real. The point of that is to say that you can build water a billion different ways till Sunday, and here's how I think I would build water for the most fun that I can put to, right? We've got how I've been playing water against certain individuals in here would be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then my high end that I've been doing, my top end with this has been like 2 Cap Regal champ. I don't think I'm on P-Box. I might be on P-Box. I think I got rid of the After Day Soulmates and instead did like this. It could even be Coastalith. I know that sounds psychotic, but like, look at this list. This list does something. What about Atlantis and then Rise from the Depths? So tinkering idea, absolutely. See, this is the weird part. Like your engine's so in there that you can just go Atlantis, Rise from, bring back any of your 5, 6s, your stat swappers. Like it's nice. I think second Calgary Eagle Champ is bait. It's only pays for itself on the second pop. How many times I want Zeus? Yeah, because of the 5, right? Zeus with the 5s, like Zeus and Demeter in theory are back, probably. Yeah, I think what is the real bait with these cards, honestly, is the fact that this dies to a big PTA, and it's just kind of a small loss in tempo. I like this second Cap Regal and the OG Cap Regal because it does contest a lot of different bodies, and on top of that, it does get your fish engine more back online. Yes, it's in defense position, but ideally you could go with things like Foamy Champ or even the Galaxy to have like a big 5 body in there, which is nice, and then have the idea to stat swap back. This becomes like a 6/9 under Atlantis. Yeah, I think this card is nice. Champ Glaby or Stadium Rise. So that was the other thing I was messing around with was Champ Glaby as your Ascension target, because you can search that with the Foamy, put that in defense, and it's a big body you have to deal with. Gets you your combo with your Rise and also Atlantis. So in this other fish list I was playing, I think I was cutting Ambrosias, honestly, and I played 2 copies of the Glaubys. I don't know if that's good anymore, just frankly, but I think that this is like maybe the part that I'm thinking about, right? Champ Balloon with Chronodile. Absolutely. That's all the other option too for water. You can go fish into Champ Balloon, into Chronodile, into Champ Chautauqua. You can search all of it, and it's still very scary. The question is always going to be like, what's your low end? This for us is the fish. What's your top end? Cap Regal, technically. And do you have any sort of spice or gimmick? For us, that's going to be Rise into the Atlantis like shenanigans. I think that sounds really like a lot of fun. This is still kind of missing some Elestrals. I think we're kind of dude low here. So can Rise act as Tadpuff? Yes. Yes, it can. Rise can act as Tadpuff. The only finicky part is if you special cast Aepharos, then like for any Aepharos off this, you can't go into a second Aepharos to continue your body presence. You have to, this is the key with this sort of strategy that I've learned, is that you have to go figure out like what you're going to be doing with the Rise in advance. Like where's your line beforehand, which does make this a little tricky to get into. Is Oistillery a consideration? I think so. The only problem I have with Oistillery is that it's because it's decreasing card advantage versus a Cap Regal, which is just going to be like, it's large enough to hit over most Elestrals in the first place, and instead you only have to expend your spirits or also reveal second Cap Regal. It's effectively fulfilling the same slot in the way that Oistillery would be, in my opinion, destroying back row more often than not. You do get walled out by big bodies. That is absolutely true. A big defense body would be kind of killer. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the special lock condition is the thing that keeps me from mixing these packages. It'll probably take another set for each half to make it more cohesive. I think it works really well now. I can definitely see with more support, or definitely a like a different Rise searcher or something, that this fish engine becomes a little less of a concession. I think it's still fine. You just kind of have to play in it, like your play pattern. Your play pattern kind of changes a little bit, but 6/7. It's not that crazy, I don't think. Messing around with water a lot over the course of the set. I really liked this shell, but I'm not sure why you're only on one artifact right now. Are those just bad? This was kind of thrown together. Honestly, that's part of this consideration, is that was just saying Argo good, let's throw in an Argo target, being Necklace. So the other Argo targets are still really good. Necklace of Harmonia is insane. Or alternatively, like, again, we could probably play the Trident, but Necklace is still crazy. Poison Tunic is good, especially inside of a deck like Wasp Ivy. And for Earth and Earth stuff, Thyrisis, and also Scythe still come in clutch for sure. Yeah. Oh, so by the way, hello Bobfish. Hello, good to see you. I recognize that name. Hello, hello. You competing on Saturday? Yeah, I mean, finding Rise isn't too bricky. I trust you. Aetheros probably helps, especially because you can Rising Foamy gets you another Nexus Bank. Yeah, like that's kind of the cool thing is that water is very forgiving. Because of the Aetheros engine, you have so much pressure you can put on and just need some counter runes to back it up. You don't really need a lot, and you can also sit on the Rise because Rise Atlantis plus the Aetheroses make them 6s, which is gonna elicit some responses, similar to how I think Morfrost does it. Is this deck good? I think it's fun. I don't know if it's amazing because of how like combo centric it is, and it can definitely get walled out by some defensive Elestrals. So you do need a little bit more of a top end here. So Caprigal might be cope. You might as well just go in for maybe Locagon. That could be kind of good. Alternatively, it really just depends on what flavor of water you're going for. This is not the best water deck, I would say that, but it's definitely something to play around with. What I would say about water right now is if we're going to the bare bones and how I think that water is probably going to be run in the future is something like this. It might not be Argo even, but it's definitely just this shell. This deck is Blastoise about is mayonnaise an instrument? True. No, Blastoise is bad. And Blastoise is bad for one reason alone. Every deck can outpace Blastoise. Every single deck. Thunder can outplace Blastoise. What is that doing against Magnezone? No clue. What is Blastoise and Water deck doing against Suicune Ninja? You might as well play Suicune Ninja. It's not good. I don't like it. Yeah, I run Mono Earth because he uses Earth artifacts and Centaur Engine aside. Centaur Engine's kind of killer, by the way. Love that. Needs more Zephyrog? Hell yeah, we could run Zephyrog. That's what I'm saying. Listen, if we're building Zephyrog, let's build Zephyrog. Can this deck beat Ori? Ooh. Good question. What are we considering EXs? What are we considering EXs? I think where is that frog? There we are. But what if we add the Dark Magician? Yo, it's gone Dooms. Hello, good to see you. My faithful companion. My my friend. I love how Yugi talks about Dark Magician. It's very funny. Considering that it just gets washed every single time. You summoned the Dark Magician into my trap hole. Ugh. I didn't expect a trap card. You didn't expect a lot of things, Yugi. There we go. Every single episode. Alternatively, if we're going for Arcana, that's the I also have a Dark Magician or something. Dense Fog for Ori. Ooh, wait a minute. Hold. Dense Fog can counter Ori. Yeah, we've seen Tech and Dense Fog. That can definitely counter Ori. 100%. 100%. Yeah, my faithful companion, I'm going to transform. That's right. He's a dragon now. Oh, that's kind of cool. I mean, and also, I'm going to fuse him this time around. Right. Okay. Is it good still? Well, we can set magical cylinders again. Cool. What does Eternal Soul do? Don't read that card. Incendiary Parent. I'm interested to hear your opinion on this. I think the big issue that you need is a 5 Terrace plus 1/1 locks, and Draken can be decent. Hey, Draken. I hear Draken, and I know that we have been neglecting Draken a little bit. But I think that could be good too. Lunar is also very well positioned in this meta in terms of its toolbox. It's not a very cohesive deck, but it is still a very strong engine that we're definitely going to consider for another deck as we spin it. For sure. My 3 pet decks at the moment are Aphro, Locke, Centaur, Latagon, champion of Dionysus, and Moose. Let's go! Only 1 of 3 is meta. I think the Latagon deck is really solid. Shout out to PK on this one. I think that I think legitimately Latagon has some sauce in this upcoming format. I think it does. I think it's good. So does it make sense for water? Like we have Zephyrog here as far of our top end. We could just play a billion different ways till Sunday. And even if you want to add suppression in there, go for Monsoon. Easy peasy. Pantera burn with 5 with Nemastar Kamalis. Yo, true. Where's Terrasail? We do need Terrasail up in there. That's absolutely true. So I think this is like maybe part of it is that when we get to Lunar, maybe we'll just build Terrasail, or we're going for the Rune Runes control. Moon Runes. There we go. So water, while I think there's a lot of different ways to skin a cat here. Yes, you can go Foamy. Yes, you can go Veritaqua. Yes, you can't go Tadbuff. Yes, you can go Starbit. The most effective thing I think that your deck could be doing is this. It's Fish, it's Aetheros, it's Magneros, it's Galaxy. It's playing this as your low end option, and then just pick your flavor of top end. Pick your flavor of top end. You could play Zeph. You could play Waylance. You could play Chronodile. It's crazy. You should be playing anything with Unk. True! Yo, how's it going, Arcade Rich? Hello, good to see you. Yeah, where's my Unk? RIP Unk. Unk can come back. What about cats? You can play cats. You can play cats. The cats are not bad. Some would say they're out of the bag even. Mana Earth is fun, just makes my Gruul heart happy. Let's go. Big things to face. So, I don't know. Electronite'd be better. He's my son. Electronite is also great set. Coastal top end? Listen, I think Rise Coastalith is real. I think look at this. This could work. You play Atlantis, Rise, Ascend over Coastalith special cast, a Galaxy Champ, swap all stats, swing. It becomes a 9. Or sorry, it becomes a 10 under the stadium. It's messed up. I keep on forgetting to buy actual live stream packs, so I'm crusty strats. Yo, okay, hit me with your crusty strats. I do want to know. It's because you don't have live stream or enough live stream? Hear me out, Verdalith could be crazy. I'm talking to PK too much. Verdalith is one of those things where when it works, it's terrifying. I'll say that. I've played PK enough times to know that Verdalith champ is actually kind of crazy. Nerdalith can come back, I think. Anyways, so that's the water spiel. Is that water I think is really solid, and can do effectively anything it wants to. It's going to, as far as what's the best thing to do, it's probably fish. It's probably fish. It's probably fish low end, insert 2-drop high end. That's it. That's your formula for water. It's not that hard, and I think it's just solid. So, moving on. Check out the wheel. Let's consult. All right. Ooh, wind. Water is solid, bro. That's ice. Fuck ice. All right. We got wind here on our docket. I think wind is really funny. Hermes time, legitimately, like the best wind deck is probably just Hermes. It's probably just Pantera. It's like Battle Focus is kind of back, so you can play like the Navi Pantera deck. I think that people were sleeping on a little bit of stuff. Aeolus, yo, what's going on, Ricky? Hello. Aeolus could be good. That's the thing too. I think that there's a lot of different ways to build the wind deck. Which one's the best? Well, it's probably just Hermes. So let's build Hermes real quick. Let's build Hermes. First things first. Let me hide the wheel. Champ Verdalith is the best and worst piece of support in all of Elestrals. I actually really liked your diagnosis and kind of your analysis of the Champ Verdalith card in terms of the design implications of it. I thought that was really poignant. I liked that a lot, actually. It's very heads up, I'll say, on the design of a Verdalith champ. All right, so let's talk about the kind of the auto build of the room. Let's build this auto. It's not a wind deck. It's an earth deck with a mask on. I mean, it is a bug deck, and bugs do got the masks. Shouts to Silk Song. All right, so let's talk about, while I'm building this list, I'm going to be building, in my heart of hearts, what I think is maybe the this little, where are we? This little deck's strength. It is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Cool, good enough. 1, maybe 1. It's probably 1, 1. It probably isn't, but whatever. Yada yada, boop, boop. Earth, gotta put off on the Spy Nymph at 3. Check, check. We're going in for our this into our, I don't know if we need that. Dionysus Madness is kind of cute. See as battle tricks go. Why not? Put it in there. PTA, we gotta have it. 3 copies of Gorgon's Gaze, 3 copies of Shield. Easy peasy, easy peasy. We're gonna go for the lunar side of things because I think that this deck can absolutely, in perpetuity, play cards like, where are we? U for one of PTA, because it can play that. I think also maybe plays Champ Spect. Not bad. There we go, we got 4 cards left. 4 cards as a flex spot, easy peasy. Falcane, Chrysor, they can be friends. True! I think Chrysor is actually, Falcane is underexplored. Again, talking about 2 card combos that I think could be good. Falcane is definitely one of them. Tornado's not bad, and it's just about dropping it down, and I think you play the old Falcane over the new one, but could be all right. Don't have enough live stream polls on my got Fair Guys list, and I really want to bring my Krakatuga light. So, ooh, Krakatuga actually is not bad. Let me say on something here. All right, hit me with it. Hit me with it. Pent in Hermes. What? Aren't you going like negative spirits for that? Can't you go negative spirits for that? Is Pigs playable? Pigs was playable last format, I think, because of the wolf. But I think that the thing with the wolf was that you didn't have hurricane pigs to kind of counter it. So no. Just hopped in there, answer Solar. Yo, what's going on, Dr. Barber? Hello, good to see you. Solar is the best deck in the meta. It's good again, I swear. Got rinsed by it a couple times. Shield may not have been in my deck. Gotta play Shield. Where OG carry off? You right. 1/1, easy peasy. And we have 3 card flex spot. Am I missing something? Are we missing a value gainer? We could play 3 rabbit in here if we want. Don't play rabbit. Here we go. Easy. This list builds itself. This list does build itself a little bit, and you have your engine online as soon as it happens. You have a lot of really great stuff around it. The deck can play solid 5s. Earthquake, yeah, that's right. Never mind. We have Earthquake auto include because it is an Earth deck. Might as well. I'm never looking at Earthquake for my decks, by the way. I wonder why. I did play Pierce Turbo in the premiere with Like a Void, but lack of live stream cards meant I didn't have a Lunar Eclipse to do the busted Like a Void turn 1 play. I think what's really funny is that that's still very viable, and it was still really good then. But if you ban, like, could have Like a Void been fine if you just banned Eclipse? Maybe. Haboofin Findust also could be in this list too. I think that's kind of the weird part about it, is that this list is probably the best wind deck in the meta at the moment. You can play Dense Fog. I think is actually not a bad inclusion here either. So it's like, I'll die on the hill that Eclipse is a bigger problem than Void. I think Eclipse opens up a lot that Void definitely didn't need. Void is still a problem in a lot of different ways, especially because turn 1 Void was still kind of an issue. But there was maybe an argument that decks could break apart the Void board easier instead of having like a on turn 2, I get to now remove stuff and go into a non-PTAable, barely Gorgonsable guy. P-Box, yeah, could be, might as well. Let's go P-Box. Easy peasy. Easy P-Boxy. Here we go. This list builds itself. This is not saying this is maybe the best wind deck out there, but it definitely is the wind deck to look out for. It has healing with the Aviolith Champ, which is just an insane card. It's also got native lunar play, so you can play Spectaris or playing the one of PTA, which is going to be good with Synectar Champ. It can play Synectar Champ native, which means it can play Poison Tipped Arrow. It's probably his best turn 1 play. Then we have to have Spy Nymph, which can search out Hermes, which can get into in the Spino Sect. It's the best mid-range strategy I think you can go into. But is this a wind deck? Probably only because your spirit deck looks something like this. Yeah, there we go. I think this is maybe why I would consider this deck like an Earth deck, right? Or Earth deck. Wow, Sir Tractor got me baited. It's a win deck because you have to play this much win for Hermes for Hermes champ. Easy peasy, right? But if I were to build a true to God wind list, and I'm talking no Hermes, right? Hermes, I think, goes into the Pantheon. Hermes is probably still fine. Here is my consideration. Am I wrong? It might be Findust. I think you play Findust into Findust. You go Hermes Findust into Haboofin. It's probably not the bad option here. I think it's maybe a stretch to play, but it is a really strong deck, and you can turbo into, again, a larger dude of the, where are we? The 7. Or Haboofin, old school Haboofin. It's there. With 3 madness, right? Heal no more. Let's go heal more. Right? Like, you have options to go into the Aviolith, into the Boofin. I think Boof is nice. I think Boof kind of got it, right? Like, you go, I think if you're building this list, let's say you are cutting your Spectaris, you're cutting your OG carry off. Sorry, Josh. You're going into Haboofin. Absolutely. I think you probably need to cut down on maybe a shield. Probably Spinosect, because you're on the 2 Haboofins. And let's see what we can cut here. I think we get into a... Three Trickery is so good here, though. 3 Trickery is so good here. Oh, man, what do we cut? It's probably Shield. It's like something like this, right? It's probably something like this. Do we need 3 carry off? Yeah, I think we need 3 carry on for sure. A PTA? I guess we can cut PTA because it's searchable. I don't mind cutting Shield because sometimes this card's just not that good. But it is really good. I heard there was some debate on OG Findus and Hermes, argument being that is more copies of Trickery in Hermes, but is slow. Yeah, that's also part of it, is I think that you could go into, like, ascend over the carry-on, right, that you probably already sent off the Hermes, and you disenchant, you grab back Trickery, and that's good to go. But I think that you do not, I think that's still a little bit too slow. And the fact that it's a 2/2? No way. No way, no way. Wind doesn't have much outside of Hermes, in my opinion. Well, disagreed. All right, so we'll say this is as our Herm list for sure. It's a great segue into, effectively, the TLDR with this one is that Hermes is probably the best wind strategy overall. It's got the best toolbox, it's got the best high end for wind. It's got really great tools in terms of what you can play. It's sort of a splash, like Sun Nectar Champ. You can even play Viscerus if you really want to. It's got Trickery, which is one of the most skill-intensive cards inside of the entire game. Aviolith Champ is the absolute GOAT. Spinosect is crazy. And whether you're playing stuff like Findust or you're just playing a true to the ground, carry off, carry on Bugs deck, sounds great. But Wind, if you're playing Wind, here's the sauce. Ready for this one? You could play Galaxair Ascend. You could play Voltempest Ascend. I don't even think that's a bad idea. Hermes Voltempest is Hermes great. However, I think you could even play Nemasail. That's not going to happen, but here's what I would build in terms of wind if we're going for true wind right now. Are you ready for this? And you're not going to like it, but I think it's probably not that bad. 1, 2, 3. Yo, what's going on, Q? Hello. Hi, Bo. Hello. Hi. Good to see you. Nemasail's really fun. I think the new Nemasail is bonkers. I think this card is insane and no one's playing it. 1, 2, 3. Starting off normal so far. Hey, we're taking a big detour. I'm telling you that. Taking a big The biggest detour of all time. Pelkchamp. Pelkchamp. Pelkchamp could be good. I think that there is like realms in which you go Stratamoth. I think Tornado's fine. Tornado with the P-Gust, right? Cast a 7. It is just extra steps, but you go P-Gust, Tornado, Falocane, 7. Clear the rest of the back row if you want to. Alternatively, go for someone else. I think that's a bad idea. Play the horses. True. No, we can't. Oh, Aosdale. The wind horses. I thought you were talking about solar horses. A wind ascension deck could be really funny. Elestrals effects can't be destroyed by. Is there anything that's particularly relevant again? Maybe Morfrost, also a 4/5, which is not a bad stat line, because a 5 is there. This deck is foul. True. Alternatively, can we Nimbug into where's our Sirikun? Sirikun into Stratamoth? I think yes. That's also I have been on this kick that I'm pretty sure this could work. I don't know why I think it can work. Tell me it's not good. Tell me that Stratamoth into Stratamoth or into Flammoth stuff is not good. Get it out of my head. It's got to be. Sorlets? I don't know if we need the other Sorlets. I think the 5 Sorlet's not a bad idea. Also, again, the thing about Eddie. Flurmurth, true. Flurmurth. If P-Box stays in the main, Hydrake might be too much of a commit. I think that it's similar with, I think it's similar to We Love Mothra. Love the mother of all. I think that Hydrake, similar to a lot of decks that either die to Gorgons or P-Box, is just kind of saying, like, they better have it, because otherwise they're going to be facing down, like, the Twindra into Pantera. Pantera we saw was also really solid in terms of, like, this, again, big bodies that are going to be putting in work. I do think it's a little bit weaker, but it's one of the best wind cards in terms of, like, just big bodies that you can put out there and their opponent has to deal with. Your opponent has to respect Hydrake. It also beats Fish. Which is nice. Building the deck around it, it's a bunch of nothing burgers. I'm kind of saying, right? I don't know. There is a world where we can play 15s with Pelkchamp as well. This is kind of the weird part, is you play like Pelquarius into like a Pantera deck. I don't think that's a bad idea. But I don't know. How do I feel with the rest of the pigs? I think the rest of the pigs are very conditional, right? Like if we're anticipating that something like Zeus is really solid, I do think that Zeus is like a Zeus and the Argo, that kind of thing can work, but I don't know. Other than maybe searching the Aeolus. The problem is, again, the 4 breakers, to me, that's kind of an issue. Like unless you're using this to contest like just a Synectar champ and you're going for the trade. Why does Pelk not work with Locke? Like, what's the point of making Champ Afro? Right. Well, it's kind of silly. Yo's gonna Reapsor. Hello. Falcon has to be good in some way. I think Falcon is good. I think Falcon is really good. I don't know how good, and I don't love the fact there's only a little bit of cards we can really play with this thing. Alternatively, again, like, do we just play Tower of Winds? I think Tower of Winds is so conditional. It's a 3-card combo at that point to do things. Versus, I like the idea of P-Gust Champ going for like a 2-drop, a 2-card combo. I also like Peeg. I think I like regular Peeg. I'm a big fan of regular Peeg. Peeg good as this. Maybe not 2 of them, just a 1 of Peeg. I don't mind 1 of Peeg. I don't know if we're playing Aeolus, but maybe. Let's go ahead and put in our counter runes and etc. We probably do have to play Corrosion. We probably gotta play Tsunami. We probably gotta play Tip. We probably gotta play Gorgons. Probably gotta play Shield. We might not have to play Argo. Probably not Argo, unless you're playing like a Nexuser off something. We're at this point again. We're missing like our solid lineup of dudes at this point, which makes like a wind strategy like kind of funky. Like, what's your low end? What's your top end? Is kind of the idea. We have our low end of the pigs. We have low end of Hydrakes. And then we have our top end of like P-Gust into Phallocane, which I think is really like interesting. We also have our Pantera line, which is kind of in our other high end of Hydrake in terms of our big bombs. I don't know. If we play the Champ Galaxair, I think there's a possibility just in case we run into the one. It's like a one of that might be fine to do. I'm going over to Lunar side because I think that Wind combat with Nabi is very interesting. I think that Nabi is back on the menu, that Fish is back on the menu. But is that a little bit too committal, and does that work out in the way we want it to? I don't know. But it might. Big Knobster back in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bricks in the deck, effectively. Not necessarily in some capacity. Do Toolbox with Aeolus a bit more? I don't know. Like, you can. I have always liked Toolbox in early Aeolus builds because it feels like Wind has a lower pool of like quality Elestrals. But I think we do have enough stuff to where it can be kind of fine to do. I don't know. Again, this is like, if you're just tuning in at the moment, the thing that I'm kind of wrestling with Wind specifically, not just Lunar, is that Wind, I think, has 2 routes. One, Hermes. The other is Toolbox, or something kind of interesting, like a Nemasail or a Nimbug strategy. I don't know if that's good or not, you know? Especially because it's like speed and consistency. Like, what's the low end for Wind that they have? It kind of used to be Storlet, but Storlet's also high end. Storlet, the OG Storlet, I think, is actually really solid. It's a big dude. Wind Nexus, Burnate, everything. True. I like Wind Nexus for like the Toxic Swarm burn. I think it's not a bad idea. But also these stats lines are just not convenient enough for, I think, the for the deck. We're also playing a lot of bricks in terms of what we could be doing here. I do like P-Gust into Tornado. I like it. But is this high end of a 7 body that much better? Maybe. Maybe the idea is that we have the spice of this deck being something like this. We're playing our low-end combat stuff, and then our high-end is just our cool tech of Phallocane. How much is this actually going to come up? I don't know. I really don't know. But it could be kind of terrifying to have a Navi put down, Navi on the board, going for Doppelgator, then the next turn you drop P-Gust. Are you still winning if you can drop Doppelgator plus a dude? Probably. And that's maybe my only concern here with this strategy, is in Elestrals, it's not just about like giving, if you give a deck a cookie, if you give a mouse a cookie, deck building in terms of spirits, it's also in terms of like if you are already in a board state where you can comfortably sit on like a Doppelgator or a dude, plus then you get down P-Gust, another dude, you probably are winning, right? Yeah, anti-synergy if double comes out as awkward. I think it's awkward, but I don't think it's that bad. This sounds really strange to say, but I think that in a lot of ways, the yeah, I don't know. What if you peek into Tornado into Foul, then whatever Phallocane clears makes room for things like the Drake and Nabi? Exactly, right? I think that that's the point, is that this thing is your arbiter of doom and ultimately gives you a route to go into your other guys. Like, maybe this clears the space in a very spirit efficient package, and then you also have your other spirit efficient package with like Hydrakes and Nabis. That's winning combat consistently. Now the question is then, what would be the last 3 cards in here? Maybe it's Leith, because maybe it's Leith. I don't know. Maybe it's Argo. Maybe it's Leith. Maybe it's Argo. Maybe it's another dude. Maybe it's like you're playing Synectar Champs at 3. But can you afford the spirits? Maybe not. I don't think so. Gloombats, maybe. Gloombat wouldn't be that bad. I think Gloombats there's a world like the going second deck is kind of neat. Imagine if Lethal Soul 1 cost. True. I would love if Lethal 1 cost. That'd be so sick. It would be maybe better in a lot of ways, you know? But I don't know. Let's pick something to do. And this would be like an interesting tryout. It could be Monsoon, probably. Earthquake, Laurels, Leaf. You know what? Hell yeah. Earthquake, Laurels, Leaf. The perfect deck. I'm with you on that one. Breeze? Breeze of Zephyros is one of the funniest cards I've ever played. Nexus Wind onto the P-Gust is hilarious. And it gives everything +2 is not that bad. But why is this card Nexus? Why isn't this card just Solar Wind, give everything +2/+2? It becomes like a better Argo for Wind and Solar. That sounds really nice, actually. I think this one is definitely undertuned for what it is, but I also think it's hilarious. So I love Breeze as a concept. I love all the Bag of Winds cards, but I think ultimately Breeze is my most saddest because the rest of these I can see how these things are doing. It's Breeze that sit here and I think, wow, what do we do? Yeah, Breeze for Windburn. That's true. It does have some good gotcha moments as well. I agree. It's like I think all the wind cards have good gotcha moments. Mistral, Laborious, Monsoon of Earth. It's like they're counter runes. It's kind of the point of them being counter runes, that they're all gotchas in some way. But yeah, I think that for the most part, Wind struggles with a couple things. First, stats. There's only so many dudes that have really good stats in terms of the Wind engine. 2, top ends. The top ends are removal based, which is really nice. Things like Fallowcame or their battle focus, things like the Pantera or things like the Aosdale. Not the Aosdale, actually it might be Aosdale. Hold. Or is Horse? Horse. Glidesdale. But I think the really weird part is that ultimately speaking, it's missing its stuff outside of like Tornadgen, right? Windgen was a great thing for Wind to play with, but even this fits better into Solar than it does really into Wind proper. But what is your Wind top end that's winning you the game other than maybe Blizzstrix, which is a Frost card? Stratamoth, which I think is really cool, but how often are you really getting off Stratamoth, right? Infrequent. Tower of Wind was supposed to help kind of like get some of these strategies out. Fulgorix is really cool. I like Fulgorix as a wind boss, but ultimately Wind is lacking depth. It's lacking a card pool that slots into itself well. I do think P-Gust Fallowcane is the best step forward for Wind. It gives it an identity and something to do. I like that a lot. Otherwise, you're playing Findust, which kind of slots better into Hermes. Galaxair, cool removal card, right? I think Wind had a lot of strengths into a format like this. But there's not a whole lot of cards in here that I can say really truly compete with the modern live stream landscape, because they're great 1-for-1 value, but not often are you finding things that ascend into themselves, or a special ascend or special cast, other than maybe Findust, P-Gust, Nemasail, which are all, you know, I think perfectly balanced and fair. But fair is not really winning games, right? It might be. It might be. But we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I once forced a race to the top to pop a rabbit by breezing and lost the game. Awesome. Really funny. Unfortunate, but really funny. I'm gonna go with Peem on this one. Unban Hurricane exclusively for P-Gust. That's true. New rule, you can't play Hurricane unless you're playing 14 Wind Spirits with it. And then you know what? Maybe it'd be good. Maybe we'd see Hydrake Pantera do something. Sorry, Ari. But this is what I would say in terms of our fun list for Wind is something like this. That sounds pretty nice to me, at least. All right. So first things first. Here's our wheel. Back on the wheel. We have 5 elements left. We're almost at the halfway point here for the build, for the stream builds. I have my shawarma here, which I haven't been eating for a little bit. I might take a couple bites of this while we're working, and go from there. So first things first, not the drops. We gotta go the drops of lead. Absolutely, the one of. We had 3 extra slots. It's wind. What are we gonna do with it? All right, I'm gonna spin this wheel. I'm gonna go grab some water and chill out for a second. In the meantime, I'm gonna hit you with some keys and the wheel. Everyone say hi, keys. Keys. And spin the wheel. All right, I'll be right back. Oh god, Lunar. Alright. Oh god. Okay. Lunar's weird. So oh god, this is probably the worst deck inside of the meta right now. Now, why is that? Lunar, I barely know her. True. Hey, listen, we tried. All right, so this is kind of the weird part about Lunar. Let's say goodbye to the wheel. Bye, wheel. Thank you, wheel. 4 elements left to go. We're about the halfway point of this. But let's talk about why I think Lunar is legitimately, and in some capacities, the worst element in the game right now. Now, Wind has stuff like Hydrake. It's got some combos like P-Gust into Falocane, for example. It is even splashing Lunar cards like Nabi. But the thing about Lunar, when you take a look at the Lunar pool of things, what is Lunar doing for its top end? The answer is kind of nothing. This is a very complex topic, and I don't necessarily, it's hard to kind of wrap around this specific thing because there are a lot of great top ends for Lunar. Things like Carry Off, which is, of course, a Hermes thing. We don't count Hermes. We've got Pharaohgeist. We've got Terraheart. We've got Terrasail. Let's go. We used to have Lyca Void, which OG Lyca Void is still good. I'll just say it. But yeah, its top end is Pantera. True, exactly. See, the thing about it is that there's a lot of good individual Lunar cards. Things like Spectaris, things like Werepup, things like Toxiri. But its top end things like Volclips, like Posthumous, like Theraheart, like Pharaohgeist are so committal. They take a lot of commitment to actually do. And so how do you build a good Lunar strategy that's pure Lunar? I don't think you can. But what is the best deck running the highest concentration of Lunar cards? Well, I think it's actually Antitan. Oddly enough, I think it's Antitan. But like there was an argument to be made that with the previous Champion of Artemis Lyca Void, you could go into things like Terrasail. Like here you go. But I think ultimately speaking, there is no certain turbo-outable thing except for the Nabi engine. Nabi into stuff, right? Werepup into Lyca Void. Spectaris, it just turns into good stuff turbo, and maybe it's just okay. I need Dense Fog for Ori. True. All right. On that too, if it was cleaner to get to Champ Moose, you could really have to bet on farm that the Moose make it to. Also true. Hydrapple's Gaze. Oh. Antitan to Pharaohgeist. Also true. All right, let's build a Lunar deck with what I think is maybe the best Lunar strategy for like an all-purpose Lunar build. Let's just say that. It's gonna be with Moose, a 1/1 Moose. It's gonna be with Terraheart. It's gonna be with Nabis. It's gonna be with Fawnlets, maybe. Where's Fawnlet? Where's the baby? There's baby. And it's gonna be with Artemis. It's gonna be with Rise. It's gonna be with Full Moon, but not this one. We're actually just gonna go ahead and go into the Lunar Eclipse. Only really need one of them. I argue you could probably run 2 in this deck because of how it works. Artemis PTA is probably not bad. Let's go and get our Mirepoix in there. Let's go with Tsunami, Artemis Deadshot. Probably only 1 or 2. PTAs, Gorgons. Ooh, this is looking rough. It's again, part of this is that there is a sort of like question of, are we building pure? And is the pure good enough? Or are we doing like something else? I don't know. Because Terraheart is really strong once you get the Ascension down, but it's a little committal. Is Lyca Void anything? Oh, skip from Tartarus one? Not really. It's fine and it fits better with the theming of suppression, but it is still lacking because it's a little too restricted. It's fine in terms of body, but you'd rather play the old Lycovoid, honestly. Yeah. And Gloombat is Tadpuff. I think Gloombat's not bad inclusion here. I don't hate Gloombat in terms of things to do in this deck. Poisonally. I think Artemis is very strange here in terms of Elestral. I think Suppression is very well positioned. I think Suppression is very good, but I don't know if it's in this shell, so to speak. So like taking a look at this, you can kind of dissect some of the problems with Lunar at the moment. One, it's like, what are your quality guys? It's Were Pup, it's Specteris, it's Navi, it's maybe Toxicity to get your Dense Fogs, and that's kind of nice. What's your top end, right? These are so committal, and it feels like it's just half a deck. Yeah, it feels like it's a good engine. It feels like it's got good pieces, but as a cohesive whole, I don't love it personally. Part of that's because Fawnlit, is understated and it's kind of fine. If I am to replace, whoa, that Shawarma is coming in hot. If I am to replace cards inside of this deck with something a little more of my speed, like let's build what I think is the best Lunar deck inside the entire meta right now. Let me just show you, and it's exactly what I think it would be. I can build it with almost my eyes closed. For a second, I was like, "Am I on a repeat of this?" I am. But let me show you with my eyes closed. I can do this with my eyes closed. Ready? 1, 2, 3. I can't do my eyes closed. I can't click that fast. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1. Boop, boop. Lunar stuff in there. I think Nabi is very good, honestly. 1, 2, 3. 1, 1. I don't know if Spec's good in there too. We'll go Champ Spec. I like Toxicity in here. A little bit are a little two of that could have. 2 Dense Fog sounds great. 1 you, 2 of you, absolutely. 3 of you, one of the best cards inside the entirety of the game. We go with 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And I'm missing 3 cards out of my Antitan list that I thought I had all back. I think this was Hopperoo in this slot, was Hopperoo before. And would I play Hopperoo again? Probably not. Gloombat is a consideration. Gloombat didn't really come up super often, but it did allow us for some cool stuff with Aardvarm and to clear some of the way for our Aardbud to come out. That was kind of nice. I didn't hate that. Would I rather play a 3rd shield? Probably. I think we'll go in for a 2 Tsunami here. Alternatively, it was something like, I think we ran the Dionysus Madness, which is more ways to protect our Aardbud in turn 1s, which is not too bad. I do like it in terms of like general stuff. Earthquake. Yeah, you're right. Wait a minute. Why am I always forgetting Earthquake? I wonder. There we go. Hopper Vis, I think I'm putting it in Gloombat instead of Vis in my list. I really don't like Viscerus. I think that you get better value off Nabi, personally. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a more aggro-focused Lunar with Guardian, Void, and some Nabi stuff, though that's probably the better as an Aphrodite deck. Absolutely, because you do the hard ascensions, right? I think that the reason why this list kind of came to me in this way, like, technically, Nabi's in the OG list that I was playing on like the Lumaru when I was playing on the Ruminous Rumble, which shout out to Lumarus, by the way. I would love to do a second one. This is effectively the same list. I just cited into Nabi's whenever I needed it. But why this works so well, or why this did work so well, is because looking at the other lists, they were, I think, a little bit too suppression focused. While suppression is very well positioned, a la things like the Poison Tipped Arrow, Artemis's Arrow, the PTA, and also the Dense Fog, I don't necessarily think that it's that strong in terms of like as a central mechanic. Like not Navi. Artemis is a nice recursive value of it, but it's again a little committal, and on top of that too, it's like, what are you really hitting with that card, right? What are you truly suppressing? Halftime 2 stats are coming into play. And so I feel like you'd rather have just like a decent conga line of big beaters. On top of that too, yes, there are things like Pandora's Box for Ardbud and Ardvarum, but these are strong enough dudes in their own right that I think that it's worth playing. You have enough starters in the form of Ardbud, Synectar, Toxiri, the Werepup, to get you some really nice value out of what you can do. The Werepup Like Void engine was consistently doing so much work, and if this was able to stick on its own, clearing the way for something like the Ardvarum line was potentially pretty easy. Nabi was also really, really strong at effectively trying to trade for ones. You can also search it with the Ardbud, which sometimes in a matchup like the Aphros or Morphrost helped extremely. This Morphrost and the iWooly decks and the kind of the faster spam dudes on the board was this deck's worst enemy. And I don't know, Madness over Tsunami could help Nabi get over Aphros and Tsunami boards. I think you main Tsunami and then side in the Madness. I'm with you though. I eventually transitioned, congratulations, into doing Tsunami because I felt like I needed cards that Synectar and Ardbud could also hit over, and because of dealing with wide boards like Morphrost, which I do think will have some sort of representation inside this upcoming meta. And this deck, I think, also plays well into dealing with certain wide boards, using your Poison Tipped Arrow effectively as aggressively with things like your Spectaris champ, I think was also part of the key. One thing that I kept on like kind of understanding is that from like players playing this deck as like the combo strategy of getting the combo down is that that's nice. But one thing this deck can do very effectively that other decks can't necessarily do is trade value 1-for-1 with your high quality dudes, and then also have Spectaris come out as like your special cast a la Gloombat. Gloombat's a consideration in this deck in terms of the side because I think if people are playing heavy back row, it's not a bad idea in general. I do think too that Gloombat can help set up Ascension plays with Ardvarum when there's no other options, but I think Gloombat is sometimes not that great. There have been several times where it's like, well, if they're only playing one counter rune in the first place, then I think it's probably fine just to run out like the thing that might lose to it, because hey, they have to get the 50-50. And most times it is Gorgons, which is fine. But if they Gorgons the Ardbud like on like an Ascension or something, or on the cast, you have a lot of ways to still play around like, oh, I drew my arrow into Spectaris and now I get a body, plus I can counter runes. It's interesting. Hopperoo is one that I think Hopperoo was really strong in this deck for accruing value, but you know, yeah, I don't know. Yo, how's it going, Law? Everyone say hi, Law. Good to see you. No spice, no heat. Were you PK? Were you playing against the Voltempest list? Were you playing against the Voltempest list? You have to tell me if legally you were playing against the Voltempest list. I know the Dense Fog. I think 2 is probably fine. Other Dense Fog is not that great. It's fine. The stats changing stuff is okay, but typically the cards in the game that are doing the stat increasing, decreasing is on itself the Elestrals effect versus like a Stadium. But Stadiums are a consideration, so it's not a bad option. You Voltem game 1 unlocked. I got by Voltempest a bunch of times. I'll say that, PK. Don't feel too bad. The Voltempest deck is legitimately very, very strong. It's good. It's a good deck. It's a good list. Yeah, it's a very well-seasoned bird. True. Go Birds, by the way. Oh, I guess RIP Birds, too. Title's also really irritating quality like Thunderstorm, where if you give it an inch, they'll go all the way on you. It's so true. Like, one thing that I think is really interesting about Titan is that once again, it slots in very well against people playing Synectar champ, or if they're playing Hermes. There's a lot of bugs in the game that Ardvarum deals with well. The kind of weird part is this deck does build tall, and so you do have to kind of consider that as an option. But for the most part, this is what I would consider to be maybe the best lunar strategy, as far as taking your toolbox of lunar cards and giving them to a deck that I think has a good enough top end and a pretty good mid range that you can play effectively. On that note, so many of the lunar cards that are good are bugs. Nabi, Spect, Toxiri. What's up with that? It's the A-Drive agenda. I don't need to not know that. But I think it's so funny that like some of the best things you can be doing in lunar are bugs, and you can play the deck that searches all the bugs. It's a bug, not a feature, or whatever. What'd I say? Yeah, so that's part of it. As a Bud player who ran Toxion in early livestream meta, it felt good then bad. I've shifted to Gloom over Toxion. I think so, right? I think that there's like Gloom and Toxiri and like the bugs. I think this is the weird flex spot of the deck where I like Toxiri now because there's not as much Wolf. The last premiere was kind of funky to deal with because you did have the Leica Void to contest with. And so Lunar was not super well positioned because Dense Fog was less effective. It was still good because it ended up being that the top decks in the meta were still just like decks that were not Lunar, similar to how Tsunami Theory kind of goes. But it's a big plus of this deck, I think, to be playing cards like this. That also being said, I think there's a world where regular Spect comes in here, and this is your solid big body dude who also gets over things like Lockagon, also gets over things like your Aphros package, which Nabi slots into a little bit better and doesn't necessarily die to like, you know, Shield or Gorgons, kind of. But, you know, there's that. So, for my money's worth, I think this and the Titan deck is probably the best Lunar thing you could be doing. If you wanted to be doing other Lunar things, I cannot fault you for that, but I just look at the Lunar pool and think, wow, that's dark. But I also think to myself, I don't know what else it could be doing. Penthouse swears up and down that Crypt Walk is good. Insane they called it that, by the way. I love that. Crypt Walk's crazy. Corvus Skull's hilarious. Gambit end up in here. You could. I'm gonna build Fulgorix. Pharaoh guys try to stop me. Legitimately, I think Fulgorix is super sick. Seriously, try to stop me. I need to be stopped. Only Rybot thinks that. Shoutouts to my goat. Fulgorix is so funny. Fulgorix and like some of the Lunar stuff are like the epitome of this card is good and is super strong. By the time that you're getting to Fulgorix, how often are you actually like needing to get into this card? I don't know. It is the knife twist that wins the game, usually. But I don't know. I like Fulgorix though. Fulgorix is cool. I also, in my mind, think to myself like of the Elestrals ads that are like, harness the power of the moon with the mighty Pharaohgeist or the strong Fulgorix. Like one of those. He's not a representative of the whole Penthouse. Let me be clear. Rybot does not speak for the entirety of Penthouse. Penthouse Collective disavows the Spiders is a good deck, we swear, but it's not just Rybot that says that. Gambit is apparently Dan's favorite card based on the merch and alt arts. Gambit's a super cool card. People hate on Gambit for like having all the arts and stuff, but Gambit's super sick. I like Gambit a lot in terms of its like design. I think its stats are pretty silly, and I love Gambit. Gambit's like super neat. See the 7th Gambit printing? Is there a new Gambit printing? That's awesome. That's so good. Wait, is that true? So this is Teen Titans. Found an error EOP, a marble gamble with a stellar foil. Oh, banger. I just hate it for being a coin flipper. Yeah, shout out to Pokemon. So Pokemon Pocket has really opened my eyes to coin flip decks where it's like kind of fun, but I can't take it that seriously. So I like the fact that Gambit is a coin flip card that does not just win you the game on the spot. It might win you the game on the spot, but it's like it doesn't do your laundry. Once we get coin flip cards that I think are either preventative or they start being a little more sketchy, I think that's when the game gets a little more goofy. But Pocket has opened my eyes to the fact that some coin flip cards are perfectly fine. Other coin flip cards are abominations. Misty still is an abomination. Celebi still is an abomination. Shouts to Team Rocket Grunt, abomination. But they're really funny and really cool. Because most are not hard once advantage is kind of irrelevant. Also fair. Arcana Force, let's go! True. Give me a bad coin flip deck. Coin flips that are so bad, in fact, that when you do them, you lose the game on the spot. So it's just a true flavor card. It's the Gambit line. Like it's a series of Gambit-centric cards that say like when you activate Gambit's effects, when you get Tails with Gambit, flip it again. Like what's that one card that people were playing in Duel Links for a while, the Bandit Keith stuff? Do that. That'd be really funny. Flip this card upside down. If this card's upside down. That'd be really funny. Sasuke Samurai number 3? True. Yeah, it also had Champs and Tarbor. Oh, I did see that. I did see the Champs and Tarbor thing. That was hilarious. I love that. That card's actually cool. I think misprints like that are like hilarious because they, in some ways, I think are cooler than the actual champion card. And this is coming from someone. Okay. Do y'all? I gotta come clean with y'all. Who here, show of hands, has cards on Elestrals Collect? Who here has cards on Elestrals Collect? Who here? Hi. Me? Hands? Nope. Hi. Me. Perfect. Leaderboards on the Elestrals Collect. The Elestrals Collect thing are really funny to me on the Elestrals Collect registry. Let me pull this up real quick, and I'm gonna do this. And do y'all know how the leaderboard works on Elestrals Collect? Do y'all know how it works? There's a leaderboard. There is a leaderboard. So here's the leaderboard for Elestrals Collect. Just a small thing. The leaderboard for Elestrals Collect is hilarious to me because it's like you get points based off your stellars. So it's like, this is just an example, but it's, you know, the X of 99 population, rounded up -1, maximum 10, multiplied by 10. Hilarious. But it's like, you get points based off of which ones you pulled. So Dan having 200 stellars at the very first place is great. Shouts to Brandon as well. Here's T-Fry. Stellar Christoph, 76, is also pretty interesting. Zero, shout out to Zero here. Full Frontage is here too. There's like a lot of names you'd recognize in the community here. So we scroll down just a little bit, and we see on the next page, I'm 29th on this leaderboard on the all-time players who have registered stellars, the highest rarity cards inside of the Elestrals game. Again, right above PokeMD. Shout out to Joey, by the way. So it's funny. I have 4 stellars. Meanwhile, Cards and Coffee, for example, has 26. Now, you might be asking yourself, Swole, why don't you register more stellars? I've never registered a stellar in my life on here. Do you want to know why on this leaderboard? It's all my prize cards. Accidentally, the biggest flex I could probably do is one day I was like, why am I on this leaderboard? I opened up the thing and I'm like, that's crazy. The only reason I'm on this leaderboard is because of my prize cards. It's a little funny. I have a lot of stellars that I haven't registered on here. It's just because I just haven't done it yet. But I kind of don't want to because look at this spread. That's you know, it's the most incredible high flex bit I think I could ever do is be on the leaderboard because of just the amount of cards I've won. It's very funny to me. It's very funny. It's very funny. Oh my god. Also, hey, how's it going, Skyhawk? By the way, I haven't say hi, Skyhawk. Good to see you. Hello, hello. I love your new Jabez cover, by the way. If y'all aren't following Skyhawk on Blue Sky, I'd recommend it. Skyhawk had a really great cover of Feather. I think is it Love Too Sick? Or there's another, I think it's Love Too Sick. That's another one that I do like from Nujabez. That'd be a pretty good one. Though I think that one has like a bunch of different I can't remember exactly how many people rap on that one, but that one is really solid. I like that cover a lot. And Nujabez is what is based. Module Soul and Counting Stars is one of my other favorite ones too. Aruian Dance, shout outs to the Sunflower Samurai and to Shimmer Shampoo. That whole album is phenomenal. Every single track is a pretty big banger. And it's so funny too, because I did download and I have some of the larger collective works of Nujabes and Fat John. And it's like when I have a nerdiest thing I could ever maybe talk about. But I have a Tanjara, which is effectively just a open source iPod. This thing, I have my Nujabes collection on here, and it's not organized very well. So on my in my artist, half of them are just people who are either featured on our Nujabes or Fat John, including Nujabes as well. Nujabes. So like I go down to like Destiny's Child featuring. It's like Force of Nature is on here as like a listed artist, and Nujabes, which is hilarious. And you scroll like a little bit further down, and it's like, oh, hello? How'd that happen? Back. Like, Meanie is on there. And that's specifically for that. Shouts to Lauren Hill, by the way. Under Nelly in number 9. Yeah, but like Nujabes is on here like 4 times because of this. It's really hard to see. But hold on. Hold. It's just really funny to me. There we go. And on top of their other features and everything, it's really very funny. It's really very funny. Once again, like, this thing is not sorted well, and I do need to go through the metadata at some point in time and actually like figure it out. But I just thought I'd point out that there. Separate device for music too, great for listening without scrolling. It's awesome. I have really appreciated getting something like this, and I'd recommend if people are really trying to to detox from the endless doom scrolling of everything, I would recommend getting like separate players for things. Single-use devices are great. There's a reason why we did have them for a long time, including watches, including journals, including things like iPods and iPod Touches, etc. And they're great. They're great for media. They're great for experiencing stuff and being very purposeful about it. That's one thing I've really liked about like a more mindful consumption of media. This goes into like also why I love physical media in terms of books, in terms of like stuff, is because I think this is like gonna add up to the word doom scrolling. No. I'll recap after a little bit. But the big TLDR is that I think that in general, having single-use devices is extremely worth it. I think single-use devices are a great way to clear your headspace. I think single-use devices clear up a lot of clutter in your life. Oddly enough, despite the fact you have probably a few things for them, and make it easier to be more intentional about what you're consuming. And it goes for books, it goes for movies, it goes for shows, it goes for music. It's like the quote unquote sweat equity argument of things I don't particularly love or subscribe to a lot of times, because I feel like that also diminishes a lot of like why things are good, why things are bad, why things are feel different. But there is an argument to be made that when you yourself make the choice and decision to experience, to interact with and engage with art or media, literature, really anything that we are actively intaking, then, you know, it feels different. You think about it differently. You also might have opinions on it, or you might not. Maybe it's a little bit different, right? And that goes for everything. So there's that. You read books, name all of them. Oh God, I don't even have a joke for this one. Listen, if you told me to name every woman, I could do it. But I don't think I can name every book. I'll say that. Where are we at, by the way? Whoop. All right. Name every woman? Shaka Khan. Easy. Free. That's a joke for maybe like 5 of you. Didn't even include my mom. No, Shaka Khan's in there. She's every woman. That's what I'm saying. I appreciated it. Thank you. Speaking of through the fire. All right, so here's the thing. We have now Lunar. I think this is the best Lunar strategy you could be playing. Yes, you could probably play something like Drak Kid Control. You could probably play some Rock and Hard Play shenanigans. You could probably play things like Moose. You could probably play things like Terra Heart. I think there is a level to where that's fine. The format is slowed enough to where the Terra Heart probably can be safe. But for my money's worth, I think if you're going to play a sizable Lunar package in any deck, it might as well be within the greatest Earth deck of all time. Now, moving on. Let's go to the wheel. We have 4 more elements to get into before we crown our decks for the night. The last one we got for Lunar was not that hard in terms of deck to build for my pick for what a Lunar deck could be, but it was pretty difficult in terms of talking about the struggles that Lunar has. Perfectly fine. We're gonna go on to Thunder. Thunder is one of my favorite elements of all time. Not a shocker. Won a couple premieres with them, and also I think Thunder has some of the coolest cards in the game. But yeah, here's content. Hello, good to see you. Love the stream, so I'll keep them going. Hey, I appreciate that so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you all for being here too, by the way. I know it's been a little while, and it's been a little bit since we've talked face to face. Shouts to Daft Punk on that one too. But I think getting our thoughts out on this, getting back into Elestrals, and preparing for this big premiere upcoming this week, but also for the practice tomorrow and for other things going on. I'm happy to be here. Absolutely. Yo, it's that Millmaster Michael. Oh, let's go. An easy answer for Thunder. It's just It's just Aphros. We're just gonna build Aphros again. Aphros Rabbit. Let's go. Hestia and Champions of Zeus with Hestia and Warmites. Are you kidding? There's no way. There's no way. Hi, San. Hello. Good to see you. Hello. Oh, San, by the way, those outfit recommendations were perfect. And I think between the two, I got to go with top and bottom middle are probably the easiest to do if I can get the pants and that turtleneck down. Otherwise, though, perfect style for it. It was great. It was wonderful. All right, so let's talk about Thunder. Thunder has a lot of different ways to skin a cat, and Sparket's been through Tartarus a couple times, right? So I think there is an argument to be made that there is a new Champ Zeus deck that's been on the horizon recently, did pretty well at the last premiere, and I think is very solid. I like the deck a lot. I've been waiting for Champ Zeus to be good, and I've been waiting for Thunder to have its day in the sun once again. Thunder's got a lot of great stuff. Let's talk about the tools Thunder's got. It's got Rabbit, best card in the game. It's got Boombat. It's got a Yusef Elchik. It has Amp Up, which is a good explosive tool. It's got Jolton, which is a really great search erase. Top is back at 3. It's got its full Zeus line, which is a great Thunder toolbox deck that I really appreciate and love. I like Fun Glow. Let's go, Fun Glow. It's got access to Magneros for the Aphros line. It's got a heal with Quackle. It's phenomenal. I love it. Sparket for the hand rip. Also got some Sparket Champ Zeus for its search. Titana Strike is a pop, also pretty decent. And Titana Strike. Search is Thunderstorm. Thunder is such a well-rounded. Oh, I forgot to talk about this card in the game. Let's go, Onk. Onk! It's got the best, I think, well-rounded mix between decent top ends that do a very effective way of handling the game, and really solid one-drops that do a lot, but aren't necessarily overtuned. Rabbit's like a little strong, but you know, the game is moved a little past Rabbit, but it's great. I think this is like legitimately awesome, right? Riceros is a power play. It's just another Riceros. Got it. Shoutouts to that. I don't know how many people know of the "It's just another Riceros" meme, but shout out to Shoutouts to Tailwinds. Yeah, this was awesome. Voltempest Cuz is also just Pantera. I legitimately do think there is an argument to be made that the 3 best Thunder decks are as follows. There is a world to go Champ Zeus deck, right? Champ Zeus with the Voltempest line. Where is our Voltempest? It's good. Combat is so back. Combat is so back, and this is such a strong card. On top of the fact that you have access to things like the Griff which is just, again, really strong. Minusing a very wide board is really good. I think this is where this deck struggles with is, of course, building wide. I think that's why you potentially even build for fish, right? You have Boombats and Fungo Charges and Galvenom. Everyone, I'm so happy you said Galvenom. I have been sitting here, thunder sauce in my titties, thinking to myself, I'm pretty sure I can go Funglo Charge to get into something like Signetric, right? But then I'm like, why would I need to go Signetric when I can just go Galvenom? Galvenom's goofy and fun. This card's sick. It's a little expensive, but you can play Quackles on top of that, right? But you can do it. It's there. Ascend with the Funglo into stuff is just like very solid, I think. I think it's very solid. I think it's really quite good. Imperial and Galvenom, I'm saying. It's awesome. It's awesome. All right, so the Champ Zeus deck is one that I think is like really interesting, right? I don't know if I like this likable over this one, but you can play 1/1. It's probably just completely fine. I get the idea is that you're trying to go for more of the Voltempest deck, but that's okay. Go for 3 Zeus. I don't know if you play race top, but you can play 1 Thunderstorm, maybe 2. So we're gonna go for the Champ Zeus of this one. We're also going for Champ Zeus of Sparkit. I don't know. I don't love Fulgorix, but Fulgorix is fine. It seems okay. We are going to play our 3 copies of Ampup, 2 copies of Champup. I think it's an argument that maybe you could play 3 or more. Let's go into this. It's a pretty heavy deck, so I think we could probably play some Ambrosias up in there. Go with the U. PTAs maybe. Looking solid. Thunderstorm Supercharge to get back the energy off the Galvenom. Also not a bad idea, actually. So this is like fine, right? Play a Griffuse in there too, because we do kind of want a Griffuse, maybe 2 Griffuse even. I don't even hate 2 Griffuse. A lot of like big dudes. We might need like one more solid guy. And I hate that we don't have like a decent one of it. Could just be Laurels, or the second Thunderstorm could also work out too. I don't hate that. EQ. Oh yeah, wait a minute. Wait a minute, I'm silly. Yeah, it's probably EQ. It's probably EQ. Yeah. I like second T-Storm. I do too. I think the Spirit Math is just Thunder, some water stuff in there. Doesn't actually look too bad. Like this is the thing about the Thunder list. Ultimately, is that like Sparkit is a very strong card, and Zeus is a really strong card, right? The jump scare of Voltempest down is something that is just really nice. Yeah, 1 Gorz feels like too few. You could probably play 2. I don't necessarily love Champ like a Volt. Like it's fine, but I think maybe the other bomb is this one. We probably could play either other Voltempest or other Griffuse. Voltempest at 1, 2, or 3 of is probably not a bad idea either, because again, we have so many of these that if they're losing by combat anyways, removal is just not really on the menu. So that seems fine. The only problem I have with this Voltempest is that like this Voltempest early is kind of rough. I think the topping list ran 3. Yeah, definitely ran 3. And I think that's a good thing. I think they weren't running this likeables though. I think. Can multiple, yes, it can. Which is very funny. And I can see that happening. For my money's worth, I think this is not the bad option. I do think if you're playing maybe the Fish engine too could work, but again, Rabbits is so strong. And Titana Strike is crazy. This card being just a big jump scare, being Pantera, is also just good. It's got great stuff. It's got good stuff. It plays well. I don't know what we want here. The funny part about Voltempest and Zeus Champ is if combat's back on the menu, this deck is killer. As long as you can get into the Zeus early and you can maybe even fake the Voltempest out with like the Spark It and place Zeus out on the board, that's also a mind game you can do. I like that element of it. I like Champ Up as well for the secondary bomb, the second high end of the deck, which is the Lycavolt. You can play Ankh. Also good, right? This is the nice part about this specific list is that it's got enough starters, it's got enough engine pieces, it's got Zeus, which is very strong, especially into a format where you're playing against like the fish, right? I think that's just kind of nice, honestly. My only big complaint about this deck is it does not have necessarily the best time spirit managing. Everything is pretty expensive when you think about it. It's like Spark It into Zeus's Call is really nice for getting to Champ Griff use. So you have a lot of different ways to skin a cat, but expensive, very expensive. Yeah, get free removal every turn. Yeah, especially with Platypulse. You're talking my language if you're talking Platypulse. I love Platypulse. Platypulse is so silly. There is a world where you used to be able to play like Argo Fulgaris with Platypulse, and you would never die because it's just there is a world where you could have done this, right? And that's still probably valid. There's probably a deck that runs the Fulgaris plus Platypulse to go into some stuff. It deserves the world. Champ Platypulse cannot come soon enough. I love this card. I love this strategy so much. It's one of my favorites. It's so sick. I like the hand rip personally, but I can also see a world where we go into like the Champ Lycavolt. I don't know if it's that good, but it can be. The free removal is nice. It also is a champion of Zeus, so it does play into the Voltempest better. I don't know. It's a little goofy, but I think it's probably fine. I know the secret tech from this from Zero is to play something like the Dionysus Madness to sit on Lycavolt and have your opponent rip their hand for them by Dionysus Madness having their own Celestial crash into Lycavolt. But again, a little goofy. Yeah, I'm so psyched for Champs of Hera. I know, Champ Quackle, let's go. All the Q Thunder Elestrals, Zeus has been taking the angry ones. I know. We're gonna get like, I imagine we probably could get a Champ Elchick. Champ Ankle Shot could be on my wish list. Champ Boombat could be on my wish list. Champ Funglow, I don't know about that one, but maybe. Champ Plat for sure. Champ Jolton, maybe. That's one that I'm really curious to know if we're gonna get. Probably, it's such an iconic Elestral. We do have a titled Larvacell. Champ Riceros could be kind of cool. I'm kind of down. Champ Astrabbit. Nah, I can't have that. I can't have that. Nah, I can't have that. Definitely can't have that. Champ Ankh. I'm sane. Let's go. We gotta have it. Champ Flumglone. We got too many names, I think. True. Champ Fly. Could work. Champ Tox could be interesting. It's definitely Champ Quackle. It's 100% Champ Quackle. 100% Champ Quackle. Probably Champ Platypulse. Champ Jolton is on my wish list. And Champ Ankh is Chunk. My Chunk card. Chunk is you know what? That's good. One Chunk. Every single deck runs one Ankh, one Chunk. Ankh and Chunk? Wait. This deck is coming together. This deck is super coming together. I love that. That's phenomenal. Cooking. So, all right. What say you on the Zeus deck list? I think that Zeus is almost the most straightforward Thunder engine to play, but is also very solid as well. I think it does have a lot of different tools you can slot in and play. You can swap out the counter runes for whatever you need to. The Voltempest jump scare is really scary and is real. And plays, I think, pretty well into things. Alternatively, though, it does die to Morfrost, but hey, what are you gonna do? Everything dies to Morfrost. Alternatively, if we're not doing the Champ Zeus setup, which I think we call this one, choose. Need Champ Equaling Search Demeter. It probably will be the Demeter Searcher, right? All right, so other than this one, for Thunder, let's try to build the Fun Glow deck that I think is actually probably really solid. I like Fun Glow. I think Fun Glow is really strong. I think Fun Glow is really good. I like Fun Glow a lot. I don't know if we need to wrap it. We might want to wrap it. Fun Glow, two of you, argument to playing that. Triple Thunderstorm, probably 3 of this one, because why not? You really can get away with it. Gonna go in for the Tsunami, gonna go with the Shield, gonna go with the Gorgons, gonna go with the PTA. Now Earth Spirits could be nice. I know we have the Magnos Aphros line for our water line here, which I don't necessarily love or hate necessarily in any sort of meaningful capacity. But I think we also, I mean, we have the spirits to play like a small Earth engine for Side Nectar Champ or something, right? I'm pretty sure we do. Alternatively, Fun Glow plus Mag Aphros is insane. It legitimately is crazy. Here, you want to know my hot take? And this is just straight from Dymax. But I've loved this ever since, and I think it's a very realistic way to play this deck. Cut out PTA for 1 and do something like this. You play 6s. Last card is EQ. True. Wait, I found a way to not play EQ. I found a way to not play EQ. I found a way to not play EQ. That's crazy. That's so funny. That's hilarious. No way. Well, did the stream start lagging? Is it lagging a little bit? Okay, cool. Sometimes it does do that. I swear I'm getting rate limited. RIP Trish. Yeah, see, I like this idea too, but instead of that Pup and Void, you play Champ Werepup and ETF Void with OG Bronaglow. Ooh, to suppress? Yeah, you suppress and then also cast out the ETF, and ETF go crazy with adding more bodies. Wait, that's actually kind of spicy. Yeah, that's nice. Because this thing casts on the suppression. So you go OG Fun Glow or OG Brontaglow, disenchant, suppress everything, and this is suppressed Elestrals on board. Suppress card. Oh, wait, does Fun Glow suppress cards or Elestrals? Each Elestral. Okay, that's fine. We finally found it. Suppression control. Kind of. And it's a Brontaglow deck. Brontaglow. I don't hate it. I really don't. I think it's kind of spicy to go into OG, right? Like you go to the champ cast and everything. I think what I like about this is that it's the idea that no back row is ever safe. And that's the other idea. I don't know if I love, like, this is a low amount of counter runes though. Low amount of counter runes. Very, very low. Yeah, it's very good, but a little expensive. Yeah, this is a very low amount of runes. I think, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Some would say that's enough. I would not. But it is one of those Yeah, if they can't have counter runes, neither should we. True. Do you want to know the real trick? Is that I was Super Insane. Super Insane was playing a blind going second deck that was playing things like Brontaglow, playing things like Unk, playing things like Lycavoid, and playing things like Gloombat. Like, you're playing Gloombat to ensure some of your other Elestrals go on unimpeded, which is like the big thing. And instead of playing like your Aphros Magneros engine and you're not playing Astral, you're playing 3 Gloombats instead, which I think is not that bad of an idea, truth be told. I don't hate it. Ash Rabbit's still really good. I think Ash Rabbit's a nice little body to have. Again, talking about the 5 and 4 breakers. I don't love it, I don't hate it, but it is kind of interesting, right? First time I would got 2 Titanic Strike, 1 T-Storm for counter runes, and this deck needs chains. It kind of does need chains a little bit, right? To make sure your Fun Glow goes off unimpeded. I think it's partially why you're using things like Aphros and Magneros to kind of bait out interactions, like as your low end, to then utilize like your Ascensions even with those cards as your top end with your 6s, right? Because then you're effectively you're never gonna fire Fun Glow until you are like you're paving the way for it, or you absolutely have to. That's kind of my thought process behind the Fun Glow stuff, is that you are waiting for it. I like Titanic Strike, the OG, is a little bit like suspect for me. In this slot, I think you might be able to run out like this might be Gloombat, honestly. Like this might be Gloombat for the most part, I think. But I don't know if it's just me like saying that's crazy. It might be Winmore. Could be Winmore. I heard it was that if you want to also run 2-3 Galaxy Champs, since another body can just eat interaction, pop your board off. I think that's not a bad idea. Like it's just about how many interactions can we bait out before we get into our super high commit Fun Glow, Brontiglow stuff. And I don't hate that at all. Like Titanic Strike is nice for just general removal, but is this better than something like a Boombat? Right? Maybe it is, because then you get to do like cast, heal, cast, pop, and then like it's not that bad. But yeah, 1 is all right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't hate it though. We probably do need 1 more rune. It's probably 3rd shield, PTA. Like this, maybe. The thing with Galaxy Champ and Astrabit does slot very well, though, and I don't hate that at all. Like going Astrabit turn 1, Galaxy Champ to swap is like a classic, right? Baits out the interactions and going for the top end right here. So Dead on Draw on its own. Ooh, I don't know. So like, okay, if let's say Titano Strike, this one is not what we want, because we can side into things like the Boombats, then we might be able to run a split like this. We would do this. I'm tempted to cut down the Werepup package, but I like Avoid a lot. I like Avoid. We might be able to run 1 less T-Storm. T-Storms is so good though. Where you fit in chains, I don't know if we need chains. If we're running the Aphros package, I don't think we need chains. But it is dead on draw. I agree. I think we run 2 Galaxy Champ. I think it's a heads up play. Here's the reason why. It slots in really well with the Tennis Strike, making it a 4/4 still, so it's unaffected by. It gets a little funky with the fish package, but in itself with the rabbit combination, it's the 5/5s there. Baits out interaction, outs stuff that's like kind of funky to deal with. And on top of that, it does mess up maybe the Brontiglow a little bit, but I guess the idea is that you're never really running Brontiglow and this at the same time. So it's just effectively sizing up our 5s package a little heavier, while we can wait for our more committal stuff like the Fun Glows, like the Avoids, etc. And again, Avoid I think here is maybe the suspect engine. I like it a lot. Yeah, if you can skip chains, if you can play more threats. That's the classic Elestrals thing, where it's like chains is really good. Do not get me wrong. Chains is super, super, super good. But I think that you will just bait out the interactions naturally over time, and that's gonna be easier to deal with than just to have the chains and chains pop off. Maybe. Chains is a good card though. Chains is a super sick card though. Yeah, will you not break down 3 supercharged? 3 supercharged. Oh, on like Brontiglow supercharged? Or are you saying the Supercell? Or the Funglow? Because we definitely can't play the Supercell. We can play the Supercell, the Funglow charged, but I think that's like, I think that it's just better to play the fish on Supercell. Supercell's like your Ambrosia. Like, I think that's part of it is you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 cards in here that heal back with Supercell. Supercell's also combo piece engine here and here, which is nice. I think with the other Titana Strike, it is almost a little better because it's then a removal versus maybe something like the fish. But I think Funglow, I think the combination of this, and then Thunderstorm to clear the way is kind of the idea. So I don't think it's that bad. You might be able to only run 2 because you are running 3 of the Searcher, and this card doesn't really do much, and then you can slot in like a 3rd shield. I don't hate that either, frankly. Like this, I think it's not bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 counter runes. I do feel comfortable with that. Yeah, where you do want it on a 3rd one too. 6. True. These mushrooms got a lot stinkier and a lot faster without Supercell, right? I mean, they're still strong. Funglow plus Thunderstorm is also still just a great card, but definitely Supercell is kind of just okay. I think this deck is very solid though. Like, shout out to Dimax on effectively showcasing this has legs, but it was not the time, I think, because of the decks that were inside the meta. But now I think that this deck can really succeed in a way that's like tangible, right? Funglow becomes a 4 under itself and also the Supercell, which I think is incredible. Brontiglow burning cards burning Elestrals is really strong. Or burning Elestrals, burning Spirit deck is really strong. Unk as your surprise one of. It's your boy, you gotta play Unk. You can even cut this if you want to. I know, weird to say. But the Thunderstorms, I like the Like a Void package in here to play 6s overall. Galaxy Champ, good call from Millmaster Mike. And I think Magneros is just a super... Magneros Aphros Champ is just good. Is just good. 3rd best Fast Ascension to arguably the best deck at it. That's also true. Like, it's weird, right? Like, I don't know. I think the meta was not quite in the place for this deck to succeed before. I think it really could. I think Brontiglow can do well, for sure. Champions of Zeus might also be able to do well because combat is so back. It's a very weird mixed bag between, like, this deck has a decent high end. It's also really expensive. That's the drawback, which is nice. Decks with drawbacks, I think, ultimately are a good thing. I like decks that can do our laundry for us, do not get me wrong, but I think it's almost better that we have decks that give us meaningful deck building decisions and concessions while also allowing us to say, this is why I'm playing this deck otherwise. Yeah, then there's a ton of stuff that you can cook with too. Agreed, completely agreed. Like, we haven't even touched on like we haven't even played Boom Bat in this, which you could easily side. You could play Race to the Top Jolts in it if you want to in here too. You could feasibly play Larvus, honestly. But I think that if you really wanted to, there's plenty of ways that this deck can do well. The Thunder element is so back, and it's super nice. I love it. Tons of removal, tons of options. None of them feel particularly like broken, and none of them feel particularly weak. I think it's just a matter of like how your preference wants to go into it. Like Voltempest is still an option, even though that's the Hermes card nowadays, you know? I have a race top list that you might like to see. Ooh, race top list. Kind of down. If I were building a race top list, it's probably effectively Champ Zeus shenanigans, but it's like Jolton, search the stadium, and you're playing a sort of like 5s, 6s variant of Thunder mid-range. I don't hate that either. Elchik being gone is kind of rough, but I think you may even spark at Zeus. Piano game, absolutely. Send it on over. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, I like it. Okay, hold on. Hold. 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 Holding. Holding. Hold. Boop. Jolting it, and by it, that's in my P box. Insane. It's insane. Insane thing, by the way. This is nice. I like this a lot. I love the reverse sellers on here too, by the way. Altar Stars is very interesting here. I like the idea of Altar Stars because you have the Jolton with the Olympus, so you have effectively Nexus bank for things pretty much always. Your Spark at Nexus is live. Your hand rep is good. Fish, love to see the fish in there. Boom battling the Ascensions, also pretty good. Rabbit, classic Rabbit, banger in there. Thunder mid range, baby. This is looking really similar. I love it. Yeah, well, for one for a minute with some extra input from, I believe, Cobalt. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Thunder mid-range is legitimately, I think, a very strong strategy. And is real. Big fan of the Thunder mid-range on this one, I think. Shout out to Jolton, by the way. Classic. I love my boy. Love my boy. Oh. All right. I think that's where Thunder goes. I think we're Brontoglowing. Brontoglowing with this one. I love Brontoglow. And you could, and I like the different ways you can cook and do. Galvenom is still on the menu. Thunder Ascension. Thunder's got some of the best 2-drops in the game. Might as well give it to one. The Galvenom is not a bad option. I don't think. It's going to die to a PTA, which feels really bad, but like, hey, you know, not a bad option. All right. Next, let's check out the wheel. We have, I think, 3 more elements left on this wheel to consider. We've got Solar, RIP, Fire, which is, you know, both decks just lead to mill. And, of course, Earth. Let's talk about it. Let's spin it up. Let's see what we got. Fire! Ooh, interesting. So Fire actually didn't lose like a lot, truthfully. I think Fire is a really strange strategy because I think Hestia has become the de facto way that Fire likes to play best. Now, that being said, I think that Fire has a decent amount of tools, despite the fact that it lost Eruption. It's always been a very interesting deck. You could go again, the Fire Bear strategy that we were seeing before, stuff like Hellmelt and the Co-Magma into the discard with the Smell Tongues. I think Smell Tongues back on the menu in that way. Champ Hestia deck has been the absolute Ravager for a while. RIP Lovelith. I'm saying, yo, okay. It's really funny because I was thinking to myself, I'm like, you know, do I want to get rid of this right here? I pulled this. I've been holding on to this forever. I've only used it a couple times. And I was thinking to myself, I'm like, you know, do I want to get rid of my Stellar Lavalith? And I'm like, no. 1 of card. It's going to be good for a while. I'm going to want on my decks that I want to play Lavalith in. And they ban it! Insane. Absolutely insane. Lavalith is in fact crazy. Fire, fun fact, Fire can still play Locagon? No. 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 Don't tell me that. Oh my god. What do you mean? What do you mean? Want to see the list? Absolutely. Absolutely I do. I am gonna pick up the Stellar Lavalith though. I am gonna pick up the Stellar Lavalith though. Oy. Yoy. All right, let's talk about this insanity. Fire, I think, does feel probably one of the better decks to play into the format at the moment. Fire's got a lot of great tools. It's got like a lot of really great beaters. It's got a lot of really good top end and low end and high end. It's just effectively a very strong deck to play into. It's got a lot of different ways to do it. You have the Volcaries. You have Volcaries Champ for artifacts and for toolbox. You've got the Champ of Hestia deck, which is, I think, very, very strong. You can play Up in Flames, which I think is a card that not a lot of other decks can realistically run. A lot of great targets for it. So you have effectively Earthquake and some removal that I think is really, really good. So let's talk about Hestia real quick. Hestia, I think, might just be the de facto way to play it. Kind of. I think you probably play the one of, for this, you play your Torch. You could, if you are going in the Australia theory, you go Torch and the Thyrisis all day. Got for 3, easy peasy. On the 2, not bad. Where is our Warmite Champ? Sure, why not? We're gonna go into Kinlo. Where is Kinlo? Ah, here we go. We got Torchin. I don't even know if this Torchin is particularly good, but you know what? We're gonna try to play it. 1 Kinleo, 3 of the Kindlo, 2 Necruff. Sure, why not? Then we got the fire shenanigans we can do. I think we got I don't know if we need Ambrosia. We have heals in the deck. We can play Native Chains if we want to. We have Tsunamis in the deck. We can play cards like PTA. We can play cards like Shield. We can play cards like Gorgons. We can play cards like Argo because we are playing our Argo engine. And we have 2 card slots to put in here for our generic stuff. Hearth, that's right. Play Hearth. Dash right. That seems a little dude low. We're kind of low on dudes, to be fair here, right? But this is kind of the basis for our 40 Spirit Fire deck. Doesn't seem too bad. We definitely need more guys, less counter runes. That's the first things first, right? Probably PTA and Shield gone because we're playing the Argo in. We can slot in 2 other cards. It could be just a regular Elestral. Anything in the Fire deck that we can reasonably play again in that same slot. Exalt Flare. I liked Brewlock's version of the Exalt Flare deck. I think this was not a bad option too. Really fun to play. You can play Ash Rabbit too if you really wanted to. Just to get back some stuff on the inside the underworld. Shout outs to the loops. Torchin, maybe not 3. Smokey. Hey, listen, I like Smokey a lot, by the way. Smoltuga, you're absolutely correct. What am I saying? Smoltuga searches everything. At that point, we probably should play Whale as well, though. Whale. Smoltuga getting in there. Probably search. It's probably fine. Do we need more than 1 torch? Probably not as well. It's probably fine to play more than 1 torch, but I don't love torch in this deck. Kinleo, Torchin. I think we need only 1 Torchin, truth be told. I kind of like the idea of playing the bear. Search a deck for a champion Hestia and add to your hand. And it just goes for this, so you can have more ways to go into your Leonite stuff. You don't really need Argo. I think we're playing Argo because we also have the Volcari, so it becomes like free. But if we're not doing this, then we play Whale. And Whale is like a decent one of versus like a combo tool or combo piece. I don't like love and or hate that, right? Like, we could play Bear. We could play Whale. What do y'all think? Whale or Bear here? Earth Scout, search any champ of Hestia we need. So this becomes a way that we can get into our Torchin, can get into our Kinleo for a heal, could get into our Orm of Hestia, could even search for our Leonite, and Leonite to ascend over the Earth Scout, and that means an extra body for the Earth Scout. But I don't even know if this is necessarily like good. It is Gorgon's food, which I think maybe if we have a Gorgon's food, we might as well run removal, which is then into our Galaxy. This does mess up a little bit with our stat lines because we have a lot of like really small dudes. So I don't know if I love this either. It's mainly on for how Smoltuga could really work out. So maybe I don't like this. Maybe that's why I want to play Bear. Like, does it feel fine? We also don't need 3 Argo. We definitely could get away with like maybe 3rd Smoltuga here. Probably. Yeah, deck feel bad in combat. Something could go horribly wrong, right? Yeah, absolutely. I think that's partially why every single card in this strategy just can hit over something. Volcaries into the Hephaestus to Torch can search out that and beat over anything. Kinleo gets you to your Leonite, can hit over everything. They're decent enough bodied stats to where you can hit over most things in general. There is an idea to play Forge, maybe, because you can play Forge to re-enchant Hestia's Hearth to boost up your stats. I don't love it because I have an aversion to cards like that because I think they do like a lot of nothing sometimes. But you know, we'll see. Oh God, Mike, I just took a look at your cracking list. This is a cracking list. Oh my God. All right, everyone, hold on. I have to show you this. It's Firelock. You're crazy. Is it at least champ cracking? Kind of. This is absurd. It does work in theory though. That's the big point, and I love that. I love that quite a bit. Holy, this is goofy. All right, I love this. So all right, let's let me show y'all. Scavengel Champ is just lock. What does Scavengel Champ do? Oh God. Look at this monstrosity. Look at how crazy this is. The artifact list, too. You're playing the Argos on it. Makes sense. Want to play this at locals for like 2 weeks, but I've been sick and I got out of town for the next locals. Oh, that sucks. This list, it legitimately looks like it cooks. Holy, this is hilarious. But blue makes sense for being on. Scavengel and Rummikul grabbing you whatever you need is really funny. Effectively too, because Scavengel gets you your artifacts for your Aphrodite Searcher to get you into your champ locks. I love it. Get you into your cracking too. This is insane. 12 water spirits with the fire spirits for 8. It's not bad. Aphrodite soulmates, because if you're destroying cards of the same name, which you'll generally get off, I think this is absurd. I kind of love it though. I think Champ Whale is the card that kind of brings this all together with like the different stat swaps with specifically the necklace. But this is like, you can search anything you need and everything, right? Rummikul also, the Rummikul Champ adds back your artifacts. So you're really playing with the artifacts in there. Yeah, Soulmates should always be online. Isn't that crazy? With most of your deck. And this is what, okay, the cracking is hilarious too, because I remember Zero mentioning this and Caleb being like, there's no way. I think that's solid. I think champ cracking is like a really funny thing to look into. It's a decent stat wise. It gets back a water card to your hand. That's good, right? Why not Krakatuga? Krakatuga has something to do with water and also something to do with fire too. I think Krakatuga is a little more like low to the ground. It's not quite fast enough. And the yield sometimes on Krakatuga doesn't always like perform how I've seen it. But I think Krakatuga is pretty well positioned inside of this meta to like do well as a good 5s shell. But because Eruption is back down to 1, I think there's a problem in that like you're not going to be stealing games randomly with Eruption. And so it gets a little bit more committal, which is good. And there's a lot of ways to add back Eruption and get Eruption back from the hand. I did get Eruption back from the Underworld. 6-7. I don't know. This is an absurd list, though, by the way. I love it. I kind of want to test this one out. I might test this one out in like a practice session. Gotta apologize to PK, of course, for in the future for this one too. But I love it. I love it. Fire though. Fire, I don't know if this is the best thing to be doing with fire. I do like copies of Up in Flames for just generic removal. This deck doesn't really have a problem with beating over dudes and guys, but I think because combat is so like important inside of this meta, I do like this idea that there is a world in which you just are playing dudes that hit over other dudes. Yo, what's going on, Max? Hello, good to see you. Everyone say hi, Max. Yeah, we're talking fire. We're talking a little bit of fire. So you know what we can do with fire inside this upcoming tournament, upcoming meta. I think there's a lot of like flexibility fire has now, oddly enough, because like I like this idea of the Champ Hestia deck just going in nuts. I think that sounds pretty cool. You have access to things like the Up in Flames version of the deck too, which has removal, which is nice. Combat is back on the menu, so I think that's Also, some of this deck really excels at, oddly enough. And of course, Leonite Champ is always a kind of a beast, which is kind of sick. Yeah, I could crack a Tuga list too, because there's a really silly reality where you can still do crack effect, eruption, pop, crack itself, but you play Aphrodite Necklace, so when you crack pop, you soulmate. No way! You soulmate and then like burn again. That sounds really silly. It just gets rolled by fish. I think it's the spider argument, right? Where building a wide board is really hard to deal with spiders, but spiders are great at 1-to-1 trades. So if every card in this deck is a spider, you're going to be always winning the combat like side of it. But as soon as you get outpaced with like a Viscerus or with fish, that's when this becomes an issue. A fishu, if you will. So I can definitely see that. I think that's partially why also you're trying to maximize, like with Earth Scout even, like the idea that you're winning combat constantly. I don't even know if I like Torch as a one of here, just because I think you could be playing other cards that get you into your combo faster and better. I think Shield will be back into the meta, as well as Argo. So to the extent that I think that things like Leonite Champ and other things work really well, big TBD. But I do like this as like a base, as like a quick base for the thing. Torch is garbage. Don't tell Bo that. Don't tell Bo. I do think Torchin is like, is it the best thing you could be doing in this deck? It's a good starter. Gets you into your Hestia. I don't hate it, but yo, it's gone Zero. Hello, good to see you. Hello, hello. We're building some fire shenanigans, and we're looking at the fire cards for this upcoming format. We also were looking at it so Millmaster Mike, our good old OG, sent us over a champ cracking, a list with champ cracking in it. And I remember I was like, I'm like, no, this list cooks. This list cooks. It's awesome. It's killer. It's this here, by the way, with the champ cracking and as the two of. That's the Zero Tech. I knew it. Cooking, by the way. Absolutely cooking. Champ Floracne also works well versus fish. I guess you can also search the Champ Floracne off of the bear. That's really funny. It's like a 7, so it's interesting. There's no way we're playing Scavical Champ. I refuse to believe it. So according to Mike, Scavical Champ, and it becomes every single card because you get the necklace. Necklace, Scavical, and Aphrodite Soulmates, right? It's Lockagon. It becomes Lockagon. It's more ways just into Lockagon. Smile. It's true. I know. I love this list. This list looks so fun. This looks so fun. Yo, it's my Hunter Search. Hello, good to see you. We're cooking. Hey, listen. This is a Millmaster Mike original. Shoutouts to the producer tag. This is killer. Incredible. The Reforged, the one of, is also really interesting. I like that a lot. One Galaxy for OG Trotagua. OG Trotagua could be kind of nice for just the general heal. You do have quite a bit of ways to go into it. I think even like the new Drat could be nice. Just to get some more pieces out of the consistency side of things. Reforged Sugar's Lock. Because you can heal on the heal spirits, right? That's what Reforge has. Reforge is heal spirits, not heal fire. Where are you at? Yeah. That's funny. No! No! I don't like how that works. My brain sees decks like this and it scratches like a really nice itch. It's like, damn, wait a minute. We're so back. That's awesome. Lock is so back. I can believe it. I'm going to test out this list. I want to test out this list so bad. I might play the casual tomorrow. A lot of Trifernal lately, and it's having a ton of fun. Trifernal is really cool. I think Trifernal gets worse in the way that, like, we don't have as much removal, and Lavalith obviously is, like, not there, so it's not as safe as something like a Leonite, because this is, like, a more, like, it's not a same OTK type of thing. But I have been liking going second decks in this game a lot more, as my hair is, like, freaking out. And I think that, like, Yeah, we did T-Storm already? We did. Yeah, we did some T-Storm shenanigans where we had our Brontiglow Fun Glow deck with 6s with the fish, I think is the way to go. T-Storm after a high winning store regional. Let's go! Definitely committed several war crimes with Lycavolt. Lycavolt with the Champ Zoo stuff is also really good. But yeah, I like Blazers OTK. I think Trifernal Blazers OTK does have a world in our hearts. And Trifernal Control does hit a lot of things in the meta, which is kind of hilarious. Like when you stick the Trifernal, you don't even have to attack with it. They just have to out it, which is not particularly easy to do. I mean, technically, if they have a Champ Galaxy, then, you know, and no Gorgons or Shield, then you die. But Trifernal is kind of great as a control card. And yeah, it's a control. Exactly. See? Exactly. Shout out to Elestrals Season 2, by the way. Isn't Fornax anything? Fornax is everything. I think Fornax will be something. Like, there's a world in which, like, there is a Fornax control strategy if Fornax was easier to get into. But because you have to play 3 copies of Fornax, or Fornax has to be a card that you search raw, or draw raw, it's a little too committal, but it's good. It is good. I think it is good, to be fair. Yeah, once Lutrax drops, Trifernal is gonna be more fun. Oh, I love Lutrax. Lutrax my goat. Little otter card. Lutrax is awesome. And it's also in Awakened, which I think is really cool too. I love Lutrax's little otter card. So that's adorable. I loved it, the otter card. Otters are, I used to love otters when I was a kid. They're a little cute little seashell holding hands looking ass. Champs Galaxy doesn't kill it, becomes a 2/2. Oh, you're right. You're right. I forgot that's how this game works. That's so funny. It would trade. Or no, it would die because it's a 3. Man, future proofing on Trifernal, by the way, on the Galaxy Champ thing. That's hilarious. That's insane. I could see a bear beat where your goal isn't to necessarily bear bomb, but storming with the potential, it could be potentially decent. New champ Urs here, kind of off the rails when you start slamming bears rapidly. Slamming bears rapidly. Casual Friday night. All right. So I think, you know, if this Hestia list is kind of our known quantity, I agree. Let's try to do something a little more off the rails, off the wall, a little bit fun, shall we? Because I do think that there is a world in which, therefore as, if you will, you can start to go with something like Fire Bears, which I think is hilarious. So let's go with cooking here. Yo, what's going on, Hat? Good to see you. Hello, by the way. Hestia would want you to cook. That's my girl right there. That's what I'm saying. All right, we're going here. We're gonna go with maybe Hearth. I'll go with Hearth, maybe, but we're gonna check it out. Where is our bears? Our bears. Ursier, check. Ursier, check. Scout, maybe. This is gonna be a very rough draft. We'll go in. We'll try to see if we can do things. We probably want, as a supporting engine, we probably want our Frost Bears back, right? We definitely need our Hibernation. We'd probably need our Ursa Cole because combat's back on the menu, baby. Definitely Don't Poke, that's what I'm saying. Don't Poke's back. Little Bears! Wait, Little Bears was a deck that people were playing for a little bit. Not gonna lie to you. Do we want the stadium? We might want the stadium. I don't know if it's gonna be good, but we'll put in our Mirepoix first, and then we'll go in for a stadium after that. Definitely. Maybe Shield here instead. Something like this, maybe. But yeah. I've played around with bears a lot lately from Frost Bears. I've played around with the idea of Ursier Champ too, but I just don't think it keeps up. So here's the part that I think is kind of interesting, right? But I think the Little Bears, I don't know if I love Ursmog. Ursmog's fine. Ursmog doesn't pair well with Ursicle, but it pairs well with the other general bears. And the idea is that you're supposed to use Ursa Den to combo with the bears to get in with like your other bears, like your larger Ursas. I think that there is a world in which you are playing. If I'm building this bears list like I want to, well, no, I think it's still better for the destruction. You're better for the destruction. I don't want it to be better for the destruction, but it's probably better for the destruction. That's probably fine. I'm also probably gonna slap in chains because we have the room for it. Probably only 1-2 tsunamis is probably fine. What am I missing here? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hestia. EQ. R1 of EQ, true. No, we don't need EQ because we have a choice to make. We don't need EQ because we have yeah, it's Up in Flames, right? It's Up in Flames Smeltung, right? I'm trying to figure out how we do this. 0 EQ, 2 Tyratlus. Okay. So do y'all want to hear something funny? That, no joke, is a really funny punchline. So Jay of the Coat Collective reached out to me one day and was like, "You're not going to believe this, but I was playing at locals and I had 2 Earth Spirits, but no Earthquake in my deck. Finally, Quakeless Earth. No longer Earthless Quake." So it has happened before, I'll tell you that. The one of Eruption, also true. Torch in to search out Hestia. There's probably a world where we could search out the Hestia, that way we can get our engine back online. And that does mean that we can special cast like Earth Scout, which means Majursa could be like live after the Ascension. Shout out to Andrew on that one too, by the way. That combo can work. We gotta figure out how we can fit in. I don't know if we need Smelton. 1 Lichen Form, true. Kinleo. We do have a lot of spirits on board. The one of Kinleo could be nice, but I think we're trying to fit in the Up in Flames. Earth Scout, I think maybe as a 2 of is fine. Up in Flames for sure. And then we need Smeltung in here. Exactly. Well, and Smeltung also works as like just a hard ascension because it can ascend over one of our champ Hestias that we special cast, and then being able to ascend is like it's incredible. Maybe 1 less hibernation. Excuse me. Okay. Earthseer. This one is kind of funky to me. What is this card hitting over? I don't know if it's hitting over really anything except for the Don't Poke, which means you can cast and then go nuts with that. I don't hate it. I don't love it. I think 2 of is probably fine there, at least for me. Because this is an 8, where this is a 7. Not bad. Well, maybe that's fine. Maybe Earthseer into Don't Poke is like good enough. You're going to Cryoblast into Oblivion, but maybe that's up to me. Earth Smog is really fun. Earth Smog to special cast into like an Earth Scout, and then Earth Scout search out like Earthseer or the champ of Hestia is not a bad idea. I don't hate that as like an immediate action point. I would not even hate a 1 of Leonite champ. That way when you search this to this, you can hard ascend and have like an out to things. Don't love it, but I think that's probably not bad. Gotta give it to my boy Smeltung though. Where is Smeltung? Smeltung, hello Smeltung. Probably only need 2 Smeltung. I don't know. It's like we're going up in flames Smeltung, or we're jamming a Gammon Driver. Kind of, right? Like the Up in Flames Smeltung into Ursaden is so strong. In itself, this combination takes care of anything, but it loads back up your Hestia, it adds back to Ursaden. Ursaden being able to disenchant is just some old school stuff that we were doing with the Brummelings champ with Nexusine and Circle the Sky back like a year ago, right? And I really love this a lot. When I was at Kissimmee, Zero showed me a list that was like using No Stone Unturned to get this combo off more consistently. And it cooks. It cooks super hard. I love it. Up in Flames is just Earthquake, realistically speaking. It's a little more conditional Earthquake, but something that Fire has a lot of like room to play with, which I love. It's awesome. Best 2 cost Earth Invoked Rune? True! Agreed. Earthquake is a solar card. Earthquake's a solar card. All right, so let's see. It's probably gonna be... It's gotta be Hibernation, right? Like, no, I don't know. I was able to double Mama Bear, turn 1 versus a full lock board pre-ban list. See, that's wild. I love that. Maybe we play Bears tomorrow. There's so many cool decks in this game, man. That's like part of my issue is that there's so many cool decks, and I just want to like hopefully have them play good into everything. Part of that is I think this deck maybe has an issue with fish, but does it? Because we have Don't Poke, maybe. Hibernation I feel like is maybe my concession here for a second smell time. I think this is maybe where we go from here. This actually could be interesting. Hold on. Oh, Champion of Hephaestus. Right. Where's the Champion of Hestias? I guess Flaracne is kind of funny. Because we go Flaracne, Ascend over the Earth Scout, and then like burn people for 1 billion. Enough discard for fire to be a proper archetype. I mean, Hellmelt discard is real, and Comagma discard is also real. There's a world where we go Comagma here, but I like this bear idea that we're going like bear advantage turbo. I think I want to decrease this down to 1 and go to Earthseer here, though. I think. Because we're trying to pair it well with Don't Poke and the Tsunamis, which does fit very well into Earthseer's, like, aura, I guess I should say. Something. Earth Scout, Killer for advantage. It's foamy. It's just technically good. Majursa into Majursa solid. There's a world where we can go into like Earth Smog, special cast, Earth Scout, grab the champion Majursa, which is kind of cool. But I think this is probably the best base for like our just a raw bear deck that I think is really nice. I liked it a lot. Like you play turn 1 Earthseer, turn 2 go Ursa Cole, burn 1, and start doing chip damage with the Earthseer, just to, and then after that you start to snowball advantage that way. I like it a lot. That's how I feel about my Champ Dio list, where I get Champ September and Champ September, bloom on the September, and then rip a Sirocco force to opponent, or Sirocco to force the opponent to attack. See, that's like a really fun one, right? It's like just like a neat one. I'll be on the online casuals tomorrow. Let's go. Hey, I might be there too. I think I might play bears. If it's it might be this bear deck, or it might be like it might be the Scavicle cracking list. That could be kind of fun. I can see that being like a lot of fun, honestly. Uh-oh. Oh no. Skyhawk, do you mind if I show everyone this list? The Bears list? Oh no, no, no. Oh no, no, no. Oh no, no, no. Okay, so we were talking about baby bears in terms of fire baby bears. When we were on Frost earlier, we did mention that there is a Frost list out there, a Frost Bears deck out there, and I think it's been something that's been under the radar for a while. Oh wow. This is so interesting. I like it a lot because you get to play the double. You get to play the double thing. Is Skylar doing his Endless Bears thing again? Is this the Endless Bear thing? It's so... Okay, Frostbite is good, though. That's the crazy part. Frostbite is legitimately, like, crazy. Frostbite's just Don't Poke, but part 2. Right? King of Clubs for the idea. I like it a lot. Like, yeah, the Tiny Bear deck, right? I think that's whenever we were looking over the like the every deck stream. The combat tricks is super nice. Combat is so back. Ice Age is pretty inspired here. I like Ice Age in terms of mass removal. One of Blizzard for the back removal on the Brumchamp's nice. The same becomes a 5 on the Ursicle. Because what does the Ursicle do? The Champ Ursicle or Urshka Bear, Abominursa. When you destroy an Celestial by battle, you can Nexus from your Keon to it, and you can get into your big body. Where is it at? There you are. You're going with OG Glaciersa. Interesting. I think that OG Glaciersa is really strong. I heard the burn is really nice though. I guess because you're like why not in this case, right? OG Majersa, I think it's for the first time. Why does the 3-drop 12 attacker have an effect that boosts attack? I think it was to get over Pentair at the time. I actually don't know. There was a lot of like stuff like that in OG Elestrals where like it's just to balance each other out. Depends on the matchup, I think. That's very fair. Yeah, Kiona's Frostbite is legitimately very strong. Is this giant Frozen Spectaris? True, wait. And the piercing damage, kind of nice. Frostbite is, I think, the biggest reason to play a deck like this, right? Because you not only do you have Ursicle and both versions of Ursicle, which can get you into like your Don't Poke, but is Kiona's Frostbite an Ursa card? It's not. Ooh, interesting. Is that true? Yeah, it's not. Wow. Interesting. Interesting. But I think that makes sense, though. That would have been too broken if it was. No, I think it'd be sick. Like, there would be an argument to be made that you probably could run just this Ursicle and not the other Ursicle, but the other Ursicle gets you Kione. So it's just like more ways to search out your entire deck. I think that could have been fine. I think that could have been fine. And Kiona's Frostbite's not like that strong of a card because you do need to have the Kione enchanted and also need to have the Kione in the Underworld, right? 6-7. But I like this list a lot. Bears lol. I like this list. This also seems like a lot of fun. The one of Burn is really funny. And is that because like I actually can't imagine why you're running the one of Burn card. It's a bit slow, but the idea is that the Kione keeps adding back bears, and you can infinite conga line. Leads to Frostbite turning into a threat every turn. It's very funny. I like that a lot. I think it's funny because like I think Urseer would fit very well. Like the OG Urseer would fit very well into this deck, right? Because what does this do? A target Frost Celestial? Ooh, maybe not. Maybe not then. Maybe not. Late game threat? Oh, that's fair. Burns on one, like a Toxionn, and then also like when you have multiple 2 bears, you can start holding it. Yeah, okay, that's also one thing too. Target a Frost Celestial. Maybe that's why the OG Urseer doesn't quite go that hard in something like this. But I like it. The Kione adding back is much more inspired than I think the Morfrost stuff. But if you want to even pair this deck with like the Morfrost engine, you definitely could. I think it's also really funny. Ursicle Champ is this card plus defense too? Only attack. Additional one for each Frost rune in your Underworld. Ooh. That becomes very goofy. It's not good, but it's very funny. Fair. Very fair. I like the idea of this being like a true aggro bear list. I like that. I think probably in the difference between something like this, which is like more defensively spamming the bear stuff with a limited amount of like battle tricks. But I like the idea of the other one is like the Frost Bear list is using the Champions of Kione bear as like a big beater to punch in and bait out interactions, while also either Brum Champs to make everything like 5s and 6s, which is cool. Yo, Serge, hello, good to see you. Hello, hello. Howdy, Chef Swole. Good to see you, good to see you. Hello, hello. Yeah, I'm like, if it can put in defense and then summon the one that gets a Kion for a turn, it's like not that bad, right? I like it. This is good. This one is pretty good. Frost Bears and Fire Bears, I think, are little tiny beasts, right? And I like that they kind of fit into each other well. You can also play bear controls with OG Mama. Excuse me. Almost was allergic to the idea. No, I'm joking. I thought that same thing too, right? So when reading the OG Mama, OG Majersa is big enough. It's very strong. The fact that the other ones cannot be targeted, so the fact that you go into like Urseer, like the champion one, the punch in, I think it's really nice. Also be really funny too if you're playing like, I think if you're playing a deck like the Frost Bear deck, I think you might play OG Mama and Glaciersa, but maybe the Spirit Math is a little bit too wonky there. 6-7? Not sure. But I think eventually Majersa will just read like OG Majersa, when we get another bear card that's similar to like a must protect, I think will be really, really strong. Now, if you can already establish a 12 on board and the 12 is not the scariest thing you could be doing, maybe at that point, the game has gone too far. No, I'm joking. I always said this for Yu-Gi-Oh! But if Sky Striker is the worst thing you could be doing in the game, then what are we doing? But then this is not Sky Striker, to be fair, but more of just the mindset I was in 2019 after TOS format. But, you know, I think that Majersa could be really funny there. When is Waspire going to be good? Don't tell Shady, but when is Waspire going to be good? Waspire burn is technically real. I think Waspire, hot take, this Waspire, I think should have been a champion of Hestia. That's like a big talking point that I can maybe get on. I think this Waspire, it was good before Nog left. True. Well, yeah, because you get the champion, the new Ignector. This could have been a champion of Hestia. Imagine the combo where you go Hestia, put out Bear get Waspire, discard burn 2, and also then you re-enchant swing for like 4. That sounds awesome. That sounds really awesome. Like it kind of makes the fire discard deck like function really well. I would have loved that if this was a champion of Hestia. Waspire, champion of Hestia. Could also be another way to play the deck too. Eventually, when we get more titled forms of Ignector, in the same way that we have the Synector stuff, I can see this being a more fully realized shenanigans, right? But big fan of this one. Anyways, I'm going to save this one as Baby Bears. And I think I will be experimenting with this Baby Bear list a little bit. I can't imagine we'll ever get a titled Ignector. I think we will. It'll make this card a lot better, to be fair. And that's kind of the point. So as long as that other Ignector is like solid, I think it's good. Like the idea with this one would be Ignector, cast Ignector, search for Waspire. You search 2 Waspires, and then that gets out of your deck, right? And you can search the Waspire burn or Waspire that discards burns. It again gets funky because later on, if you have more Waspires, then maybe that's different. But titled Waspire or titled Ignector, search Waspire is kind of the idea that I think that can go to where you're playing a Waspire deck. Yeah, what's the new Ignector getting anymore these days? Hashtag RipNog. It's getting Leaf. True. It's getting Sippy Cup. It's adding Sippy Cup. That's the Earth one. Yeah. It's a purely a Dionysus card. It's purely a Dio card. The little Melm. Very cute. Love this card. So, I don't know. I like this one. All right. I think we're solidified for our fire ideas and our fire cooks. Let's go on to our last 2 elements of this cookery. We've got 2 on the board right now. We've got Earth and Solar, my 2 loves. Let's see what we can do with it. Oh, man, we're going to have to go with the second worst archetype back in the list. Earth. So despite popular opinion, Earth is still very much alive. Earth has a bunch of different ways you can go about it. I think Titan, of course, we showed that off earlier with the Titan shenanigans. But I do think legitimately, do I know what an Earth Spirit is? True. No. Why do you think I'm not doing spirit math here? Because I don't want to have to admit I've never read the Leviathan, Lycaris, Zaptor, Flormine, Bipyro, Luminape, Oh well. Earth is a really strong element for a couple of reasons. One, they have some really cool tech cards and probably have the widest pool of Elestrals that we have inside of any element. They have things like Mudlet, which is such an OG card, big fan of Mudlet. Powerful cards like Side Nectar, as well as things like Jirtaya, which is really strong. I think, honestly, has a lot it can do. Wasp Ivy, Rise, Strike, Cooks, by the way, also agreed. I think Wasp Ivy and Side Nectar does have a big place inside of this meta. The 2-drops that are turboable, I think are super, super strong. That being said, we have Crabs. Crabs is a pretty good 1-for-1 trade value in terms of combat because if combat's so back, this deck can really excel at that. Dio and Dio Control is also really strong with things like Side Prong. A lot of different ways to skin a cat here. Speaking of the cat, Equilinx is still powerful, even as a one-of, even before. So we'll say that. And of course, Side Nectar on Side Nectar into Ascend Side Nectar. The only thing we can't be doing, and I'm so sorry, Helen, to tell you this, we can't make Sprouter Champ good. I know. It's... All right, so let's go ahead and move on. So we have our wheel. Say goodbye, wheel, and thank you, wheel. We have one more element on there to do. But we can make OG Sprouter good. OG Sprouter is legit. This card does have its spot inside of an artifact control deck. Shoutouts to Bo and our solar earth mix, I think is right on the money. This card's an OG. This card's awesome. Like Latagon / Champs of Dio, Crabs, Wivey, and Titan Centaur maybe. Like there's so many ways to do this, right? So let's talk about that. What are our best Earth strategies? I argue Ardbud and Titan stuff is effectively an Earth deck, but it's also the best Lunar strategy, so I might exclude that for this one. Champion of Latagon, or Champion Dionysus Latagon, also super strong. Love that one too. I like the Champions of Demeter deck that I think that PK was running for a while. This deck is actually really funny. And works pretty well. Centaur is pretty decent. Wasp Ivy is super strong. Let's see what else we got. And Crabs. Where's Crabs? Crabs. These are probably our best Earth things we can be doing. In order of greatness, it's probably like Wasp Ivy and Crabs, then it's Latagon, then it's Centaur, then it's Champions of Demeter deck. Champions of Demeter deck is really good because I like the fact that you can play Crabs alongside that, and this does play really well with it. Verdolith and Demeter work really, really well, and I think it's scary because combat is so back, Demeter slots in very well inside of this meta, and I think this is pretty good, especially because this can get you into your things like your Giraflora and your Champion of Demeter. Champ Boofin also is a way to go too. I think it's more of a Hermes card though. True. True. All right, so let's build effectively I think we want to build Wasp Ivy. I think Latagon slots in very well here. We can maybe even build both. There's an idea that this is a 2 top end sort of deck. Again, I think decks and Elestrals go into a couple different camps. One of them is all low end, which is possible. One of them is 1 low end, 1 high end. One of them is double high end, and the other one is well, that's pretty much it actually. I think that's about all the types of deck building that I've been seeing pop up in terms of success. So the idea is we can pick and choose which ones work well together. First things first, Side Nectar is incredible. I think Side Prong deal to fishes, because I think fishes will be everywhere. I like Jirtaya, big fan of the Jirtaya champ. I am also a big fan of, where are we at? I like 1-in-1 on the Ambrosia spectrum of Latagon and also Champ Dionysus. I'm a big fan of these two, though sometimes second Latagon Champ does actually come up. So, play that as you will. Gonna go with 3, gonna go with gonna go with, I really think Thyrisis is kind of insane, by the way. I like that one a lot. Adding it now so I don't forget. Adding it now so I don't forget. After these ones, I think this gets a little bit funky. Because now we're still low on dudes. We need some things for some stuff. Hopperoo. Actually, yes. Hopperoo, absolutely. Hopperoo in a deck like this adds every single card to your hand. I think Hopperoo was an MVP inside of the End Titan list. I think this is here too. Is Vis Madness real? Maybe. I don't hate it, right? Viscerus is a very solid body, and there was a lot of like early on theory to say that things like the Dionysus Madness into having a Viscerus on board was just kind of like nice. I don't hate it. I also don't necessarily know if I love it, but it is good. Actually, you know what? No, I would say yes. The only thing where this gets a little dicey is if we're imagining that fish is very much heavy in the meta, then they might have two fish they could even trade with your Viscerus and then hit over the other one. That can be kind of silly. Alternatively, because we have our 3 Vis back, if they try to trade both fish, then you can Dionysus Madness into Vis and have your Vis back online for whenever they try to like hit over it with their Aphoros or with their Magneros even. I don't hate that at all. Lynx, one of Lynx. I think Lynx is Fraud Watch. Personally, I think Lynx is good, but I would rather play other cards. Like if we have space for it, we'll put Lynx, but I'm not a big fan of Lynx personally. Not a big fan of Lynx personally. Probably don't need 3 of these. Let's go with Shield, you, Tip. We also probably need one of the you. Perfect. Where Hermes went untouched. Also true, it does check Hermes. That's actually not a bad idea too. And maybe we don't need 2 Latagon for this build of something of this similar nature, the Champions of Dionysus deck. Because also we're not even playing Ambrosia, which we probably should play in one of at the very least, right? Because why not? We have the searchable for it, which is pretty okay. Maybe not Thyrisis, but we need that Thyrisis for sure. Dio, I think Dio is good. I don't know if I love Dio though. Yeah, things got way better into goes way better into a Demeter deck where you can boost it, play stuff like Giraffe, get it back. Yeah, and play Crabs. I think that's right? I don't know. Argo and Ambro. Argo definitely could be it too. Argo is one that I think could slot really well into the deck, again with the Viscerus, again with our Cyprong, Cynectors, and our Drataya. Drataya becoming a 4 could be nice, but Drataya getting like enraged is kind of goofy. Especially because it doesn't ascend on enragement, I guess I should say. But I do need to cut something. It might be Foley. It might be Tip. We can search the Tip. I think it's Feloy. Yeah, it's Feloy. We're gonna go in with second Latagon. So I think we will need a second Latagon. Let's just see it. Where is our Latagon champ? All right, ideas. We're here though. Might be Vis. That's kind of what I'm saying, right? This is like a weird one where it's like, this is kind of one of the first cuts and it's like a solid dude, but it's also like, it is very strong. But like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 starter cards, which is not too crazy. This is a decent beater that does snowball really well, pairs extremely well with things like Thyrisis and also Dionysus Madness, which is previously one of Vis's like previous big issues, that you could go Vis into Vis Dionysus to get the defense position Vis and have 2 6s on board. And that could be kind of nice. Whole Champs and Tarber line is great. I think the Champs and Tarber line is good. I think the best part of the Champs on Tarber line, no joke, is September. Which is not to say that that's crazy, because the OG September was the best part about the OG line. Like, these cards are legitimately insane. This card is arguably the best thing about the engine. And it's not turbo-outable. Yeah, I'd rather keep the Champ Crab over Vis, especially with Foley. I kind of agree, right? Because Champ Crab also means that, like, you have a little more on your, like, consistency low end side of things, where Viscerus is like a nice, decent one-of body, but it feels really bad to get PTA on this. On a Crab getting PTA, you don't care that much. Not really. Yeah, pseudo healing, exactly. It helps you pay off for everything, including your Dionysus Madness, your shields. You can play your Ambrosia for it. Yeah. Small lunar package is nice. Navi seems very nice into Fish House Morphrost. Agreed. I absolutely agree. Which on that level, we could play Rise here too, which I do like Rise. Rise with the Latagon is really nice, I think. I heard that somewhere. But yeah. Gloombat Circle the Sky. True. Very true. Rise Latagon feels incredible. It's really good. I think I like it a lot in terms of having like a nice big body on board. It gets a little bit funky for me sometimes, but I like it. I think we cut Vis. No. I know. Now, this is gonna be a weird one though, is that we play Visk into Crab. But now the issue is, do we then play the Champions of Demeter stuff? Do we play the Giraflora? Do we play the Gigaflora stuff as the resource loop? That's also a 5-body that gets us into stuff. This is where Earth, I think, gets a little bit weird in terms of deck building, is what can we do with this, with the whole engines and lines? And is our high end here Latagon? Is that worth it enough? I don't know. I really don't know, truthfully. I don't necessarily think so, but that's also part of it, right? I think we can go deeper. I think this is probably a decent base for like a sort of like Dionysus Earth deck control thing. But I think ultimately, if we're playing an Earth deck in the upcoming meta, here's what I would play. Because I like this strategy if you like Drataya. If you like Drataya, play a Daze and Enrage Earth deck, right? We're going full on Matthew McConaughey and like, all right, we're in there. However, I think that we can go even deeper in here, right? So let's restart. I like the idea of Earth being this nice 1-to-1 value thing, but I do like even better Towers decks. Meaning, we have a couple Towers decks that slot very, very well into the current meta, aka cards that are unaffected by counter runes total. And I think Nectar Champ is that slot. It is bugs, so it's a little bit finicky with stuff like Antitan running around, but you know, we don't necessarily love, hate, or care about that too much. Foloi, come down with the Foloi. I do think that something with this could work. Maybe that could work too. Let's toss in here Wasp Ivy Burn. 1-2. Easy peasy. Some little Paragons and Titan, problem solved. True. House of Wire Rebellion, by the way. We also can get our Poison Nectar off, which I think is honestly not too bad. Shout out to the car I was driving by. The thing that I am missing here is our copies of Cyprong. Cyprong in there. Okay. I like this. I like this so far. I think it gives us a good top end. I like the top end a lot here. Tsunami, probably pretty good. Again, doesn't affect our Wasp Ivy too much. We could even play 3 of that, which is pretty neat. 3 of our PTA, seems pretty good. 3 Gorgon's Gaze, easy peasy. I don't know if we need to play Shield, though Shield could be kind of nice, just depending. We are definitely going to be playing, I would like to play 2, if not 3 copies of the Poison Tipped Arrow. You can search it with their Nectar Champ, but it pairs just so well with Nectar that it's like super nice. Tunics, absolutely Tunics. We also definitely should be playing Argo. Absolutely on the Argo. 3 on the Argo, 100%. Poison Tunics. I do like 2 of the Tunics. Some people are only playing 1 Tunic, which I don't love, I don't hate. I think I can be down with this. I kind of like the one of Thyrisis here too, just truth be told. Just so we can maybe daze and rage and do something silly with this. We're kind of immune from Tsunami anyway, so why would we really care about that? That's a good point. And then that's about it. We are very low on Elestrals though. So I think a three solid body dude probably does not do us extremely well. But yeah, it's got to be Hopperoo. Hopperoo gets us into every single card in our deck. It also adds us to getting into like our high end just fine. It's a decent annoying guy, pretty decent stats. But we're going to cut it down on runes, I think, here, because we don't necessarily need to have all of this stuff with us now. I think because we're not necessarily, we can get the value off the Synectar really easily with this Daze and Erase, but I think we only need 2 of them because it is searchable. So there we're there. Yeah, oh, hey, are you making an Earth deck specifically or just a good deck in the general? A little bit of column A, column B. Idea is that we're trying to make a good deck with every single element, Earth being one of them right now. And I do think that Earth, probably this is going to be the best version of Earth, is something with Wasp Ivy. I think Latagon is good. Don't get me wrong. Wasp Ivy, kind of the way to go. I think, personally. Poisonally. We do need a solid Elestral, though, in this slot. We need like 3 more Elestrals. So we need to cut a couple more cards. I'm okay with cutting Argo. I'm okay with cutting Poison Nectar. Dennis's Chalice down to 1, too. We need like 3 more cards. Hear me out? Absolutely. 100%. Links, Nekruff. Nekruff for the burn? I guess because we're constantly burning them, it's a decent 5-stat body, and you just play it as like, you could also play it as like an Earth guy too. I don't hate that. If I'm playing Nekruff, is there another burn card? Like, we guess we could go deeper into the burn side of things for Earth burn with like Boltugas. That'd be kind of hilarious. What's the other? Is there another Earth burn card? Not really, right? Just play Visk, Equilinx. That could work too. We probably need Equilinx, probably need Visk. Vesuvatuga. I even don't hate Vesuvatuga. I really don't even hate Vesuvatuga. But it might just be Vis. Why not both? Wasp Ivy and Latagon? Now you're speaking my language. So here's the crazy part. There was a strategy that I pitched to PK that was 2 copies of Latagon, and we cut like our counter rune suite to play like our Jataya / our Wasp Ivy engine side. I don't think that's a bad idea because it does give us 2 top ends, which is like going into like either or you're going to get messed up, whether you have to stop the Wasp Ivy or you're stopping the Latagon Ascensions. And they are incredibly hard to deal with either or. So I don't hate that either. You can smash both together and it be like this really cool side of it. I think ultimately when I'm thinking about something like that though, it's like a lot of choke points that I think I'd rather just play a bunch of solid statted dudes for a deck like this and bait out interactions and then drop this safely versus trying to like force the interactions over and over again with something like the Drataya and commit to the resources that way. I do like the idea though, and I think there is a world where you can play Wasp Ivy, Latagon, like as like a 2, like you play 2 Wasp Ivy, 2 Latagon, you play your 3 Drataya, and then you also go into stuff like that too. Ankylosarge and Astrabbit card advantage. True. See, exactly. See, now you're cooking. Now you're cooking. The main worry I always have with Wivey is that it feels like a one event wonder. Like as soon as people are thinking about it, they just run Cryoblasted and Sun. Cryoblasted, Whale, Eddie as well. Like it's the Clash classic where you can get queued up into Wasp Ivy with the 3 copies of the Volcarius champ to really like selling on the engine. But I do think that there is a world in which Wasp Ivy is like still just very strong, and say if they have it, they have it, and you protect yourself in the way that like if they have Whale, then cool, they kill it, they burn 3, or you have like your like Gorgon's Gaze, you hold it for that. Like you maybe can run Shield here, even if you don't have the Daze. I think Dionysus Madness adds an extra layer of protection, which is nice. So most of the time too, Cryoblast is your only big enemy, and people are cutting. We're cutting Cryoblast because they were playing against Morfrost. So I agree 100%. So I don't know. That's why we run Rise in the Shadows. I don't know how we're running Rise from in this deck. That's like so. Rise from in this deck feels very funny to me because it's like we're so low on dudes. We're so low on dudes. Like I am tempted just to play Viscerus in this list because it's like the solid advantage of Viscerus. And then you get to go to like the Dionysus Madness, pair that with this anyways. Like this is Bug Turbo. But otherwise though, I mean, yeah, we could probably slot in Rise if we're playing maybe only one Tunic, which I don't hate. We'd have to cut Argo Tunic. Argo Tunic. Right, because we have a billion different ways to prompt the Synector champ. But I don't know. It does slot in well, and at that point too, are we playing Vis or are we playing Spect? Like old school Spect or Nabi. Could be a Nabi. Because you're going for Vis, Nabi. Nabi works well instead of Vis. Maybe it's Nabi. Hold. Oh my gosh, no way. I'm being convinced on Nabi. One Foloi. Or this. And then we're running. I mean, honestly, I'm down to cut Foley Forest and maybe like a. Ooh. It'd be Earthquake, right? We're cutting Earthquake. Lego Slow Cream back. Earth Lunar is back in a really serious way. Everyone might sleep on Earth Lunar, but it might be back in a serious way. Legitimately. It might be back in a serious way. I think I'd rather cut one Tunic. If we're playing Argo, the one Tunic should come up there. And you know what? We'll slot in 2 copies of Rise. Lunar Kits are coming back in hard now. I think Lunar Kits are nice. And Titan plays one. Best deck in the room. And you can Rise, slot in Rise for getting back your big win condition if it gets outed. Sounds nice. Which means we're going to get more solar. Which means, true. I do like that a lot too. Don't get me wrong. So this looks really silly, but I do like it. Navi seems right now. Navi's a nice solid body. The fact that like Navi does play well into fish. It plays well into wide boards. And there are some weird instances, I think specifically in this deck, where you can hit over even bigger bodies with things like Tunic and also PTA. One of the things why I really loved inside the Titan deck is you could go PT, like Navi, shrink something down to like a Cryovern down to a 5, and then PTA that down to a 3. Navi hits over, have Doppelgator, GG's, it's good. That's partially why I liked this package quite a bit, and it synergizes really well with the bugs. Once again, I think you could be playing Titan if you're playing this amount of bugs, but yeah, you can play Wasp IV and Titan. That sounds good to me. So as far as Earth decks go, I think Earth comes back in a very serious way with this ban list, in the way that I think there is a pretty decent high end of both Latagon, Wasp Ivy, right? There's low end strategies too, but I think in terms of general guys, Dionysus Cyprong, I think gets some value in this meta. It was a little slow before, I think, but now things are tuned down just a bit that I think Cyprong will really shine. I think that Synector champ has always been good, very solid body, and Wasp Ivy is really hard to deal with, and the 8 breaker is really nice against a lot of different decks, especially if we're considering that some decks like might be playing some more defensive cards like Rabbit or the Sprouter champ. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. So I'm down to call this one for Spivey. Wasp. And now we get to move on to our final element. Not Earth. That was a bad timing on this whole thing. It's solar. We get to spin the wheel one more time. Round and rounds. No one knows where it goes. Let's go. Dragalis, my boy. I think there's legitimately an argument to be made that Dragalis does work, ultimately speaking. It's really funny. Plucky Champ, my child, I have so many solar lists. I've heard of some like frightening solar lists that you have been on. And I think it's so funny that I'm like, well, you know, you just take out like 1-2 solar bursts, right? All right, let's talk about solar. Solar is such a strange deck inside of Elestrals in terms of an archetype, in terms of an element. The reason why, Solar's got a lot of really great tools, but does lack stats, but has some really strong top ends, but has some really committal and like really aggressively targeted top ends. So it's both like incredibly balanced and also incredibly like strong. And so it's a really fun thing to build Solar because there's a billion different ways to do it, but it all depends on what you are needing for the time period. Again, at some point in time, we could go Armadon Burn for Sunburn. And now that we have Tornadgen banned, RIP, then there's maybe something to be said that a deck like Cockray, back to that realm, could be good. Corvishine, back in the meta, maybe. Novacore is still the strongest card that's ever existed. Novacore control legitimately is super, super strong. So I don't know. So many sets played with it. I think it's good. I think Dragalis also could be strong too, because once again, if a card like Cryovern was good, I think there's an argument that Draco Ray can be good. And legitimate argument for Royalotl, I agree. Royalotl, I think, is very strong too. Royalotl is pretty slept on and was, I think, not that great because of mass amount of removal, but now that combat is back in favor and that combat is back on the menu, Royalotl El Diablo Nuevo is back. And I don't like that, but it's probably pretty good too. This did win me my top 16 chats for Rebot. But absolutely. All right, so let's jump into Solar. And if I had to build Solar in my mind of minds, I think there are two distinct ways of going about it. Number one, I think you could do, I mean, a lot, to be fair. I think you could do either 2-drop Solar, in which you're back on the Cockray, back on like hard hitting bodies like Lumaru, back on bodies like Dragalis, and also on the Draco Ray. I think even, if we're counting Nomodile and Chronodile, that could be one too, we could also be seeing the Champions of Apollo big wideboard deck. I don't know how possible that would be, or how good that would be, but it is an option we can go for. Solar is pretty unique in the fact that it has a lot more forms of non-targeting removal, RIP Solar Burst, but we also have Heliolith, we also have Novacore Champ. Both cards I think are phenomenal for taking care of practically everything, and Solar Mill. Solar Mill is also an option too. You do lose a little bit with the Foreteller being gone for Solar Burst, but oh well. You also have Horses. Horses is, oh my god. Horses can work. This is the problem, is that Cunning Offer into Aeos Dale can do something. Like Sisters of Battle levels of like, do some. Like, it's actually good. I don't love to, I hate to say it. Horses can work. Horses can work. White weenies, let's go Champions Apollo. Champions Apollo, you know what? We'll build Champions Apollo real quick. And also, thank you so much, Dr. Barber, for the $2. Legitimately, wide board, I think Champ Apollo is very, very solid. Let's go ahead and build what I think Champions Apollo is looking like for maybe something to do with something like this. Let's go with 3 Plucky, Royalotl, Lumarus. Go with 2. Go with our Solar Burst, 3 Liars, 3 Apollos, Tree on the Gorgons, maybe PTAs, maybe Shields. Boop, pretty close. 3 Glimbat. I don't know if we need 3 Glimbat. I'm down to play 2. I'm down to play 2 Temple though versus 3 Glimbat. Maybe it's fine. Either or. Yeah, Turbo Solar is crazy and just needs a Blitztrick style, like wins games with this draw. It is nice, right? Yeah, going back 2 Temple. I've been liking the 2 Temple a lot, honestly. I've been liking this card a lot. Lumaru mentioned? Oh, yes, true. I forgot about Lumaru. I've been liking Lumaru too. It's been nice. I think Lumaru is awesome. People are like, no, I wish Lumaru was Exaltus champ. I don't even hate that. I think that's probably fine, especially because this card becomes a 6. It becomes really hard to deal with. Lumaru being a 6 under the stadium, also been a 5 breaker body that mills, is also really nice. It's just a solid body into most things, can natively beat the fish, is good with me. Now, let's trim this thing down just a little bit, because the Champions of Apollo deck is really solid because of Lyre of Apollo right here. Lyre of Apollo being able to swap stats and also +2 on all the champion cards, things like Plucky, things like the Nova Core, things like Glimbat even. It could work. Make Ruminous work. Ruminous can work in a deck like this because of the spamming. It's silly. So this list unironically needs Humburst and Humbust. You don't play them like Millers necessarily. Both Humbust and Lyre is a 5, and Humburst with Lyre out becomes an 8. I kind of love that. Wait, hold. Wait, hold. Wait, hold. Do we even play Heliolith at that point? I don't know if I like Humburst Champion of Apollo, but I guess it can kind of work with like the Soul Bell. But like this could work here too. I'm not sold yet, but keep talking. So the big thing with this is that like Solar Control or Little Guy spam is effectively just getting out a bunch of bodies, right? Plucky, Champion Apollo, searches Lyre is a really strong card in the game. Gets your Heliolith on the next turn on the removal. It's a 5 body. It helps against fish, etc. Everything becomes 6s, which is nice. Nova Core non-targeting removal is a big body. Why not just play Solar Lavalith? Is kind of the idea. This, I think you could take and be completely fine. Soul Bell Champion Apollo is the one card I think I'm not super thrilled on. February 28th. Oh, Pog. Super down for the February 28th for Ruminous Rumble. Be perfect time for practice, actually. And I always love the Ruminous Rumble, by the way, too. If anyone is listening to this and has not done the Ruminous Rumble, then the first one, I wish they did them once a month or did them more frequently. I would love an overnight tournament. This thing is super fun. Big fan. Big fan. Fire going on tomorrow? Let's go. Let's go. All right. Let's see here. Yeah, since another fast beater, right? It gets itself out. It's pretty decent. I like the Lumarus here in terms of normal burn. I think we probably can cut down shield because we do have our Guardian of Light, so we don't necessarily need to stop things necessarily. And we do, but not in that way. I don't even hate. This is really funky. Champion of Apollo Humbust. That's really silly. Oh my god, no. No, we're getting convinced, no! How do you feel about Exaltus Champ? I like Lumaru better. So Exaltus Champ is really nice for like Ascension stuff, and because in this deck, Champion of Apollo Exaltus becomes huge. Like it becomes a 5 body with the Lyre. It also becomes like, again, a 4 under Stadium, and sometimes it becomes a 7 under the Apollo Foretelling. Alternatively, if you Royal Lottle, Foretell 3, it whiffed, Royal Lottle goes down, Exaltus comes out, becomes a 6. That can sometimes also be really nice to hit with the Lumaru. If you, let's say, trade Lumaru on a fish, mill 3, bring out Exaltus, let's say you mill that turn, becomes a 6. Slap over. It's actually really nice. Yeah, you might as well play Exaltus Champ. I'm kind of thinking about it, right? Soul Bell stinks to the moon. I think Soul Bell is good. I think Soul Bell is really nice. I wish that OG Soul Bell was a little better because I think the other cow is really good in terms of like the repeatable removal, right? But I'm tempted to even cut Humburst. But a 4 repeatable mill every turn is pretty silly. I don't hate that. I think maybe we only need one Helios though. And do we dare only play one Sobel champ? 2 I think feels correct. Most cuttable here since it doesn't play well with the rest. I think it might be down to 2. You just play, this is also, Solar is so funny. Solar is the 2 of deck. It's the only deck that I know of that wants to play 2 of every single card in its arsenal. Like it does not oftentimes want to play like 2 ofs, 2 ofs, 2 ofs, 2 ofs. Ever the deck wants to play 3s. There's so many good toolbox stuff for Solar that you just play a bunch of 2s. Can't forget about our Lord and Savior Armadon. Alternate win condition Armadon. True. Yeah, you only need 3 certain cards, right? We're Corvishine. No. Oh, yeah, new Corvishine. I was about to say this Corvishine. No, we definitely need this Corvishine. Oh, man. Sorry, Lumaru. Yeah, you're right. You're right. The 7-4. So, you're right. I can't believe it becomes a 7-4. We actually need this. We do need this as a 3 of. Solar Burst is the one that the cut here, by the way. Interesting here probably would be. Temple to 1. I can agree with that. Lumar's getting cut. It's a sad day for us. No, I think if we're playing the, I'm gonna build another Solar list too because I think this list is like a little bit different. 2/2 on the Nova Core and the Helith because they're a little different. I also agree. Helith might come up a little more often than not. I was actually just thinking about that. But the something like this, the Champions of Apollo deck, is a little bit different than I think it's a straight Solar beater / like Solar good pile. I think there's a world in where Lumaru slots better into like the Dracoray Cockray deck, which I think is arguably one of the better Solar decks in the room. This gives you a lot more removal potential, which I think with Solar Burst being down, this is super nice. Stadium War will be in right now. Stadium War is, I think, maybe Nova Core, Glimbat, Stadium War will be nice, but I think because like one time pop Nova Core gets Gorgons and you can Liar Apollo it to make it like a big enough buy hit over everything, it becomes an 8, is arguably the next piece of removal. It's like you don't necessarily need the second Nova Core to drop because you're also playing the Heliolith, so you have different ways of going like Nova Core on the Temple, pop gets Gorgons, that's fine. Either protect it for 1 turn, get Liar, have Heliolith as your next form of removal, and this card becomes an 8 at that point. Liar Soulbell Champ's actually not terrible to see in hand, right? Because then this becomes like a 6. And so it's like just a nice little 1-for-1 removal that's going to bait interactions. I think this is super silly. Humburst is the only card that's cuttable here for me for the second Temple. But I don't know. Having 4 Apollos and testing is enough. I agree. But I think that seeing Apollo is so necessary because you have so many cards that you want to foretell with. OG Buckley? Yeah, exactly. I think 2 is probably fine. Because you need more starters. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You only have 5, 6, 7, 8 starters in the deck. Cutting that down to 1, down to 7, this feels like kind of weird. I don't know. I do like it though. I think Solar Mill, I've always wanted the Solar Mill deck to be like insane because there's stuff here with it, especially with the Champ Apollo stuff. I do love it. One of Lustron would work, so many banks to pull from. Man, you're telling me. I wish Lustragon was the premier Solar deck. This is the premier Solar card. The fact that you have to hard commit into this does hurt the chances of me wanting to go Lustron, but Lustron, like unrepeatable removal, is super nice, especially because like this would be the deck of removal. Solar just has all the Solar removal. But yeah, it's like I think that it's super funny. I love Lustragon. Champ Lustragon someday. Sunstrike, baby. Let's go. It's gotta be in it, right? Like, Sun! It's the Sun! Humbus is not about the mill, it's about the fast 2-drop that gets boosted by Liar. If you want the mill too, it can protect Humbus. That's true. Oh, true. It ascends over it. It ascends over before they can Gorgons gain the next chain. That's kind of cool, actually. Interesting. Mill on this Foretell, Ascend, Foretell 4. Should we play more of this? Wait a minute. Yeah, it was teased at as the lead Apollo champ way back on the mat, but Apollo focus isn't until set 8. Set 8? That's crazy. I think this is looking solid though. I also like Humburst Royal Lottle. Humbust Royal Lottle thing's really good. Humbust. Yeah, what are we hoping for the new Divine, the respective champs being in the Solar strategy and Sunstrike? All right. Big prediction. It's going to be Ares. So I think we know Hera because it's in a flavor text of Quackle. We've known that for a little while. Yo, Cobalt, hello, good to see you. Hello, hello. What have you missed? We're building Solar. Unfortunately, we did cut Lumaru, but the next cycle will have Lumaru. The new Solar Divine, I think Ares, Champ Ares Heliolith, Champ Ares Gardon, and Champ Ares Armadon. My boy, my goat. I think that's the most likely course of action that we will be seeing from Sunstrike. And I'm hoping that's the case. Because there's that one image of all the shields and the stuff, like obviously like maybe Champ Celestlio, right? Because it's on the shield and it's like the Ares, the god of war kind of thing. I think that'd be super cool. I think that Champ Gardon could make Gardon and Armadon good. Yeah, Ares are always shown during Kickstarter. Exactly. So we know Ares. We know Ares is in the wings. Even if it's not in Sunstrike, it might be coming out. And from what I can tell about the artwork, it's not out of the realm possibility that we get Gardon up in there. It's not out of the realm possibility that we get Ao's Dale up in there. It's not out of the realm possibility that we get where are you at? Armadon up in there. That's my picks. That's my big picks for the new stuff. Armadon's my boy. My emotional support Armadon. They gotta let me reveal this card. Yeah, I would love it. I would love that. Special send this Elestral using a Leorite you control. When this Elestral is cast, destroy one card. Ooh. If it has this, it doesn't nullify the other Celestio. Interesting. That'd be kind of cool. Celestio Champ of Ares could be neat. I would like that. What about Guardian of Fleece? Guardian's a cool card. I think Guardian of the Fleece, like Cypher Maul Guardian of Fleece, is real. There's like a world in which the artifact version for Golden Fleece Guardian of the Fleece is pretty good. Especially if they're trying to destroy anything with Lockagon, right? Destroy a card in the opponent's field is always going to be a strong bet, and because you are going to have Lyre Apollo, Guardian of the Fleece is really neat. I think. What level? So that was at 3, right? Destroy an artifact or empower an Elestral is really funny. Mechanical focus of Ares will be, no way it's just Foretell again, right? It's probably battle focused. That'd be kind of like Foretell battle focus. Like if you attack Foretell. I don't know what Ares does, but if I had to guess about the champions of Ares, it'd be like when this card is attacked, or if this card is attacked, Foretell blank. X number. This card gains or loses attack based off of the amount of Solar Elestrals or Champions of Ares that you foretold. That's like the quick and dirty one, is just this card gains something based off the foretelling in battle. That's my idea. Alternatively, if you have a card like Gardon, it'd be like all Solar Elestrals. Like if it's a 2-drop, it's like all Solar Elestrals on your board gain plus something for each of that. Like that's kind of the, Torch of Hesiod on body, pretty much. That's kind of the, but it's like conditional upon the amount of Solar Elestrals or the amount of like Champions of Ares maybe foretold. That's kind of the immediate prediction that I have, is that there is, if it's something to do with combat, then it's something to do with like stat modification. If it's something to do with main phase, then that's I'm actually a little bit more unsure of. Like, what does Champion Ares do? Or what is Ares? What could Ares do? Like, add Guardian Fleece? I don't know. First light for and another list. Yeah, I think Solar Mill. I think I'm okay with calling this one Millie Vanilli. And moving on to, I think, what the other version of Solar could look like for this, by the way. And this one is very, very much on the spectrum of this one is a little more straightforward to build. First light, gotta pop in first light, got in the Solar Burst, gotta get the Guardians in there, gotta get the Temples in there, gotta get the Apollos in there. Gotta get maybe Neblio just to search out the first lights. Gotta get ourselves in with tsunamis. Gotta get us in with the Gorgons. Gotta get us in with the shield. What the real Solar says yet? No! No! Two chain. Oh, chains. That's right. Chains also could be really nice. Yeah, I think it'd probably be Temple. Man, I love 2 Temple. 2 Temple is I think Stadium in a deck like this works so well because of the beaters and like the amount of things you're doing in here could be really nice. We might not need 3 First Light, maybe just 2 because we can search it with this. And we might not need 2 Shield again because we have Guardian of Light. That can be something else. But chains could work. Where's Soul Bell and Slumber? No! We can play it every single turn. Oh, whenever you're stacking and you're healing, you're going back off and back on. I think Helios Slumber is such a funny one, right? Where's Helios Slumber? We got to ban this card. Yeah. Foolish mortal American list. Oh no! It's so true. My American mind cannot comprehend a game plan. It's like, I mean, alternatively, right? You could play the thing with like Rise, it'd be really funny. One of the best cards in the decks I've played it in. I like the idea of the repeatableness of it, right? Like Helios Slumber gives you more options to turbo into your dudes. Draco Ray, like you ascend Draco Ray or something, go Helios Slumber, put it on top of your deck, put it back. It'd be really funny. Soul Bell Slumber, it sounds hilarious, by the way. Cow deck sounds insane. Generally better than the side deck. I think because this deck has like a lot of like not super strong dudes, but maybe. But we will see. Oh, hey, I'm hoping. It has been a little while, and God, shout out to Gwen. That was such a cool. I remember talking to Gwen in the middle of the tournament, and I was rooting for Gwen like the entire way down. I thought Gwen's deck was super cool, considering that it was just the same deck as the last one. But I thought that Gwen was playing super well, and I'm very happy they made second place. But also, it would have been a great first place finish for the traveling to Worlds. It'd be incredible, incredible. Is that your list? All right, let's see it. Ooh, okay. Cutting the Exaltus champ. Let's see it. All right, let me pop this up real quick. Yeah, first light, whatever you drop, whatever 2 drop you want. Apollo effect, Chain Slumber, put Soul Bell back on top. Foretell 3 and see champ Soul Bell. You're choosing 3 drop and whatever, and then repeat. That sounds a little bit silly, but I do love it. Helios Slumber is so goofy. All right. I was told that we're cutting out the Leo Brights and the Celestleo for 2 Exaltus champ and 1 Dragalis. Again, solar 2-drops and solar 2-ofs. Love to see it. Earthquake's a little bit of a weird inclusion in here, but I can respect it. I like the idea that you're effectively just trying to play in Ascension. So, which is really nice. But there's a chance to see Outback Sunrise style deck. Oh, let's go! I guess for the final one, right before Worlds. That'd be cool to bring that back. Outback Sunrise sounds really silly. Once again. But I mean, we're back in the world where a Leonite and Celestio deck could work. I like Dragalis a lot, I think, right? Because like Dragalis being in here to like suppress cards on the opponent's field, enchant 2, swing for a billion, works really well against like a fish deck because they've already used a lot of things. On top of that, that Draco Ray plays very naturally well into fish. Cockray is a decently statted body that also pairs super well with the first lights, right? I don't know. Poisonally, I think that Solar has a lot of really great tools in removal. I think the 2-drops in Solar are kind of the best way to go. And this deck, yeah, I think minus a Nova Core actually would be kind of nice here, right? But yeah, I think Dragalis just is a randomly massive threat that can hit the board. My only issue is Draco Ray can't bring him out from hand. That does feel really bad. I guess you just hard it in at that point. What you say, I'm going nuts. But yeah, it's like I think I do like this. I do have to cut out one of those. I'm almost down to not play Solar Burst, but you might as well. It's a 1 of removal. Leo Bright as a worthwhile card. Oh, in this deck, you're cutting the Leo Brights for Exaltus Champs, by the way. But Leo Bright for something like if you're doing hard Ascend Leo Bright Ascend to Celestio can work and could work. I think now the format's a little bit slower in the fact that that can be fine. Only issue before was that it was really committal. Going into almost any Solar strategy before was like very, like I'm gonna put my eggs all in this one basket of this Ascension and go nuts. Now, I think this deck is somewhat similar, and like the Solar strategy still is not quite moved on from that, except if you're playing the Champions of Apollo deck, because they can play Soul Bell. But one, I'm not ready for that conversation, and two, I think the other side of it is that the Solar strategy can, like, I think the Solar strategy in general has a lot of really strong 2-drops. The best ones, in my opinion, is the ones you can turbo out into. And so Leo Bright is the standout to where it gets you into the final boss form of the turbo outable, so it's a little easier to commit to. But Draco Ray, I think, is really good and has been good for a little while. People would say, swear up and down this card's not good or it's like underwhelming or whatever. I think it's solid. I like it. Personally, as like this one little bit of hair, by the way, is like messing me up. Anyways, the other thing with the Solar Turbo is that if you can play Falaferos as a 1 of back row hate card, also makes you do 6. I like Falaferos a lot. Falaferos is a neat card that I wish was turbo outable by Peegleam. Champion Peegleam, I think turbo outing Falaferos would be really nice. We will not be using Leo Bright. No! That's insane. But I can dig it. Pharaoh Mel probably is, I think, maybe similar. I think cooking with this little card could be nice. Just saying. But alternatively, Pharaoh Mel on my back, I think so. Pharaoh Mel is the other consideration in terms of like the list, right? Playing Gloombats, you could play the Hard Ascensions. You have enough bodies to where you can stick the Pharaoh Mel. They have to attack. You could play Dionysus Madness even to pair with that with the Pharaoh Mel to force the Pharaoh Mel into the Pharaoh Geist. And that's kind of the way to go. Plus, you're playing your cards like Rise and a little bit more of your turbo strategy. Plus your heal shenanigans to get into your big 2-drops and make sure Pharaoh Geist sticks. And that's just the way to go. The other options with this card is that people playing hard removal, but people might not. Under the Stadium and other things, you play as a defense position guy and go nuts from there. I will say that. Listen, I think Mel, my girl Mel, is scary, and my girl Mel is good. I'll talk about that. But holy, Geist does win games. There was even thoughts around a one of Geist inside of like a solar list like this, right? Is that you have so many options just to like hard ascend or to like ascend this with solar, with like a lunar spirit even. And then you have room for your Pharaoh Geist as your one of. That sounds super solid to me. But yeah, I think Drogalis and Draco Ray and Cockray is like one of the better engines that you can be playing inside of the game at the moment. Like, there's a lot of different ways to conceptualize each of the elements in terms of what you could be doing for the game. Yo, it's going to hello, good to see you. How long is the stream been going? About 5 hours almost. We are over the extended Lord of the Rings cut, which I did see this weekend. It was phenomenal, by the way. But yeah, it's like, it doesn't work in solar. Yeah, you could go ascend this into this with a lunar spirit. You wouldn't get the heal back, but you just do that instead, and then you could then ascend this into that. Yeah, there's a 5 blocker that digs more, right? Do you want Corvashine in this too? I think Corvashine could be pretty all right because you are like foretelling enough and stacking enough, which is pretty all right. I only got to watch 1 and 2 though. Oh, I watched, so I'd never seen them before. It was a delightful experience. I had such a great time. I've been gushing about them because I've never seen them before. And so like the Lord of the Rings, sounds awful, so true. I know, right? Okay, so here's why. One, like, I just like, I missed out on watching them. So I missed out on watching them. She would kill you for saying that you've never seen them. What am I gonna do? Lie and be like, yeah, I loved Lord of the Rings. I didn't grow up watching them. Slash, I also like, well, one, back in the thousands, as some of our members here might have not been born. Oh my God. I missed out on them in theaters, the first. Secondly, I feel like I never needed like I never had like Lord of the Rings friends to were making me want to watch. Most of the people weren't really like fantasy people, so they weren't like, oh, we gotta watch Lord of the Rings. 1. 2, I never read the books, so I wasn't like, oh, I gotta experience the movies too. 3, even The Hobbit. When The Hobbit came out, I didn't even watch The Hobbit. Game of Thrones I was late to as well. It's like a big fantasy theme here you're seeing what's skipping on. But the big portion of it all is that like, I felt like I had seen the movies via osmosis. Like via osmosis with like the first one. More particularly, right? But the neat part is that I think from watching these movies this weekend, my life has ultimately been changed in the way that, one, I know like a lot of the film history and the stuff behind it in terms of big franchise stuff, how monumental these were for the time in terms of the industry, but also just in general, these are just insanely solid movies. Now, RIP The Hobbit and the Australian, New Zealand film crews, but ultimately too, it's kind of crazy that we haven't had something like this in so long. I really shouldn't be like super going off here on a lot of this stuff, but the point is to say that I had never seen them before this weekend, and I watched them in IMAX, and they were so good. They were so good. They were so good. I will be reading the books just so I can get some like extra in there to see like what I'm missing them there, but they were the extended editions of the movies, and so I was in there. I watched like over the 3-day span a ton of hours. Yeah, I think it was just New Zealand. I don't think that we can claim the Hobbit or Lord of the Rings movies. So oddly enough, you can the Hobbit movies. I learned this during my like a couple like stints of film school / like media training that I've had, is that the Hobbit film specifically both like changed laws for New Zealand filmmaking specifically. But that was brought upon by the Australian film, like what's it called? Like actors guilds, like the unions, the Australian like acting union, to like put pressure against Warner Brothers and give better working conditions for the Australian and New Zealand film crews that were utilized for not only the Hobbit, but also for a lot of the projects that do get out that way. We chose wrong. Fair. Yeah. Yeah. Is either Pavlova or Lord of the Rings? We chose Pavlova. True. I'm glad you got the experience. My wife and I could probably try to catch up on the third one this coming weekend. Third one is like in my rankings of all three of them, they are a set. So it's like, I gotta consider like I don't think that's the same thing. Oh, it's definitely not. No, it's definitely not. Don't get me wrong. The Australian Guild, Acting Guild, it wasn't necessarily them that did it, but there was from what I understand, negotiations with the New Zealand Film Acting Guild that like mess up some stuff. I'll have to go back and see exactly what it is, but the TLDR is that the government for New Zealand and like passed on laws that did give better labor rights to cast and crew working on these movies, but they were really bad apparently. And also the Hobbit law is what it's called there for New Zealand. Ultimately was like not the bargaining chip that they were really hoping for in the end against Warner Brothers and like the investors of movies like that. The Australian union didn't really have a lot to do with it, but it was an initial like little domino as far as my awareness of that goes. Anyways, the third movie in the series is, I think in terms of my enjoyment of them, I liked 2, 1, 3 the best. 1 and 2 I think hold hands in like this really beautiful way. The third one is good and people love the third one. I think the third one is like the weakest in terms of like things I loved about the first two in terms of movie. The world building, the characters, the stuff that I really appreciated watching. The spectacle was really nice. There was a lot of really cool stuff in it, but I think it's okay if you watch that one at home or catch up at another time, because it's like, I think they're doing another showing actually. I think they're doing another showing of it next weekend on like Saturday or Sunday. So if you get the chance, maybe the theaters could be good there. But otherwise, the first two I think are incredible. I love the world building, love the characters, love things that the music and the score is incredible. And the third one, I think, does those things, yes, but ultimately is like this big climactic finale. So it stands alone on its own in some ways, but in other ways is a lot more messy and has a lot more plot lines than they could have definitely dropped or picked up. Could be better in the books for sure, but I don't know. No More Learnings 2 and 3 are on par. I think that's probably fair too. People like the first one is revolutionary. Don't get me wrong. I think the first one I was like blown away at how much I thoroughly enjoyed the first one for it being like effectively a big setup movie. But everything about it was so full of sincerity and whimsy and just some sort of like larger, like you could always feel like the larger thing was coming, obviously, but everything about the movie just felt so good. But but yeah, I don't know. I think the first one is the weakest one. I think it's arguably the strongest, but it is weak in terms of like setup. But I don't know, it's still phenomenal, but 2 and 3 are perfect. I like 2 a lot. Two Towers I thought was like, I sat through 1 and I was like, whoa, that was really good. And then I sat through 2 and I was like, oh yeah, no, this is just stuff I got from the first one turned up to 11. And I was now finally bought into the world building. The new world building stuff they were bringing on was super sick. And shout outs to Treebeard, by the way. And I think that like Helm's Deep is such a wild battle. Helm's Deep is super fun too. Before the movies, Peter Jackson like sat there and for like 30 minutes talking about like the production of the Helm's Deep and saying that they filmed for 24 hours straight with these big rain machines, and everyone got like these shirts to say I survived Helm's Deep. Every single before these extended editions in theaters, Peter Jackson would sit there and like talk for like 20 minutes about this stuff, and that was always really funny to me. Apparently, Helm's Deep was a big undertaking to do, and it's pretty killer. I liked it all. It was so cool. I thought Helm's Deep did it a little better than the siege on not Gondor. What's the in the third one, it's the big set at the end that the orcs battle upon. I cannot remember the name of it. But whatever that set piece was, Minas Tirith. So I think that Helm's Deep as a climactic ending is definitely like, I liked it a little more in terms of what it was trying to do, because the third one I thought was trying to do that effectively the same thing, but the world building and some of the setup for Helm's Deep in the second one I thought was much more impactful, for sure. Max didn't like 2 because it was all fighting. I think it was less, so it was definitely less fighting in the third one, I'll say that. And I feel like I had a lot more world building than I remember, but maybe I'm just misremembering that, because it was also like 4 hours long, and so maybe just like piecing that together. Yeah, 3, the first one didn't vibe with me as much as the 3, but definitely not as much as 2. Fair. Moving out your place. Oh, let's go. Fine time? Absolutely. Hey, come on down. That sounds like a lot of fun. My one thing I would like for my future, like I live in an apartment at the moment, but my one future thing is to have a really nice movie room, like a media room or movie room where I can sit there and watch movies. Big movie head. I love watching like stuff in theaters. But I think that would be really nice to have, so absolutely. Elestrals and movie night, count me in. So I don't know. Oh, I also got to experience the Viggo Mortensen breaking his toe and the cracked rib from Orlando Bloom. I got to experience that. That was really funny. Literally, it's just how it always goes and how it always happens with like, that's where he broke his toe. Or, hey, did you know Orlando Bloom did that backflip with a cracked rib? We'll do it in Vegas. Let's go. Yeah, from the moment Helm's Deep starts, the rest of the movie is just pure combat. That's also very fair. And yeah, that's true. The three does have like the reprieve, I guess reprieve, has the break from the action with everything else. So who knows? Swole, save me from his Legends of Arceus addiction, please. No, you must be consumed by it. Legends of Arceus is tight. No, absolutely not. You kidding me? I thought you were playing on the DS. I thought you were doing a 3DS thing. Lumir Party? Oh, let's go. We can watch Pavlova. You know what's funny? I've actually never played Legends Arceus. And yes, I'm saying Arceus. But I was playing White 2, but Arceus has consumed me. You like ZA. I've heard people who like Arceus like ZA. I've never played ZA. But I've also never played Arceus, and I heard Arceus is nice. I heard it's real nice, a lot of fun. That's on the Switch, right? Yeah, it is. I haven't gotten my Switch 2 yet, sadly. I really thought about it, but Kirby Air Riders is one of the games I would love to play. But I miss my 3DS, man. It's so... Get your 3DS, hack your 3DS. It's so worth it. It's so worth it. It's even worth it just to get a secondhand 3DS and hack it yourself that way too. So worth it. Watch Pavlova. Oh. It's so OP. It's so good. I wish there was an easier way to do some of those things like you can for the 3H stop, but I don't know. Arceus is like if they made a mainline Pokemon game and gave it the vibe Mystery Dungeon games. That's a really good way of putting it. Actually, that's a really good sell. One thing I really liked about the Arceus games is the style. I love the vibe of it. It felt really nice in terms of like what I was watching, what I've seen from it. I also think that in terms of combat, in terms of like the creative ways they were handling like the quote unquote paradox Pokemon of that specific like game, the different regional variants, I should say, that was always really fun. I always really liked that a lot. And I thought that they handled that better than Paradox forms. I did not like the Paradox forms. It's an ugly game, but I'd say it's gorgeous. Oh no, it's super. I like its art style a lot. It's very distinct. It has a cool art style too. It's one of the only times I'm like, oh, Pokemon's doing something interesting here. That's been one of my bigger complaints of Pokemon, honestly. I don't spend $300 on 3DS. They skyrocket. $300. Oh God. I still have my OG DS. I have a 3DS that I got a while back. And I have that. And a funny story about the 3DS I have. So I was eating at an Italian restaurant at a convention. The Italian restaurant was not in the convention, but that's worth noting. And I was sitting there, marinara sauce on my titties, and I had my 3DS in my backpack. Now, we were done eating, and I want to take the leftovers back to the hotel because I'm like, well, you know, I don't want all these to go to waste, and also I might be hungry later. So I'm gonna take these leftovers that I'm having of this pasta, and it's in a bag, and it's inside of this carrying thing, and I put it inside my backpack. Now, unbeknownst to me, the sauce leaks out. The sauce leaks out of the bag and all over my stuff. And so I am clean, like pasta sauce. It was like a white pasta sauce off of my stuff. And I'm like, oh my God, this sucks. There's like oil everywhere. I'm like feeling bad. I open up because my DS is also in the same pocket, or like a pocket in front of, I can't remember at this point, but it got inside of its top screen, like oil, like grease, like stuff from the pasta. It had soaked through the screen, like little cracks in it. It functioned well. The thing still worked. Everything about it like feels okay, but there was like this big splotch on the screen, and I'm like, what is that? And it's like oil. It's like grease from the pasta. So long story short, I put it in a bag of rice because I'm like, surely this will work. It kind of half worked. But I forgot about that for like 6 years. And so COVID comes around and I'm like, wait, I thought I had a 3DS somewhere. And I'm searching through stuff and I'm like, there's this inside of like a garage. There's this bag of rice. I'm like, oh my God. And it's sealed. It's fine and good to go. I pull up the DS and it's like, again, covered with rice sauce. I charge it up. I clean it off, charge it up. And it's like, oh my God, it's alive. And the little like oil splot is smaller. It worked. Now the screen is still royally fucked. Like this, pardon my French. The screen is still royally messed up in the way that if you have to hold it in a certain way, the underlighting doesn't fully go through, and the 3D still works just fine. But so now I have this 3DS, which has been just through so much. And then I hacked it anyways, and it's been phenomenal ever since. But legitimately for 6 years, sat inside a rice bag and works out okay. So, you know. So while I'm drunk, I miss half the story. Oh, let's go. Right, okay, so. Over 6 years ago, I had this, anyways. The 3DS XL and my OG 3DS. I haven't hacked the OG 3DS yet, but the 3DS XL is very much worth it to do. If you have the ability to get yourself a 3DS XL or 2DS XL and you can hack it, it's worth it every single day. Yeah, why don't you just win the YCS for a new 3DS? See, that would have been really good to do, like investing in real estate when I was 8 years old. Because back in the day, I was taking Cyber Dragons to YCSs. And to be fair, I day 2'd. I almost top cut. I was one game away from top cutting, and the reason why I didn't top cut is because I had Nightmare Phoenix instead of Beat Cop. It was back in Master Rule 4, so what I had was Phoenix, and I needed to clear a zone to get into Cyber Dragon Nova. So I had to, or Cyber Dragon Infinity, and also Chimera Tech, the Salamangreat, the Salamangreat fusion monster. That was the fusion. That was like the fusion between a Link monster and a Salamangreat monster, because I was playing against Salamangreat. So I missed out on Top Cut because I didn't have Beat Cop. You didn't have it because ACAB? True. Wait a minute. Trevor, you're cooking. You know what? Absolutely correct. I had Phoenix instead. True. Let's go, Suns. Perfect. A YCS winning deck is more expensive than a 3DS, though. At the time, no, I think my deck was dirt cheap. But also, I mean, I think back in the day when I was really active in playing, you could build one for really nice. Yeah, Violet Chimera. Yeah, actually, you guys want to see the... Hold on. Okay, so I guess as we're winding down the stream side of this. So how long ago was this? 6 years ago now? Oh no, I'm old. Yeah, 6 years ago. Jesus. Oh my God. Yeah, this is me. Oh my god. 6 years ago. Look at this nerd. TOS format, that's what I'm saying. We played pure Cyber Dragons, and here is the extra deck. If I can get to it, like I'm sorry. Gage is filling, by the way. You also might see me in the sealed only episode, which is really funny. It's more lax than swole. Dog. Where is the hair? This guy got got his girlfriend home by 8 p.m. By 8 p.m. All right, so let's see if we can go into the that's the side deck with Nibiru. Now we're on the extra deck still. Extra deck? I think this is right. Timu Gage at the time, low key, kind of was. Some limit, by the way. Pog. All right, so here we go. We played Almirage, one of the new Link, and the Phoenix. Now, Phoenix would have been B Cop, and this was the card that messed me up. In practice, Phoenix came up a lot more, but B Cop was like this flex spot that I'm like, might be able to work, might not be able to work. I decided to go with Phoenix because it's like, well, I'd rather have the back row removal. And I don't really, I barely cast out Phoenix during this entire time. But the couple times that I did, maybe it came up. I don't know. Point is, though, Beat Cop was going to come up a lot more. But the reason why we are on 2/2 package of Nova Core, we are on a super polymerization. We're playing, I think, 3 super polymerization for Chimera, Predaplant, Dragostapelia. At the time, TOS format, you not only had Orcus, which was pretty big, but also Salamangreat. So these are your 2 targets for it. And Chimera could ultimately FTK, which was super solid and nice. And obviously Dragostapelia was incredible, even today, as like just a random good of card. Today, I'm saying like I played in the past like 2 years. And also we have the Starving Venom Fusion Dragon for miscellaneous like super poly targets. So like the Dragostapelia for Fusion Dark, Double Dark, and then our Salamangreat Tech, we played our super poly targets, and that's why we played it. It was good. It was good. It came up so many times. I FTK'd so many Salamangreat players, and also Orcus players, and also like Lunalight, I think was big too, which that's where the Dragostapelia comes into play. So the theory was sound, and we made day 2. We went 11x1, I think, on the day. Was our 11 rounds 9x1, I think? Yeah, 9x1. So, not bad. How does Phoenix work with Cyber Dragon monsters and treating themselves as Cyber Dragon? It doesn't. So, that's the neat part about Master Rule 4 back in the day was purely for zones. But Phoenix would effectively just like pop. The Phoenix was just destruction for the cards, was just destruction for back row, and for floodgates, because you could get out cards and you could get out like monsters with like things like the Cyber Rev system, or even for the machine duplication, and then you just go into Phoenix, like after you like link off some things, and then you'd be fine. Yeah, how does it work with Cyber Dragon? It also doesn't in that way, right? You have to use it with like. We played Galaxy Soldiers, and we played, there was another card in here for support as well in our engine. You can go into like Almirage, or you can go into like, you can go to Almirage, or you can go into Galaxy Soldier. We also played Ghost Ogres and some hand traps for like miscellaneous unks. So that was the idea too. So there's ways of getting into it, even if we weren't there. By the way, my memory is really bad in general. Like this was 6 years ago, and I'm like, yeah. The Qliphort Link. I didn't like the Qliphort Link. People were playing the Qliphort Link in Cyber Dragon at the time, and I didn't like super love this. I just realized it's straight into a Yugo stream. No. We're back on Elestrals. Trust me. I didn't like the Qliphort Link at the time. It was fine. It was like a decent enough card, but I didn't love it personally. Anyways, I think with that though, and on this good point of being here for almost 5 hours, this effectively was our big stream for getting all of our elements down. We're going to call this solar, and getting all our elements down for this upcoming weekend. We went through and had Titan. We had, well, first bears, frost, and also our baby bears for fire. I think were our two big ones here. I loved this deck. I think I might be playing this one sometime soon. A lot to experiment with. I think it's super nice. So we Swoller. We'll look in. It's got to have a cool name once it actually works. I'll say that. And Swoller is the quirkless quake, the earthless quake for sure. Brontiglow for our Thunder deck and for what Thunder can do, along with the Choose deck, aka the Champions of Zeus deck, which I think is also very relevant. Combat is back in a big way, and so I think a deck like the Champions of Zeus can perform and do really well. On top of that, we got the Hermes is probably one of the best wind decks that you can be playing in terms of wind spirits. But if we're not playing the Hermes deck, then there's maybe something with Pantera, there's maybe something with P-Gust and the Phallocane. I think that was also something that we explored a little bit, was our Peem list. It's cute. I think there's something here in terms of cards that are big bodies that you can turbo out with even sillier cards. So I think this is probably a fun way to play wind if you're not playing Hermes for this upcoming event. On top of that, we got the Mill for Solar, which I think is a very explorable deck to consider. It's the Champion Apollo's deck, so you have plenty of forms of removal. Liar is still kind of a crazy card, and again, combat's back in a big way. This deck, I think, can survive. On top of the other Solar list that we were playing from before. Frost. Frost is a bunch of different ways you can play, and more Frost Pier can be back. I don't know if this is going to be the build. I don't know if there's going to be any certain text that we'll be able to run with this, but for the most part, I think that this deck unchanged a lot of previous Morphrost builds. Cryo Vern is not necessarily dead. Cryo Rhino is not necessarily dead, but I think pure Morphrost can have its day in the sun yet again. Looking down to, we have the Titan deck. I think I would like to build it. Built in like 5 minutes. I agree. I think the deck is a little bit sloppy. Definitely needs improving upon. Titan, I think, is a big player inside of the next upcoming meta. I think it's got a lot of really great stuff to hit wide boards. It can build wide boards. It can build tall. I like this deck a lot. It's also the best way, I think, to play the Lunar package in terms of the Lunar kit. Slots in super nicely with this deck, and there's a lot of really cool things you can do with Titan, even if the other one were back. Yeah, it's true. Baiting his viewers so you can win the premiere. Listen, I would love for that to be true. For Earth, I think Earth similarly has a lot of different ways in terms of Titan, in terms of Dio control, in terms of Latagon. A lot of really cool stuff that we can do. Wasp Ivy, I think, is underrated. I think Wasp Ivy is a really cool strategy. Crabs also is really underrated too. If combat's back in a big way, Crabs is killer. Wasp Ivy, very similar. Big stat body, unaffected by counter runes. I think we'll see this one work out really well. Fire, in terms of Hestia, I think Hestia, we saw something that was a little bit scary. I don't think I saved the deck list for Hestia, but it's about the same Hestia list that we've been seeing pop up so far. Wins combat, has a lot of cool tricks that you can do into the main phase. Play Kinleo for destruction, a lot of really cool stuff that you can do with Hestia. We transitioned that into playing something like the Baby Bears list, which is like a fire aggro bears burn list. I think it's kind of neat. I want to test this list out, and this seems like a lot of fun, so I'll be checking that out too. Water is something that we also explored with, and it wasn't particularly. I'd say water is about as inspiring as you think it is. Fish as the low end, top end for any sort of the water 2-drops that you can search with Foamy, and then go nuts. There's a lot of things you can do with it. Of course, we saw that Millmaster Mike had a really insane list with Crack King, and oh my god. But I think that's pretty much like what I'll say is that there's a lot of things you can do with water. Some of them psychotic, some of them more straightforward. So there's that. But I don't know. I had a really great time with this one. I think that the building and kind of getting my thoughts and opinions out there on the format is something that I like to do every so often. Hopefully this helps out anyone trying to build their own decks and also trying to experiment a little bit with the format and trying to experiment a little bit with deck building. Getting my thoughts and opinions out there as far as high end, low end, and how that all works inside the current Elestrals meta. That being said, I'm gonna get some dinner. I haven't actually eaten that much today, so I have to actually get to bed sometime soon. It's almost 1 a.m. my time. I know, right? I think Aphros is going to join the other 3 base Nexusers on the list. Yo, hot take. Wait a minute, but also maybe true. When I was playing the lockdown list earlier with the high end of just the 1/1 locks, one of the best cards in the deck was the other Aphros, OG Aphros. It's good. It's really good. It's solid. But either way, thank you so much for everyone to joining me today on today's stream. If you guys like this stream, make sure to leave it a like. If you haven't subscribed yet, all the good stuff. Follow me on Twitter at Swolax, at the Elestronauts as well. And on Blue Sky, I'm posting more on Blue Sky because Twitter's kind of an interesting little place to be on right now. But hey, you know, that's always subject to change. That being said, I'm going to be getting some food and hanging out for just a little bit. I will see y'all at the premiere this Saturday too. I'll also trying to be live for later this week, maybe tomorrow for the casuals if I can swing it. Outside of that though, I had a really great time streaming with you guys. The ban list is live technically yesterday. And yeah, I loved hanging out with y'all. Thank you so much for being here with me. I really do appreciate each and every one of you, whether you be far or away, whether it's evening, middle of the day, or night for or morning for whoever's watching this. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. If you have not eaten, go get something good to eat. Take care of yourself first and foremost. And I'm gonna do the same thing. So, food your face, absolutely. I got shawarma. I'm gonna face, absolutely, 100%. Thank you all for being here with me. Thanks for talking about Lord of the Rings, about books, about yapping about stuff, about Elestrals, about decks, etc. In the meantime, I'll be out. I wish I could throw you over to someone else, but this is YouTube and all that good jazz. So I will talk to y'all later. Thank you for being here with me. All right, peace out.